For Audio, a division of Recorded Books presents To Not Fall for My Doc by Gianni Holmes, narrated by Iggy Toma. 1. Austin. Something was wrong. The somber expression on my boyfriend's face as I entered the restaurant made my heart trip inside my chest. Or maybe I was projecting my own feelings on Bryce. Maybe something wasn't quite right with me. Perhaps I'd been pretending for so long that everything was fine, that I could no longer hide how wrong it all was. I mustered a smile and held it firmly in place while I walked over to him. When I arrived at the table for two, he stood, and I leaned forward to kiss him. At the last minute, he turned his head, and the kiss landed on his cheek. Taken aback, I stared at him. Was the avoidance intentional or not? "Sorry I'm late," I said, taking my seat. "I was helping out at the center, and time got away from me." "Do you have to spend so much time there?" He frowned at me. "It's not like you have cancer anymore. Why are you still set on going to that depressing place?" I furrowed my eyebrows, but before I could voice my disapproval, a server approached and handed us the menus. Bryce ordered a Coke, and I decided on pink lemonade. Silence stretched between us, Bryce's gaze firmly on his hands on the table. After a few more tense minutes, I couldn't take the uncomfortable feeling anymore. "Bryce, you know the center means the world to me," I said calmly. "And besides, it might be 2 years since I've gone into remission, but that doesn't mean I am cured, you know." His shoulders slumped. "So you keep reminding me. This is tougher than I'd thought." It was on the tip of my tongue to ask him if he believed he had it any easier than me. At 15, I'd learned the devastating news that I had Hodgkin's lymphoma. But that wouldn't be fair to him. In the same way, he could never understand what I had been through until he walked a mile in my shoes. I wouldn't be able to understand his worries. I reached across the table and placed my hand over his. His fingers were long and slender, and the pads were rough against mine. The last thing I wanted was for him to feel guilty, since I battled the same emotion. "Bryce, is it too difficult for you?" I asked him gently. "You know you can tell me." He shook his head. "It's okay. No, it's not. And you need to tell me." He peeked up at me, then lowered his eyes back to the table. "I can't. I'm an awful person." "Of course you're not. You've stayed at my side for almost 7 years. For all the wrong reasons." He fired at me, tugging his hand away from me. "I'm sorry, Austin, but I haven't been completely honest with you." I eased back in my chair and took a drink from my lemonade. "About what?" He leaned forward, placing his elbows on the table. "When you were first diagnosed, it terrified me," he replied. "We were so young and just confessed we liked each other. And then people started telling me how brave I was, for being with somebody like you, who basically sat on a time bomb." "What are you saying?" "I liked it." He groaned, closing his eyes tight. "I'm such a terrible person because I liked the praise and attention I got from being with you. I know it's horrible, but then I had to watch you go through chemo, and it wasn't fun anymore. I didn't know how to tell you I'd made a mistake. I was in too deep to get out." I plunked the glass of lemonade back onto the table so hard droplets spilled on my hand. My mind raced with scattered thoughts at his confession. Bryce had been such a big part of my treatment. He'd been through all the chemotherapy and radiation with me. He was always there next to my mother, and to think he never wanted to be was mind-blowing. "Austin, please say something." Until he spoke, I hadn't realized I just sat there staring at him. I shook my head, unable to find the words. What words? I couldn't form a sensible thought to vocalize how I felt. "I know I shouldn't have told you," he said, reaching across the table for my hand. "It's okay. We don't have to break up or anything. I'll still be with you." His hand on mine snapped me out of my stupor. I snatched my hand away from him and narrowly missed knocking over my glass. "What do you mean you'll stay with me?" I croaked. "I don't want your sympathy, Bryce. You're supposed to be my boyfriend. If you felt differently, why didn't you just say so from the beginning instead of waiting for so long?" I could have saved myself all the anxiety. But what was worse was knowing why he stood by my side. For popularity points. The thought made me sick. "I would have seemed like an asshole if I'd broken up with you back then. But now you're an even bigger asshole for the reason you stayed." I jumped to my feet, almost toppling over my chair. I wanted nothing to do with him anymore. He'd been my rock so many times while I went through chemo and radiation. He'd understood my reluctance to undergo an allogenic transplant, but convinced me to go through with it. After my first stem cell transplant had failed and the lymphoma had returned, I'd cried in his arms. Seeing his face had given me the extra strength I'd needed to endure all the treatments. "Is there something wrong?" The server hurried to our table. His eyes flitted from me to Bryce. "No, everything's fine," I replied. "I was just leaving." "Austin, you don't have to leave." Bryce's cheeks had turned red. Was it because he was feeling remorse or because we were attracting attention from the other diners in the restaurant? Either way, I didn't care. "Yes, I have to. I'm sorry you had to waste 7 years of your life being by my side. I'm sorry you gave me a reason to fight this disease. I'm sorry you feel stifled by my sickness and the possibility of a relapse. I'm sorry this isn't what you asked for. It's okay. At least now you're free." "Austin!" I shook my head, my heart not so much hurting for him breaking up with me, but for everything else he'd said. "No, it's fine. Thanks for being there, even if you didn't really want to. It meant the world to me at the time, and probably kept me alive." He called my name, but I didn't look back, winding my way through the tables, getting away from him as quickly as I could. All my original fears returned. Fears of never being able to have a normal life because others would find me too much of a risk. A time bomb. That was what Bryce saw me as. I couldn't even blame him. He was right. Now I was free of the cancer, but the possibility of a relapse would always hang over my head. And it would be unfair of me to expect anyone to have to go through what I did. It was probably best for me to stay alone. 2. Malcolm. "Thanks again, Doc." I waved at the patient, giving her a wide smile as she walked out of my office, then closed the door behind her. There was nothing like checking up on a patient and not finding any trace of the abnormal cells that plagued their bodies. These joyous moments made all the other heart-wrenching ones bearable. Just one glimmer of hope was enough to keep the darkness at bay. It was enough. I checked my appointments. My final outpatient for the day was 21-year-old Austin Villiers, who had been diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma when he was 15 years old. I didn't get to know him until 2 years after, when his hematologist had referred him to the Hope Cancer Treatment Center after his first stem cell transplant had failed. The young man had been in my care ever since, and together we'd found a treatment that worked for him. From the moment we'd met, I'd had a feeling about him that he would be one of the survivors. He must have been terrified, but even when he had been at his worst, he'd always smiled. I pushed Austin from my thoughts. He was just another patient I considered a success story. He was doing well, took care of himself, and never missed a checkup. I intended to do a couple more at a 3-month interval, and then I would space them out for every 6 months. I had a late lunch delivered to the center, surprising my receptionist with a meal as well. Loretta worked hard, and I appreciated my team enough to do right by them. Also, as a single mother of 3, she had to pinch pennies, so every little thing helped. After lunch, I made my rounds at the inpatient facility, which catered to those whose condition had deteriorated to a low chance of survival. Keeping my energy level up and a constant smile on my face, I interacted with my patients, who were all close to me in their own way. For me, the treatment of cancer began with the mind and keeping positive even in the worst of circumstances. When I returned to my office, Austin wasn't sitting in the waiting room yet, and I frowned. He was never late. In fact, I could always count on him to be early and to give a helping hand. This had started last year when he volunteered during the summer. His presence as a cancer survivor always worked well to give others hope. As I pulled up Austin's file, the scrape of a chair and murmured voices from the examination room next door drifted through the half-open door. Good. Austin must have arrived. Knuckles rapped on the door, and Loretta poked her head inside. She was an attractive woman with curvy hips who had shown interest in me, until I'd subtly revealed to her I was gay. Since that moment, we'd worked together well, and I couldn't have asked for a better assistant. "Malcolm, that sweet boy Austin is here. I settled him in the examination room next door." Sweet was definitely a word to describe Austin. I smiled despite the TED Talk to myself so many times to stop thinking about the younger man. Not only was he a patient, so any relationship between us would have been frowned upon, but I was also twice his age. "Thanks, Loretta." "No problem." Chuckling at her sing-song voice as she left, I rose to my feet and pushed open the side door, which led from my office to the examination room. I almost tripped over my own feet. I swallowed my gasp, mustering all my professionalism. Austin Villiers was an adorable guy who life had tried but failed to beat down. Instead of using the bathroom to change, he undressed right there in the examination room. I averted my eyes, but not before I'd caught sight of his ass clad in only a pair of dark blue briefs, disappearing beneath the blue hospital gown he put on. His round butt was not the image I needed stuck in my head. I turned my back and cleared my throat. "Dr. Greer," he squeaked. "I didn't hear you come in." This was ridiculous. I'd seen him completely naked before as his doctor. His nudity shouldn't bother me this much. I turned around again. Austin had hopped up onto the examination table and was kicking his feet back and forth. Today he wore a short blue wig that framed his heart-shaped face. He was one of the rare cases we'd had where the lymphoma had caused his hair to fall out because of a paraneoplastic manifestation. I'd seen the evolution of his wigs during that time. Sometimes he went for subtle, and other times they were bold and eye-catching. Either way, he always looked good. I especially liked to see him without his wigs, although I would never tell him that. Many patients were self-conscious about being bald, and it took a while for them to adjust. Some never did. I still remember the way he'd cried when I had to advise him why his hair was still not growing back the way he wanted. He had shown me pictures from before the treatment, a full head of blonde hair. "Hey, Doc." He smiled, but his mouth stretched tight at the corners. Not even the extra thick eyeliner and blue eyeshadow could hide the tension lines around his eyes. "Hello, Austin. How are you?" "I'm just ecstatic. Never been better." If I didn't know him any better, I might have fallen for his chipper mood. But Austin had a habit of telling lies that were evident. It was as though he didn't want to come outright with the truth, but wanted it to be obvious that his lies were just that, lies to cover up what he truly felt. For now, I let it slide, focusing on what was important first, his health. "Any symptoms?" I asked him. He shook his head. "No, I thought I was catching the flu last week, but it was just a fluke." "You up to date with your flu shot?" "I think so." "Austin?" His cheeks colored. "Yes, I'm up to date." "I hope you mean that. You already know your immune system isn't as strong as before, and we need to do everything possible to keep those pesky viruses from bothering you." I gave him a thorough checkup from listening to his lungs and heart before I went through the results of his PET scan. One of the complications that we had to prepare for with the kind of cancer he had developed was damage to his heart and lungs. We went over his dietary plan, changed his vitamins, and I had to counsel him on his exercise routine, which he was slacking off on. "I know you've been helping out at the center a lot, but you should get as much exercise in as the doctor ordered." "I'll try." I tapped his knee with my penlight. "Trying isn't good enough. You need to do exactly as I say, young man." His eyes widened a bit, and their blue depths pulled me in. "Yes, sir." "Good." I swallowed to moisten my throat and prayed like hell I wasn't about to pop a chubby. "Now, how's everything else going? Keeping healthy mentally and emotionally?" Austin, we've spoken about this before. You have to take care of your whole body, which means your mental state as well." He sighed and his shoulders slumped. "I think I'm handling everything well considering." "Considering? Did something happen?" "This wasn't my area of expertise, and I should leave it alone. We provided counselors for our patients to talk to keep them emotionally stable. When a patient was diagnosed with cancer, it had a huge impact on themselves as well as their families. We couldn't look after the body without the patient's emotional well-being too." He rubbed the back of his neck, looking uneasy, a sure sign that I should have backed off, but then he answered. "Bryce broke up with me." Had I heard that right? I knew Bryce almost as well as I knew Austin. The two had been in a relationship since high school. His boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, had accompanied Austin to almost every procedure he had to go through. I'd felt pleased at how the young man had handled their relationship, even when I'd seen how scared he was. "I'm sorry." It sounded so trite, but it was the only thing I could manage to say to him. "Don't be. He's a lying ass, and I'm glad we're not together anymore." The tears slipping down his cheeks contradicted his words. He wiped them away with his hands, but they kept coming faster until a sob tore from his chest. "I can't believe what he did," he said, and my heart squeezed for him. "Ugh, he cheated?" He shook his head. "I wish. Maybe that I could forgive, but not what he did." Maybe when you calm down, you'll think differently. When you love someone, you'll find a way to work things out. I wasn't an asshole, and as much as my reaction to Austin was unfortunate, I refused to take advantage of this situation. I genuinely thought he and Bryce worked well together. They were so young and sweet, perfect for each other, really. I'd been rooting for them to the detriment of my besotted heart. "Trust me, it can't be fixed. He never loved me." Shit. Of course he loved you. I placed a reassuring hand on Austin's shoulder. Why else would he stay by your side through everything? The question was innocent enough, but the second the words left my mouth, Austin launched himself at me. I was close enough for him to press forward, and he ended up with his face against my chest while fresh sobs racked his body. Alarmed, I placed both my arms around him. "Austin, come on, you're going to cry yourself sick." Sorry," he choked. "I don't know how to stop." "It'll be okay. You'll see. You're a smart boy. Also good looking. I'm pretty sure you'll find a new guy in no time." Was that even an appropriate thing to say to a patient? It didn't sound that way to me, but I needed to get him to stop crying. Not only was he getting my shirt all wet and smudged in makeup, but he was beginning to worry me. Austin was my little trooper, who made a joke in bad situations. I hated to see him so completely devastated by what Bryce had done to him. I wanted to pry and find out how to bring back that ever-glowing smile on his face, but I bit my lip to stop myself. Once the flow of words started, the ones I shouldn't say might tumble out as well. Slowly his sobs subsided, and his breathing became calmer. Then he stiffened, his face still pressed to my chest, my arms around him. To my embarrassment, my grip tightened around him before I let my hands drop to my sides. "I'm sorry." He jerked away, face pale, those beautiful blue eyes drowning in tears. He was a mess with his mascara smudged all over his face, but as usual, he still managed to look adorable. And now so heartbroken. "There's nothing to apologize for," I told him with a smile, but stepped away from him to create some space between us. The room had gotten stuffy. He let out a loud groan. "Ugh, what's wrong with me? I just cried all over my doctor." "Hey, this one's on me," I teased to lighten the mood. He seemed ready to keel over from embarrassment. "I won't write up the crying as part of my consultation fee this time." He laughed. More of a giggle, really, his sad countenance transforming with such radiance that he stole my breath. "I should hope not," he said. "My sponsor has been quite generous to pay for my treatments, but I think even he would draw the line of paying for my mental breakdown." "Hey, we all have our moments." He snorted. "You seem so perfect. When was the last time you had a moment?" If he knew exactly what I wanted to do to him sitting there on the bed, he would know how far from perfect I was. What the hell was the matter with me? I wasn't dead. Of course I'd felt attraction to clients before, but in a completely natural way of admiring someone's physical beauty. This, whatever this was, I felt for Austin was different. For starters, it wasn't an attraction that had sprung from meeting him in a bar or the supermarket. He'd been a kid back then. But as I watched him grow, and the courage he showed, somewhere in the past year or two, these forbidden feelings had cropped up. No matter how I tried to stuff them down, they refused to go away. "Nobody's perfect," I told him. "We all have our own demons to fight." "That's true." He cocked his head to one side as if in thought. "But wouldn't it be so much better to fight them together?" I narrowed my eyes. Was he suggesting? I don't mean like you and me," he said in a rush, his face flushed. "I meant more like generally speaking, when two people work together at something, it's better, you know?" He was doing so well to recover from his blunder until he buried his face into his hands and groaned. "Oh, boy." Cute, sweet, adorable. He had this innocent air about him that intrigued me at the same time it pushed me further away from him. "I understand what you mean, Austin. No harm done." He peeked through his fingers. "Can I go get dressed now?" "Yes, you may." He hopped down from the bed and made a dash for the bathroom, snagging his clothes from the chair. 3. Austin. "You did what?" Bert's laugh thundered at the poolside where I lounged with his family. His mother was the sponsor behind my treatment, and over the years the family had become involved in my life. At first I had felt awkward, like an intruder, but the couple and their kids welcomed me into their family with all the love they had to give. I couldn't imagine my life without them in it. They were all so inviting and always treated me and my mom like we were a part of their family. Every so often I dropped in on them to hang out. "I can't believe you cried on your doctor," Bert guffawed. "Was it at least a manly cry?" "Screw you, Bert," I yelled at him. I yanked off my wig and threw it down onto the chair, then ran and jumped into the pool. He swam away laughing, but I took after him. It didn't even bother me that he slowed down for me to catch up with him. I launched myself at him, pushing him down beneath the surface. When Bert grabbed me by the legs and broke the surface of the water with me on his shoulders, I shrieked and grasped his head to steady myself. He howled when my hand connected with his eye accidentally. "Kids, that's enough." Mimi's voice cut across the pool, and Bert stopped his horseplay. "Bert, don't be so rough with him." I beamed at Mimi standing at the edge of the pool, wearing shorts that clung to her legs. She was stunning as usual, and the woman who treated me with kid gloves but ran the family with an iron fist. And hugs. Lots of hugs. Mimi Crenshaw would have been my woman crush if I were into women. "I'm fine," I called out. Bert and I swam until I got tired, and I turned to the edge of the pool. I hauled myself up to sit on the ledge, and Bert stopped right beside me, his hands propped up but his body still immersed in the water. "Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you. What I should have asked you is why you were crying." "Bryce and I broke up," I told him with a groan. There were words exchanged that hurt, and he reminded me of them. Bert's usually laughing eyes blazed. Am I going to have to knock him out? I smiled at him and leaned forward to kiss his forehead. Bert was such a sweetheart, and good-looking too, though a bit conceited. He was an all-around good guy, but unfortunately like a brother. "No, I'm good. Promise." "Good, because I'm the only one allowed to give you shit." I rolled my eyes when he hoisted himself out of the pool, and dripping wet headed for the house. I got up, fixed my swimming trunks, and trod back to the loungers. "Do you like your wigs?" Mimi peered at me from where she sat on one of the loungers. They're okay. I don't mind them, and I feel fabulous sometimes, but other times I'd prefer not to wear them, you know? Then why do you? People stare less. They ask fewer questions, too. People need to mind their own business. Her words made me smile. I guess you and Paxton get a lot of that, too, huh? Yep. It took Paxton some time to get used to it, and now he doesn't even notice the stares, most times. Maybe someday I won't feel like I have to wear them. Your wigs look nice. Just wear them for you, not to make people comfortable. I nodded, but before I could respond, her husband emerged from the house. Paxton aimed straight for Mimi, bent over and kissed the side of her neck. She was over 20 years older than him, and they'd been married now for 10 years, proving all the gossipers wrong. What were you two talking about? He asked. How nosy people can be? Mimi beamed at him with such love in her eyes. In a family setting, she was far more relaxed than the badass self-made businesswoman who was worth a fortune. Are you staying for dinner, Austin? Paxton asked me. Invite Bryce and we can make it a small party. I shook my head before he'd even finished. Bryce and I broke up. Oh my God, what happened? Baby, don't pry. Mimi patted his leg. It's none of our business. Actually, it's fine. I didn't talk to my mother much about these things. She was great and all, but she already had so much to worry about. So it was little wonder everything tumbled out with my found family. Before I knew it, I told them everything. That's a messed up reason for doing something that seems honorable, Mimi said when I had finished. How could he take glory from your suffering? I shrugged, my shoulders slumping as they usually did whenever I thought too much about it. I know, and it hurts. But at the same time, I don't think I have the right to be mad at him. Meaning? I glanced from her to Paxton. How much should I divulge? Austin, Paxton said gently. If you don't feel comfortable telling us, that's fine. You're not obligated to tell us anything. But I hope you also know you can trust us, and that we'll never judge you. He gave a snort. We're the last people on this earth who would ever think to judge you. I think everything between us happened too suddenly, I said. He was my first crush, and we just started going out when I got the news. To be honest, I'm not sure we would have continued dating for long if I hadn't had Hodgkin's disease. But he was always so dedicated, and I couldn't be ungrateful for his presence. It meant a lot to me. But at the same time, I think I like Dr. Greer. Mimi and Paxton shared a look I couldn't figure out. It lasted no more than a few seconds before their attention was back on me. I groaned and buried my face in my hands. This was bad. You're oncologist, Dr. Greer? Mimi asked. Yes, is that bad? I swear I didn't try to like him or anything. Paxton laughed. Oh dear, it's not something you get a say in, unfortunately. If I did, I wouldn't be in love with this one. You don't think it's bad of me to like my oncologist that way? Mimi shrugged. You're 21, so it's not like you're a kid. Paxton and I would never try to argue about someone's age for obvious reasons. The tension slowly drained out of me. Wow, I don't know what to say. I guess I expected some kind of judgment. He's my doctor and all. Is he abusing his power? Paxton's voice held a bite. Oh, no, I quickly answered. He's been nothing but appropriate. Although, heat rose up my cheeks. Although what? I shook my head to clear the thoughts of how good it had felt to be pressed against him. It's just that sometimes I sense the feeling is mutual. But I'm not sure, you know? It might be a bit tricky. He's your doctor, and I'm almost sure there must be a rule against doctor-patient relationships somewhere. He wouldn't want to risk his career. Paxton was probably right, but his words didn't serve to help the situation. I could never have a relationship with Dr. Greer because he was my doctor. Deep down, I understood that, and I would most likely not have changed my mind about it either except for that embrace. He'd made me feel safe, cared for. And even if there existed a smidgen of hope, I couldn't stop thinking about a relationship between us. Mimi and Paxton were prime examples that an age gap wouldn't have to be a problem. She was in her 50s and Paxton in his 30s. I wanted that kind of closeness with someone else, too. Should I just give up on that because the man who made my heart race was my oncologist? Just be careful, Paxton patted my arm. We don't want to see you hurt. And you did just get out of a relationship. Give it some time, and perhaps approach this in a grown-up manner, which means talking to Dr. Greer about these feelings. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. But that wasn't exactly true. Dr. Greer wasn't only my physician. He was a major player at Hope Cancer Treatment Center and allowed me to volunteer there whenever I had a bit of free time. All that could change in the blink of an eye if I messed this up. The risk wasn't just losing one of the best oncologists, who was not only good at his job but also cared for people, but also losing out of experiencing the center. Still, Paxton's advice was solid. I was definitely interested in whether Dr. Greer felt the same way I did. All other matters aside, such as our age and doctor-patient relationship, that was the important question. Did he feel the same way I did? 4. Malcolm. It was almost 8 o'clock. I should have left the center at 6, but things rarely went as smoothly as we hoped for. We'd almost lost a patient today, and a somber feeling had descended over the center as everyone was reminded of how fragile life was. That sometimes, no matter how much you fought, life threw you a curveball. The 4 wing, as the name suggested, housed patients who had stage 4 cancer. This was the section of the center many had the most difficulty to enter, especially newbies. I knew some people thought centers like these were only to cure someone of cancer, but that wasn't all we did. We also ensured that the patients who had little hope of remission were treated well and were as comfortable as possible during their final days. And I was damn proud of how well we succeeded, judging by the smiling faces of the patients and their families. I'd left the first room on the block last for a reason. Grant Evans wasn't the easiest patient, but he'd grown on me. His life expectancy was projected at less than 4 months, and being resigned to his fate, Mr. Evans didn't mince words. He said it just like it was, even if you didn't want to hear it. He could be stubborn as well about his meds. The nurses had to oversee each dosage, or he would hide them under his pillow and wait until the nurses had left and then flush the pills down the toilet. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the door quietly in case he was sleeping. I didn't want to wake the man, who would no doubt give me the length of his tongue if I ever did that again. "Sweet, firm thighs," a trembling voice said, followed by a grunt. "People tell me I should be scared of death, but the moment I could no longer get it up, I was ready for this." He guffawed and ended up coughing. "Come on, you're young. Don't tell me it's not one of the damn finest things a man can experience. Why, I remember when I was your age, I wasn't too partial about a hot young woman climbing into my lap." Frowning, I pushed the door wider. Who was at the receiving end of his words? Of all the people, I hadn't expected Austin, red spots dotting his cheeks, squirming on a chair beside the bed. He usually was out of the center by 5 or 6 at the latest. We didn't pay him for being here, and I didn't expect it to be anything but a hobby for him, giving back his time and sharing his experience. "I'm not really interested in women," Austin said, his voice quiet. I tensed, ready to move forward and stop any unfavorable words that might come out of Mr. Evans's mouth. The older generation wasn't necessarily understanding where alternative lifestyles were concerned. "Good for you," Mr. Evans said. "I can't say I see what the fuss is about finding another man attractive, but whatever strikes your fancy." "Sorry, but I don't get what the hoopla is about the opposite sex either," Austin easily replied with a chuckle. "So, Dr. Greer." I froze at my name, stunned that it came up at all. "What about Dr. Greer?" "Do you have the hots for him?" Mr. Evans asked. "I guess he's the type you'd say is good-looking, right?" Austin made a sound I didn't know to interpret. His face had gotten even redder and was now the color of a ripe tomato. Ever since our last encounter, he had made himself scarce. I knew he was still coming into the center. The patients talked about him, and my assistant never failed to sing his praises, but he always seemed so elusive. I'd hear him in one room, only for him to vanish as soon as he spotted me. Before he could answer, I knocked on the door loudly. "Mr. Evans, I'm here for your checkup." I walked into the room, feigning surprise at Austin being there. "Austin, what are you doing here at this hour? Shouldn't you be home already?"
"He was just keeping me company, Doc,"
Mr. Evans answered.
"My stories can get a little long-winded, as I've been told."
He beamed a smile at the young man.
"I hope I didn't talk your ears off."
I didn't mind. Austin rose to his feet and tucked his hands into the back pockets of his extremely skinny jeans. How much smaller and fragile was he compared to me? A clear warning to stay away. This was no ordinary boy. "All non-essential staff has already left." I frowned. "You need to go home and rest."
"Sheesh, Doc, it's only 8 o'clock,
Mr. Evans said.
"Cut the kid some slack, he's an adult."
He turned his attention to Austin again.
"You are, aren't you?"
Austin jutted his chin out and pursed his lips as if he was daring me to contradict the statement. "Of course I am," he said. "In fact, I'm turning 22 next week."
"Well, damn, we're going to have a party here, aren't we?"
Austin chuckled and squeezed the older man's hand. "My friends are throwing me one. I'll ask them to do a video so you can watch it later. I'll see you tomorrow." He dropped a kiss on the man's forehead. Mr. Evans scowled at him, but his reaction didn't fool me one bit. For some reason, he liked Austin, even when he couldn't stand most people. Who was I kidding? It wasn't for some unknown reason. Austin was a sweet boy. Too sweet for the likes of me. "Good night, Dr. Greer," he said softly as he passed me. "Good night, Austin." I turned to watch him go, and my gaze landed on his small, firm butt. A throat cleared. I quickly tore my eyes away from him. Mr. Evans was grinning widely. Damn, the last thing I needed was for this grumpy, nosy busybody to pick up on my inappropriate attraction to my patient.
"That boy is something, isn't he?"
he asked.
"He's a looker, too."
I grunted a non-committal response and proceeded to examine him. He was a lot more friendly tonight. A bit chatty, too, but at least he didn't bring up Austin, which I was more than grateful for. I still hadn't figured out what I planned to do with the boy just yet. My instinct told me to ask him to quit. His immune system was too weak for him to continue to work in the center. But he was always careful, and he always followed procedure. He enjoyed volunteering at the center, and I didn't want to take that away from him. Plus, I didn't mind seeing him around. I just needed not to want him so much, or not to be so obvious about it. I was twice his age, for fuck's sake. Hardly a teenager, and yet whenever he was around, my hormones acted up like I was one. I bid goodnight to Mr. Evans and walked back to my office. The paperwork on my desk could wait a day. I grabbed my car keys and laptop and told the doctor who was on duty for the night that I was off. The sight of Austin sitting on a low wall outside, kicking his legs, pulled me up short. He was always so restless. The lace of his left shoe was undone and trailed on the ground. "Austin?" He made no indication he'd heard me. His legs kept swinging back and forth, his head, with today's pink wig, bobbing from side to side. With a sigh, I walked over to him and tapped his shoulder. "Austin, what are you still doing here?" He shrieked, his body jerking, and fell backward. He flailed his arms, and I was just in time to catch him from tumbling over the wall. He grabbed onto me, and I winced at the sound of my laptop crashing to the ground. "Dr. Greer!" he cried, popping his earphones out of his ears. His heartbeat pounded under my hands, and little puffs of air ghosted my neck. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you." I pulled him forward to steady him. He took it a completely different way and buried his face into my chest. "Jesus, you scared me. Oh my God, why'd you sneak on me?" I gently set him on his feet, away from him. He felt way too good against me. So small and frail, If I didn't step back, I wouldn't be able to fight the instincts to wrap him up in my arms and keep him safe from the world. I called out to you, but you didn't hear. I released him and he swayed on his feet, then regained his footing. I was listening to music. Why are you out here? I thought you went home. Had he been waiting for me? I was trying to get a hold of my mom to pick me up on the way from work, he said. She didn't answer, so I left her a message asking her to call me back. His hands flew to his mouth. Holy shit! At his outburst, I followed his gaze. A small piece at the corner of the lid of my laptop had broken off. I grunted as I picked it up and flipped it open to check the screen. Miraculously, the thing wasn't broken. Did I cause that? He asked, his eyes wide. No, I dropped it. But only because you caught me. It's fine, Austin. Of course it's not. I broke your laptop. I have to get you a new one. He flinched. His mother hardly had the money for him to buy me a laptop. As a practical nurse who had studied later on in life than most, between her own student loans and the initial payment for Austin's treatment before he got help, they were struggling. They had only been able to afford care at our private center because of his sponsor. Stop worrying about it. I took him by the arm. You didn't hurt any part of you when you fell, did you? He groaned and covered his face with his hands. Just my pride. I startled you. No need for you to be embarrassed. I wasn't expecting you. He dropped his hands and dug his phone from his pocket. I should try to get my mom again. Walk away, Malcolm, just walk away. I can give you a lift. You couldn't just walk away, could you? Never from him. I couldn't impose, he said. I already broke your laptop. What? Are you afraid you're going to break me next? I asked, amused. He licked his lips and assessed me from my head to my toes. I wasn't exactly huge, but I was proud of my physique. The gym I had outfitted at home kept me in shape. I couldn't be concerned about my patient's well-being and not take care of myself. I think you would break me, he murmured, and when he raised his eyes to mine, the heat in them was more than I could bear. Come on, I croaked out, stepping away from him. My car's this way. We didn't say anything else as we walked the short distance to my car. I unlocked the door for him before I realized what I had done. This was hardly a date, and I didn't need to treat it like one. But seeing his reddened cheeks and the way he used his tongue to wet his bottom lip was worth it. Thank you. I nodded at him, then closed the door and rounded the hood, mouthing several fucks. I was hard inside my slacks, and the last thing I needed was for him to notice, or for him to get under my skin any further. To save myself from further grief, as soon as I pulled out of the parking lot, I found a local radio station that had the news going on. It effectively stopped us from having a conversation, until I had to turn it down to ask him for directions to his house. I hope you don't mind, but I'll be making a quick stop to grab dinner. That's fine. At the restaurant, I left the engine running and made my way inside. The owners were my best friend, Rowan, and Cynthia, his wife. We had my schedule down pat, and my dinner was usually ready by the time I left the center. When I worked nights, I picked it up before I went in, and sometimes they had my lunch delivered. Mal, how's your evening? Cynthia greeted me with a kiss on my cheek. 1 curried shrimp is ready. Are you eating in? No, I have someone waiting for me in the car, I said. Could you make it a double? Her eyes widened and she grinned at me. Oh, a hot date? How long has it been, Mr. Workaholic? Not a date, just... What was Austin? Uh-huh. Well, don't forget to bring him around soon so we can spoil him too, she said and disappeared to the kitchen. Within minutes, she returned with 2 dinners, and when I pulled out my wallet, shook her head. Nope, this one's on us if it helps you get laid. I laughed, picking up the containers. Trust me, that's unlikely to happen. Now I'm really curious. There's nothing to tell, Synth. All right, continue being a meanie and not share. Eventually, you'll have to bring him round to meet the family. With a grin, I waved goodbye to her and hurried from the restaurant. Austin was fiddling with his phone and didn't seem to mind that I'd gone. Sorry about that. I slid in behind the wheel. Will you hold this for me, please? The top one is yours. Mine? He settled the food containers in his lap. Yes, it's dinner. You bought me dinner? His tone sounded so soft and hopeful. Shit. My friends own the restaurant. I drove out of the parking lot. I don't have time to cook, so they always make me dinner. I figure with how long you spent at the center, you were probably hungry. Oh. Silence filled the car. Damn, he had turned off the radio. That's so sweet of you, he said after about a full minute had passed. Thank you. It was no trouble. I didn't really realize, but I am hungry. I frowned. You shouldn't be skipping meals, you know that. I know, he sighed heavily. Sorry, it's just that Mr. Evans said his son canceled visiting him again, and I could tell he was bummed at the news. I was trying to cheer him up. God, why couldn't he be some selfish asshole of a young adult too preoccupied with himself? Instead, he was this considerate and caring young man, qualities that were desirable to have in a partner. You give a lot to the patients at the center. I turned into his street. Thanks for that. They like having you around. I like being there, too. He peered through the window. That's my apartment building coming up. I pulled into the driveway at the front of a brown building. I frowned, not liking the fact that he lived there. It was hardly the slums, but still, he was too selfless, too kind. Hell, he had a heart of gold, and deserved to live in a better neighborhood. You spend way too much time at the center. I tapped my fingers on the steering wheel. You're young, it's summer. You should be going out to the lake with friends, having fun with kids your own age, not hanging around people who are dying. Not all are dying. You know what I mean. You hang out more on the four-wing. I don't mind. Other guys my age are usually assholes. You're talking about your ex-boyfriend. He shrugged. I don't want to talk about him. Want to come up and have dinner together? I blinked at the sudden shift in conversation and avoided looking at him. The hope filling his voice was hard to crush, but what choice did I have? Can't. I have an early day tomorrow, so I should go home. Oh. Let me get the door for you. He was more than capable of opening his car door, but there I was making a fool of myself rushing to do it for him. He placed my dinner on the dashboard and, clutching his to his chest, he climbed out slowly. Thanks for bringing me home, and for dinner, he said, glancing down at his shoes. His shoe was still untied. Hold on, let me. I went down on one knee and gathered up the two ends of the lace. Dr. Greer, you don't have to. I ignored his protest and firmly tied his lace. Then I did the other one because it was sloppy at best. When I rose to my feet, I avoided his eyes. Have a good night, Austin. Wait! His outburst stopped me getting into my car. Yes? Do you want to come to my birthday party? He blurted out. Excuse me? Mimi and her husband are throwing me a birthday party. I wasn't planning to do anything, and when they found out, they kind of took it over. Not that I'm complaining, it's really sweet of them. Anyway, they're hosting it at their home next Saturday, and I'd love it if you'd come. The words came out in a long rush, and now he was panting as if he was out of breath. He stared right back at me without looking away, and I had to break our gaze. Had he always looked at me with such hope in his eyes? He was an open book, and it terrified me to see the longing in his eyes. I could make his night by telling him yes, but what would that accomplish? I was his oncologist. It would be wildly inappropriate for me to have a relationship with him. I'd been treating him since he was a teen, and people would get the wrong impression that I'd been with him when he wasn't legal. I'm sorry, but I don't think that's a good idea. You're my patient. His face turned red and he shifted his weight. It's just a party. Except it wouldn't be. If I showed up at that party, I was as good as admitting my attraction for him. He probably sensed it already, but I refused to do anything about it. Attending his birthday party would be taking one step forward when I needed to take several back. I really want you to be there, he said, his voice soft. If it weren't for you and your care, I wouldn't have lived to see 22. Austin, at least think about it. Before I could explicitly tell him I wouldn't show up at his party, he was running off toward the building. Good night! 5. Austin. He wasn't coming. I shouldn't be disappointed. He had told me quite frankly that he wouldn't show up, that it was out of line. More than once, too. I'd made a fool of myself pestering Dr. Greer about attending my party all week, and every day he'd shot me down. Yesterday, when I'd left the center, I'd slipped into his office and left Mimi's home address on his desk. Maybe he hadn't seen it. Maybe a wind had blown it off the desk and he really wanted to come but couldn't because he had no idea where they lived. Bullshit. I brewed it into my sangria. Up to this moment, I'd avoided drinking liquor per my doctor's orders. No one could miss this house. It was humongous. Like, seriously. But then Mimi and Paxton combined had so many associates, friends, and family that it kind of made sense for them to live in such a big place. They entertained a lot. Hey there, kiddo. Bert lifted my legs and placed them over his lap as he sat on my lounge chair. It's your birthday. Why do you look so glum? I'm not glum. I winced at the monotone of my voice. Why don't you try again? He said. Seriously, if we don't put a smile on your face, Mom's going to get all worried about you. Better me than her mother hen behavior, right? That prompted a chuckle from me. Mimi could be a mother hen. I'd watched her mother, Bert. Now she did the same to me. It was nice. My mother worked so hard she didn't get to do much of this stuff, but she tried her best. I expected someone to show up, but he hasn't, I replied. That wouldn't be Doc McHottie, would it? I groaned. Don't call him that. That's just so bad. He laughed. I suppose it is. Anyway, what's going on with you and the doc? Absolutely nothing, although he did buy me dinner. But I had to eat it alone, so that doesn't count, right? I don't think so, but it's a step. So is this like serious where you want him to be your boyfriend? My thoughts went to Dr. Greer and him being my boyfriend. If only. But that didn't seem like it was going to happen. The man kept me at arm's length. So far, I was the one doing all the pushing. He only asked after my health, checked up on me that I was eating, and chided me for not exercising the way I should. Yes, but I'm not having much luck. I hid my scowl by taking another sip of my drink. Well, it's kind of early still. Does it matter? He'll never like me back. Bert took the drink out of my hand and placed it on the ground by the lounge. Guess what? Today's your big day. You're 22. You're not allowed to be down in the dumps, understand? I swallowed hard and nodded. If only life was always like this, with someone telling me what I should do. I got so neglectful at times. Dr. Greer was good at reminding me what to do. Come on, birthday boy. He tugged me off the chaise. Let's go swimming. He was right. I was 22, a birthday I had never expected to see 7 years ago. It was ungrateful of me to spend it moping about the doctor. I pushed all thoughts of Dr. Greer from my mind. It was a beautiful day, and I had so much to be thankful for, especially my mom and these awesome friends. When I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's, my mother had cried like it was my last day on earth. 7 years later, and I had a great life. It might not be with the man I wanted, but I was happy. My life was meaningful. Once I stopped fixating on Dr. Greer, I had a wonderful time. Everyone was so relaxed, and for once my mother had her feet up. She worked so hard to take care of me, and she looked older than her 47 years. I cherished every line on her face. Lines of worry from raising me alone and bearing the burden of taking care of a son with cancer all on her own. Mimi clapped and called to get out of the pool. A collective groan rose. We had so much fun and didn't want to leave the cool water. Come on, we've got a cake to cut, Mimi said, her eyes sparkling. Anyone looking at her would have thought I was one of her kids. Paxton wheeled out the cake onto the pool deck, a silly smile on his face. Where's the birthday boy? He asked, and I shyly shuffled forward. I'd never had so much attention on me before, and it was a bit disconcerting. Despite Dr. Greer's absence, my heart felt so full and I couldn't stop smiling.
He still looks 17 to me,
Bert snickered. At least I don't still act like I'm 12.
He's got you there, Bert, Paxton laughed. But can we be serious for a minute? It's Austin's special day.
Mimi started singing Happy Birthday to You, and everyone joined in. The warmth and love of this group of people rolled over me like a gentle wave, and I teared up. I was so lucky to have them all.
"Oh, we've made him cry," Paxton said.
"They're happy tears," I laughed, hugging my mom, who was right next to me. "Thank you, everyone, for doing this for me. I'm grateful for each year I get to spend with my mom and friends." "We're all blessed to know you, Austin." Mimi reached for my hand and squeezed it. "Now make your wish. Blow out your candles and cut your cake." I did as she said. But while I blew out the candles, I wished for Dr. Greer to show up. I wished really hard, even though it was silly. I wasn't 5 anymore. Every time someone walked onto the patio from the house, I glanced up in anticipation. But it was never him. "Are you okay?" Mom took me aside while everyone was digging into the cake. "I'm fine. Thanks for coming. I know you have work and—" "Of course I came, sweetie." She brushed my cheek with the back of her hand. "I want to be present for every birthday."
You'll get tired of me soon."
I hugged her, and my heart swelled to the brim with emotions. "I love you, Mom. I hope you know I'm grateful for every single thing you've done for me." "Oh, baby, I'm your mom. I'm just doing right by you." Despite what she said, not every mother went the extra mile she did, as I'd learned from my volunteer work in the center. "I'm sorry I have to leave your party early." She pinched my cheek. "But I asked for an hour from work just to be here. I don't want to take another minute more than they gave me." "I understand, Mom. I'll see you at home later." She smiled at me, the love in her eyes wrapping around me like a warm blanket. She made the rounds, thanking Mimi and her family for doing this for me. Mimi reassured her that no thanks were necessary, and they walked out together, chatting like old friends. The party lasted into the late evening, and I had so much fun I didn't let Dr. Greer's absence spoil my party. Bert was like a little kid, and he made me laugh so much.
"I'm going out to the club, I think. Want to come?"
Bert asked me. I rose to my feet. I'm not exactly in the mood for clubbing, but maybe you can give me a ride home?"
"Sure thing."
While he ran upstairs to change his shirt, I thanked Mimi and Paxton for throwing me the party. "Thanks for letting us do this for you." Mimi kissed both my cheeks. "It's been a fun day, but we're tired and we're going to bed." They went upstairs, and I sat in the living room waiting for Bert.
"Come on."
He squatted on the floor.
"Hop on my back and I'll bring you to the car."
"You're crazy." But I climbed up his back like a monkey, yelling when he didn't walk but ran with me out to the garage. He let me down next to his car, and the image of Dr. Greer opening the car door for me the other night popped into my mind. I'd really liked it. "Aren't you getting my door?" I asked, batting my eyelashes at Bert.
"Ha ha," he laughed. "Get your own door. It's not like we're fucking."
"Ew, gross." I made a face at him and opened the car door. "That would be like fucking my brother."
"Some people find that hot."
"Are you for real?" He shrugged. "Not me, obviously, but just saying.
Plus, don't knock it till you've tried it. I could make you happy in the sack."
"You're such a horn dog." I slapped his shoulder. "Quit hitting on me, especially if you're going to do a half-ass job at it."
"I'll show you half-ass."
He tickled me, and I dissolved into giggles, unable to get away from him in the small space of the car.
"Bert, stop." "I'll stop if you tell me I have the best pickup game ever."
"You have the best pickup game ever." I jerked away from his tickling hands and bashed my head into the window. "Ow, look what you did."
"Don't be a baby, it's just a bump."
He stopped tickling me.
"Seriously, does it hurt?"
I shook my head. "It'll be fine."
"Should I go back in and get you some ice?" A bump won't kill me, it's fine, really. And him being playful was fun. I could enjoy myself without Dr. Greer. Why didn't I crush on Bert? It would be more appropriate than having the hots for my doctor. I kept sneaking glances at him. He was handsome, he made me laugh, and he cared about me. "Here you go," he said when he parked in front of my building. "Now get out so I can pick up someone for the night." I turned to him instead. "Kiss me." "What?" He made a choking sound. "You just said ew to the idea of anything intimate between us." "Just do it. I want to see if I was being too hasty." "All right, you asked." He leaned forward, and I met him halfway, our lips easily finding each other's. He was skillful with his tongue, but nothing. No sparks, no fireworks, no fuzzy feelings. I felt nothing. "You're right," he pulled back, wincing. "That was not hot. Let's stick to being brothers." "Agreed." I chuckled and hopped out of his car. "See you around, brother only." "Brat. Wait till you find the right man to spank that ass for you." "So not a brotherly thing to say." Smiling, I hurried inside. At least I knew for sure that Bert and I could only be friends. Such a pity, though. It would have been so much easier if I'd been attracted to him instead of Dr. Greer. Dr. Greer. I sighed and entered the apartment I shared with my mother. What was I to do about him? If I could steal a kiss, maybe that would be enough. But could I go around kissing men until I found my prince? My mother had brought over all my birthday presents. It was unusual to see so many boxes in the living room for my birthday. I'd had birthdays when my mother hadn't even been able to afford one gift, just a cupcake. Now I might have wealthy friends who threw me elaborate parties and showered me with presents, but I would always cherish those birthdays where it was just Mom and me. Even if her attempts of baking the cake herself had resulted in something you could eat with a spoon or break your teeth on. My mother was a terrible cook, which was the reason I made dinner most of the time. What she lacked in the kitchen, though, she made up for in love. Lots and lots of it. I removed my wig and mounted it on the stand in my room. Most of the time I liked wearing them, but other times I wanted to go out without them. If only people wouldn't stare at me and ask me about my bald head. After a quick shower, I pulled out my favorite pajamas. They were washed so often the patterns were indiscernible, and there were a few patches here and there, but they were comfy, and it wasn't like I was expecting company for the night. Mimi had given me an expensive bottle of wine, but I put that aside for a special day. Instead, I poured myself a glass of sweet tea and settled down on the couch in the living room. A knock on the door interrupted the Lifetime movie playing on the TV. I wanted to ignore it, but it could be the guy a few doors down who was sweet on my mother and checked up on her every so often. If only she would give the guy a break already. Guilt ate at me whenever I considered the possibility that she didn't get involved because of me. I muted the movie, trudged to the door, and swung it open. "Dr. Greer?" That came out more like a squeak than the adult greeting I'd aimed for. Warmth flooded into my chest. He was here. Not at the party, but he was here. Excitement danced in my stomach, and I felt lightheaded all of a sudden. Even though I hadn't drunk that much, it was most likely the reason I swooned a bit. "Are you okay?" He grasped my arm to steady me, then pressed a hand to my forehead. "You're not sick, are you?" If I said yes, would he continue touching me? "No, I may have had a bit too much to drink." He frowned. "That's not a good thing." I licked my lips and stared up at him, feeling bolder than I'd ever been around him before. I suppose not, but who's to stop me from drinking? He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. He closed it, then tried again. "You're smart. You know why it's not a good idea for you to drink." I pouted at him. I didn't even care if it made me look childish when I was trying to get him to see me as an adult. "You missed the party." "I didn't think it was appropriate to show up. I'm your doctor." "Then why are you here now? That doesn't make sense." "I'm on my way to the center. Night shift." From beneath his coat, he removed a small, brightly wrapped gift, with a pretty purple bow on top and handed it to me. I wanted to drop this off. He brought me a gift. My disappointment faded away to immense pleasure. Thank you. I pulled out the bow. You don't have to open it right now. That's okay, I want to. I ripped the wrapping paper from the box, then flipped the lid. Oh, God, it's beautiful. I took out the small pendant that looked so tiny in my hands. A purple stone was nestled between two diamonds. I saw it and thought of you. What? I looked up at him. The way he stared back at me, I knew I hadn't been wrong about us. He felt it too, the connection. Dr. Greer, this isn't something you buy for just any patient, I said softly. You could have waited until tomorrow to give it to me, not hand-deliver it yourself. I had to drive by anyway. But that's not why you did it. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. His shoulders were so tense they resembled a block of granite. If it helps, I feel the same way. I smoothed the furrow between his brows. Opening his eyes, he let out a groan. You know we can't. You're my patient. But I'm also a man. So are you. I'd been wanting to do this for a while. I placed a hand on his shoulder and had to stand on my toes to reach his lips. But the effort was so worth it. Stars, thousands of stars and sparkles and tingles all over my body. All from a single kiss. Not like the nothingness when I'd kissed Bert earlier. Even when Dr. Greer just stood there and allowed me to kiss him without reciprocating, it was the best kiss I'd ever had. Bryce had barely touched me, as if he thought I would break. Yeah, that should have been a sign. Thank you for the gift. I rocked back on my heels, but before I could step back, his arm was around my waist, pulling me back gently against him. Austin. Our noses bumped, and I chuckled, the sound captured by his lips settling over mine. I clutched the box tightly and wound my arms around his neck as he hauled me completely up against him. My feet no longer touched the ground, but that was okay because he supported my weight. I wouldn't fall as long as he kept holding me. He devoured me with gentle kisses at first, just moving lips over mine. Then his tongue probed and I whimpered, opening for him. When his tongue brushed mine, I moaned. I was so hard. I wrapped my legs around his waist and rocked against him, my cock rubbing into his stomach. Dr. Greer cupped my ass, plunging his tongue into my mouth. Years of never-fulfilled longing culminated in a crashing orgasm. My balls tightened up, a shudder ran through my body, and I came in my PJs. Oh, shit. My face flamed. Had he noticed what had just happened? I popped my eyes open, wavering between being content he'd kissed me and embarrassed for the stickiness in my underwear. He'd barely kissed me and had completely ruined me. What if he'd touched me? Dr. Greer set me on my feet, his eyes wide, breathing hard. Shit, Austin. God damn it, I swore this wouldn't happen. It doesn't matter. I tugged at his shirt. It's not like I'm going to file a complaint against you. He shook his head, cleared his throat, and stepped back. This can't happen again. It's too complicated. But have a good night, Austin. He was out the door before I had a chance to open my mouth. And what exactly could I say? I had no idea. But if he thought he could kiss me like that and make me cum in my pants, then forget it happened, he had another thing coming. 6. Malcolm. What the fuck, man? Are we running from a serial killer I don't know about? I slowed my pace, allowing my brother Abe to catch up. Sweat dripped down my face, my legs burned, and my lungs were near to bursting, but it felt good to be out in the open. After spending the night tossing and turning in bed thinking about Austin, reliving that kiss from 2 days ago, I needed to get rid of all the tension in my body before I did something stupid. like drop in on him again to pick up where we'd left off. Fuck, he'd come from kissing me. At the time, I'd thought it better to ignore what had happened, but every time I thought about it, I wanted to turn back the clock. That kiss had been inappropriate as hell, and him coming so quickly showed how innocent Austin was. As the older, more experienced one, I had to do the right thing and leave him alone. No matter how much he was throwing hints my way, he was available. "What's the matter, old man? Can't keep up?" He snorted, and I laughed. Abe was, in fact, 4 minutes older than me, and we were almost identical to boot. He lived a few houses down from me with Jillian, his wife, and their litter of rescue dogs, no kids. They preferred the 4-legged variety, as they were fond of telling anyone who bemoaned their 10 years of childless marriage. "You invited me for a run," he said, "not a fucking marathon." I slowed down to a walk and wandered to a stone bench ahead of us in the park. I could do with a breather before we started the trek back. Damn, I'd been insane to set such a punishing pace. "You're getting unfit, man. Chasing after dogs isn't doing the trick." He collapsed onto the bench beside me, leaning over with his elbows propped up on his thighs. "Tell me what the fuck's going on now while I catch my breath," he rasped and wheezed. "And it better be fucking good, too, for you to torture me like this." I shook my head. "How do you manage not cussing when you're around the kids at the high school?" "They swear worse than me." I leaned back against the back of the bench and stretched my legs out in front of me. I kissed one of my patients. "Let me guess, that Austin guy?" I gaped at him. "How the hell did you know that?" He laughed but ended up coughing. "You should hear how you talk about this guy." "What?" "You're completely smitten with him. Every day it's Austin did this today. Austin made someone smile today. Jesus, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were in love with the guy." I remained silent. Was I in love with Austin? I'd never thought so deeply of that possibility before. He excited me, but he also brought out all these protective feelings. I was concerned about him all the time. Was he eating? Was he sleeping right? Exercising? But that was me being his oncologist, wasn't it? Then what was the pendant all about? I'd felt so guilty about not attending his birthday party that I tried to make up for it by finding a gift worthy of him. The survivor stones that made up the pendant were perfect. He was strong, a survivor. "Are you in love with him?" Abe asked. I groaned and ran my fingers through my hair. "Fuck, Abe. I don't think so. I don't know him that well. I just been with him through some of his worst experiences and his best, too." If anybody else had asked, I would have flat out denied it. But Abe and I had shared a womb. There wasn't much I kept a secret from him. Maybe nothing at all. He was my sounding board, and he would talk some sense into me before I fell all the way for a patient. "Man, you're screwed and you know it," Abe said. "What are you going to do about it?" "What do you mean? Nothing." "So you're just going to let it go?" I jerked to my feet and paced in front of him. What else can I do? These situations are covered under the ethical practices of being a doctor. Because of our position, we can't date a patient. It will seem manipulative and can end in a lawsuit. "Only if you break his heart and he files a lawsuit against you." I glared at him, not helping Abe. "Sorry. I've never seen you this twisted up about a guy before. Makes me want to meet him." I pushed up my sweatband and swiped at my forehead. He's way too young for me, and that makes it worse. Nobody will believe I didn't somehow manipulate his emotions. You know, patients can sometimes get attached to doctors and think of them as their heroes. Well, don't get a swollen head. I'm sure nobody thinks of you as a hero. You haven't seen the way he looks at me. I should never have consented to him volunteering at the center. Sheesh. Is it that bad you can't keep your hands off him? That would have been simple. If I hadn't kissed him. If I hadn't caught his little moans inside my mouth when I stroked his tongue with mine. If he hadn't wrapped his hands around my neck, his slender body fitting so well against mine. and hadn't made the sounds of wonder when he came. I'll tell him he'll have to stop volunteering. That's an asshole move if he likes it there. Then what the hell am I supposed to do? He got up from the bench and stretched the muscles in his legs. What's his position? I think during one of your talks about him you said he was recovering well. Yes, 2 years in total remission. And how often do you see him? We're about to make the switch to every 6 months. I think I have an idea. I stared at him. How could he have an idea to solve my problem? There was no way around it. I won't secretly date him. That's unethical and could get me fired. Just hear me out. Since his case isn't serious anymore, why not hand him over to another doctor you trust? Then you can date the crap out of him. Despite the seriousness of the situation, I laughed at the way Abe said that. I want to be the one to take care of him, though. Then do it, just in a different capacity, as his lover. In fact, you'd be able to spend more time taking care of him than you do now. I cocked my head to one side. He had a point there. If I wasn't Austin's doctor anymore and we dated, I'd still be able to take care of him unofficially. I'd get to supervise his diet, his exercises, and if he wasn't getting enough sleep, I could find ways to remedy that. Dr. Mallory Jacobs would be a good fit for him. She was an excellent oncologist, and we were close enough that I could tell her what was going on. She should be able to understand since she was married to a former patient of hers too. At least in her case, the man had ceased to be a patient for 5 years before they met again. Still, the solution was perfect. You may have just solved the problem. I grinned at Abe. Yep, that's why I'm the smart one. Race her back to the house. There was no way he was going to win. I can't say I'm surprised. I blinked at Mallory, who rolled her eyes at me. Why isn't anyone surprised? I'd arrived at the center an hour early so I could approach her about the Austin situation before I started my day. Before Austin arrived and looked at me with expectation in his eyes. I needed to have the solution to our problem. I couldn't just ignore him. He deserved more than that from me. You have a connection with the boy. It was clear as day. Plus, I get that he likes hanging around here for the patients, but that's not the only reason. Do you see the way he looks at you? Only recently. I stepped closer to her desk. He had a boyfriend. I would never have hit on him first. Relax, Malcolm. I know you too well to think you'd intentionally go after a patient. Thank God for that. Not everyone will be so understanding. That's for sure. She tapped her pen twice on her desk, then put it down. I don't mind taking him on at all, but talk to him. Make sure he agrees. Maybe he'd rather have you as his oncologist than as a partner. I didn't even think about that possibility. Jesus, I wasn't usually this scatterbrained. One kiss and I was a frickin' mess. That's possible. And, you know, even if I take him on now, people will speculate about your relationship. The timing is completely awful. I don't suppose you could wait? No. We both know there will never be a time that a relationship between us will be considered appropriate. True. He's awfully young, for one. Even though Eric and I hadn't seen each other in 5 years before we started dating, people speculated. Eventually, their attention has to be focused elsewhere, right? You're also forgetting one key factor. I raised my eyebrows. What the hell else was I forgetting now? You need to talk to Shepard about it. Let him know why you're giving up this patient. I swallowed hard. Just the thought of approaching the chairman of the board of directors about this issue made me sweat. He handled our profiles, and I could be dismissed with just a word from him. Shit, Shepard will never allow it. He's not as bad as you might think, she said with a smile. He helped me out with Eric when I went to him, feeling guilty about dating a former patient. He sat me down and went through the rules with me and such. He'll do the same with you. He may want to talk to Austin, though, about the relationship to ensure you're not coercing him. Why would I coerce him? Do you know how much I've been trying to avoid this? Don't tell me that. Tell it to Shepard. Trust me, he may snap at first, but it's better that he hears it from you than after the fact. 7. Austin. All day I tried to run into Dr. Greer in private, but it never happened, and it was frustrating. I hadn't seen him at all yesterday when I spent 4 hours in the center. He had worked a night shift and had left by the time I arrived. I was pretty positive he was here today, though, but he'd made himself scarce. He'd regretted our kiss from the moment it had happened, but avoiding me altogether was taking it a step too far. The kiss should have advanced things between us. If I'd been uncertain before, that kiss had cinched it. We were attracted to each other, and I would bet that he cared about me more than as his patient. I wanted Dr. Greer. I wanted every inch of him inside of me. But I was greedy, and I wanted more too. All of him. Was it so unreasonable to want to wake up some days to find my head on his pillow? With him avoiding me, I did the only thing I could. Spent time with the patients, which was the primary reason I was here anyway. Being around Dr. Greer was just a plus, but if he wanted to ignore me, I could ignore him right back. I was hurt and sulking on the inside, but I kept up a good face for the patients. Every day I ticked off the names in my head. They were all still here. My mother found it weird that I spent so much time here, especially with the stage 4 cancer patients. But I didn't fear death. Not after he'd knocked on my door several times. My worst fear was never getting to know or do the things I wanted before death. Like falling in love and being with someone who loved all of me. Someone who saw me far beyond my medical condition. Austin Villiers? I turned to the blonde woman who stood just outside the patient's room I exited. Yes? Dr. Shepard would like a word with you in his office. Dr. Shepard? The name sounded vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place it. I certainly never had come in contact with a doctor by that name, or I would have remembered it. Yes, he's the chairman of the Board of Hope. Oh. Huh, that was odd. Why would the chairman want to talk to me? I fell into step beside her. Do you know why? The only thing I could think of was that I had done something wrong while visiting with the patients. Had I overstepped some boundaries I knew nothing about? It's not my place to say. My stomach was tied in knots, but I was determined not to show it. We ended up in a section of the building that I'd never been to before. It looked like the administrative block from the markings on the doors we passed. She eventually stopped before a door with the sign Dr. Andrew Shepard, Chairman. She knocked once, then opened the door. Dr. Shepard, Mr. Villiers is here. Send him right in. The second I entered, my eyes fell on Dr. Greer, who wouldn't look at me. Oh, God, I knew what this was about. He'd tried explaining that anything between us wasn't possible, and I'd ignored it. Was he in trouble because of me? Because of the kiss? My heart thudded in my chest. Mr. Villiers, thank you for joining us. I tore my eyes away from Dr. Greer's broad shoulders and gave a small smile to the man sitting at the massive desk. His hair was snowy white, his complexion so light as if he didn't spend enough time in the sun. I'm not sure what this is about, I said, shifting my gaze back to Dr. Greer. I'm sure you have some idea. Dr. Shepard gestured to a chair a few feet away from Dr. Greer. Have a seat, and we'll get into it. I glanced from the chair he'd indicated and Dr. Greer. He still hadn't said anything. I wanted to hold his hand, to tell him I was sorry and I'd stop pursuing him. At the same time, my heart felt so hollow at the mere thought. Without a word, I took the seat the director had offered and wrapped my fingers around my knees while I hunched over. What's your full name, Mr. Villiers? Dr. Shepard asked, peering into a file on his desk. Austin Villiers. I licked my lips and turned to Dr. Greer. He finally looked at me and gave me a nod. Was that meant to encourage me, or... How old are you? 21? No, I mean, 22. I recently had my birthday. What's your connection to the center? I volunteer here. I unlaced my hands and clutched the arms of my chair. I'm also an outpatient. Can someone tell me what's going on? Am I on trial for something? Not you. Dr. Greer spoke for the first time. Me. I'm the one on trial here. For what? Dr. Greer, I know you mean well, but don't preempt Mr. Villiers. But he didn't do anything, I protested. I was the one who kissed him. Dr. Greer groaned, and Dr. Shepard frowned at him. You fail to mention the kiss. It's personal, Dr. Greer said, but even to my ears that didn't seem like much of an argument. You're breaking Hippocratic oath here, Greer. A doctor-patient relationship must be severed before you get personal. Now I need to find out what can be salvaged. I think Austin and I can finish the rest of this meeting alone. My heart threatened to beat out of my chest when Dr. Greer got to his feet. No, he couldn't leave. I'd already mentioned something I probably shouldn't have. I didn't want to be left alone with this man and say more inappropriate things. What did I know about a doctor starting a relationship with his client? I didn't want to get him fired. No, don't go. It'll be fine. He smiled at me. This is the right thing to do, if... His eyes darted to Dr. Shepard, who didn't even pretend to look away from us. Just tell the truth. It's the only way we can do this. I nodded at him, his smile giving me a bit of my calmness back. He didn't seem upset. In fact, he seemed relieved. I would trust his lead. Now that we're alone, let's continue, Dr. Shepard said, closing the file, with my name on the front. The knots in my stomach came back with a vengeance. This was serious. He didn't do anything wrong. I white-knuckled the chair arms again. I might have, tried to pursue him, but he always turned me down. He nodded. At least that's something, that he didn't go after you. How long has this been going on? He's been your oncologist for a few years. Was there any inappropriate contact? God, no. I gulped. I had a boyfriend until recently. We've never... I shook my head. How could he think Dr. Greer would ever be inappropriate with me? He'd been my oncologist for years, and I wasn't even at a legal age then, for fuck's sake. Are you certain? He pressed. I know you may feel the need to protect him. You see him as a hero. I read the reports, saw how closely he worked with you. The home visits when you were released from the center. I swear he did nothing inappropriate. Dr. Greer isn't the kind of man to take advantage. Dr. Shepard sighed and folded his arms across his chest. The minute he walked in here and confessed he had feelings for you, I knew it was serious. Greer is one of the best oncologists Hope Center has, and he wouldn't just risk his job. Oh, he probably would get a new position somewhere else, but he wouldn't want to leave his patients. No, his calling is to take care of people like you. But looking at you now, you're way too young. This won't end well. Dr. Greer told him he had feelings for me? I felt giddy with excitement. I wanted to find Dr. Greer and have him say it to my face. He was supposed to tell me that first, not someone else. I'm old enough to date whomever I want, Dr. Shepard. Unfortunately, this is a gray area. Ideally, doctors won't date their patients, whether former or current, but the latter might cause the most trouble. Will he be fired? I whispered the question, as if when I said it aloud it would come true. No, he did the right thing coming to me before he pursued the relationship, Dr. Shepard said, including transferring your case to another doctor who's already stated her willingness to see you from now on. But the timing is terrible. He'll get a lot of backlash for professional misconduct when people realize how young you are. That will always be a strike against you. I swallowed hard. I didn't want to ruin Dr. Greer's career. Maybe I should walk away. It would hurt, but his patients needed him more than I did. He was a phenomenal doctor, and I'd been lucky my hematologist referred me to him. It would be selfish to rob other patients of the possibility of having this man, who added such value to the profession as their physician. There were plenty of good doctors, but good doctors with the heart and compassion of Dr. Greer were rare. Dr. Shepard asked me a few other questions, then told me I could go. I left feeling empty and got lost twice in the maze of corridors. When I finally found Dr. Greer's office, Loretta smiled and nodded at me. He's been waiting for you. Go on in." With burning cheeks, I stepped inside. The delicious aroma of food teased my nostrils, and as if on cue, my stomach grumbled. I couldn't take my eyes off the man. He rose to his feet. "Hey, how'd it go?" "Why didn't you talk to me first?" I dug my nails into my palms. "I might have stopped you from doing this." Frowning, he rounded his desk, took my arm, guided me to a chair, and gently pushed me to sit. "It was the right thing to do. I fought my attraction for you. But after our kiss, I knew I'd lost the battle, and that I want to explore this with you. But not without going through the proper channels. Turns out there's not really any proper channel." "And you'll no longer be my doctor?" "I can't if we're going to pursue this." He leaned against his desk. "I know I should have talked to you first, but I didn't want to give you false hope. I wanted to know what options we had before I even mentioned it to you." "But you could get fired." "I doubt that will happen." I sucked in a deep breath and stared up at him. His gaze locked with mine, and I couldn't look away from the raw feelings there. He no longer hid them like he'd been doing. "For how long?" "You have feelings for me?" Heat shot up my cheeks. Maybe I should have waited for him to tell me instead of asking. "I think you already know the answer to that." I got up and walked over to him, my heart racing in my chest. I stopped an inch or two in front of him, my pulse beating wildly in my neck at being so near. "But I want to hear it from you," I said. "I wasn't sure. Sometimes I thought you did, but then you turned me down, and I couldn't tell if I was just trying to believe in a fantasy." With a groan, he slung his arms around me and pulled me all the way into his embrace. His heart seemed to pound as hard as mine. Was that because of me? How could a man like Dr. Greer react this way because of me? "Whose fantasy? Yours or mine?" He nuzzled my neck, and I clung to him, stifling my moan. Had my skin always been this sensitive? Or was it just his touch? "I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to do this here, but you drive me crazy, Austin. I can't stop thinking about you. About that kiss." I raised my head and cupped his cheek to look at him. I'd never get tired of looking at him. "How long?" "Have I wanted you?" "Yeah. I always had a crush on you, but it was never serious. Until I turned 18 and came in for my checkup. Something changed. I saw the man you are, not just the doctor who saved my life." "That's longer than I have fancied you." He pressed his lips to my temple. "It was last summer, when you started to volunteer here. I saw you with the patients, the way you cheered everybody up, the way you cheered me up after a tough day. And I knew then." I buried my face into his chest, floating on swirls of colors bursting inside me. So this was what real happiness felt like. But I jerked back. "And this won't affect your job?" "I'd be lying if I said no. But I don't want you to worry about it. It'll work itself out." "How can I not worry? I don't want you to lose your job because of me." "Because I say not to worry. Doctor's orders and all. So you'll do what I say." I raised an eyebrow at him. "Oh, will I?" He studied me. "I always pegged you for doing what you're told." I snorted a laugh. "You only know one side of me, but hopefully you'll now know all of me." "I'd like that. But..." He cupped my face and kissed me. My eyelids fluttered closed, and I moaned, clutching those broad shoulders. I wanted to climb into his lap with no barriers of clothes between us. He released my lips. "But none of that. Not while we're here at the center, okay? I don't want to feed the gossip mills. The center is a close-knit community, and word will get around that I'm screwing a patient." I sucked in a deep breath, a tingle running down my spine. "Are you?" "Am I what?" "Screwing a patient?" "Austin, I don't want to screw you." He brushed my cheek with the back of his hand, his eyes smoldering. I want to strip you and kiss every bare inch of your body before I make love to you slowly and deeply so you feel every inch of me. I moaned, digging my fingers into his shoulders. And after that, you'll screw me? I batted my eyelashes at him. Laughing, he shook his head. Why did I think you were innocent? I've had a boyfriend since I was 15. Do you think we did nothing? No need for him to know I lied through my teeth. He eyed me as if he didn't believe me. We'll come back to this conversation, little one. Now sit and eat. I bought you lunch. You did? I did. We'll have to take it slow. Talk about our relationship, about us properly. But we can't do this here. So we'll save the heart-to-heart for somewhere private. 8. Malcolm. Sorry about that, man. I had a family emergency. Dr. Cohen poked his head into my office, his scraggly brown hair falling to his sharp cheekbones. He was one of our new doctors, still young at early 30s, but he was a good doctor who added value to the center. It happens. I gave him a reassuring smile as I climbed to my feet. I should have left the center over an hour ago, but when Dr. Cohen had called in that he would be late, I'd stuck around. At least one of us remained at the center at all times, never leaving our patients without proper care. Dr. Cohen would be in charge for the night, and I briefed him on the latest developments of our patients. I rarely did graveyard shifts these days. I'd done my fair share when I was younger, but now I was a senior physician. The latest I worked was until 9. Most of the time I was out of the center by 7. At least I intended to. But lately I stayed longer than that. Not because my work demanded it, but because I had nothing else to do. There was no one to go home to. Abe and Jillian often invited me over for dinner, but it had started to feel as if they were feeling sorry for my solitary bachelor lifestyle. And when was the last time I'd hooked up? I was too busy with work, too invested in the center and my patients, and not many people could deal with that. At least Austin was already aware of this, and the center was equally important to him. He would understand, whereas many wouldn't. That was one bright spot in the risk that I was about to take, pursuing this relationship, which would bring its fair share of troubles in the future. I'll be off now, I said to Dr. Cohen when I finished filling him in. If you have any questions, you know you can call me at any time. Thanks, Dr. Greer. I won't let you down. It was on the tip of my tongue that I should be the least of his worries should anything go wrong, but I only smiled at him. When he left, I grabbed my laptop case, my car keys, and my phone. I couldn't wait to get outside of the building. As soon as the doors closed behind me, I unlocked my phone, brought up the recent call history, and dialed the first number. The ringing of a phone as I dismounted the steps threw me off. I snapped my head around, following the sound to the slender figure sitting on the wall with the hood of his jacket pulled over his head. Despite the warmth of the summer months, the temperature dropped at night, and given his slender frame, he would feel the bite more than most. Austin? He glanced up, his face lighting up with a big smile. The way he looked at me was dangerous, but I already knew that being around Austin was risky. But how could I take a step back when he already had embedded himself deep into my heart? The boy was so sweet and precious. Could I be faulted for wanting to hold on to him and keep him for the rest of my life? Hey, Dr. Greer. He swung his legs to the front. Are you done for the night? Yes, but what are you doing here? I walked down the steps, rested my laptop case on the wall, and reached for him. You're supposed to be home already. He slid forward and allowed me to set him onto his feet on the ground. He felt good in my arms. I was waiting on you, silly. I blinked at him. I'd been called a lot of things in my life, my favorite being Daddy, but I couldn't remember I'd ever been referred to as silly before. You said we would talk, he added. A groan escaped me as I picked up my laptop and took his hand in mine. I tugged him after me, leading him away from the entrance of the center. The last thing I needed was for people to see us together before we were ready to come out as dating. Or better yet, being in a relationship. Maybe I should have found out from him first how serious he was about us before I'd gone to Dr. Shepard. What if Austin only wanted an affair with me? What if I was simply Mr. Right now for him, but not Mr. Right? I was about to call you to apologize for not getting back to you sooner, I said. Today was quite hectic. I saw. You're so damn good at what you do. We stopped at my car and I faced him. The way he looked up at me with pure, unadulterated hero worship made my stomach go queasy. It's what I was trained for. But the compassion you show your patients is all you. Maybe. I opened the passenger door for him. When he settled in, I took my seat behind the wheel. You hungry? I had a cheese sandwich before you came out. Austin, you know that's not a balanced meal. I'll eat the balanced meal later. I didn't want to miss you. For that talk. I shook my head. You're not giving me a chance to change my mind, are you? Nope. It's your fault for letting me know you feel the same way I do. Now you're stuck with me. I glanced at him as I put the car into drive and backed out of the parking lot. I won't complain about that. Even when I get annoying and talk too much, 'cause I do that sometimes, you know. I chuckled, the pressure of the day melting away in his company. Even then, I won't protest. What time do you have to be home? He shifted in his seat, chuckling. I shot him a sideways glance. A wide grin had spread on his face. Why? Are you taking me somewhere to have your way with me? Hardly. I'm trying to feed you. A balanced meal. Is it an option? I laughed. No, it's not. And we have lots to talk about before I'll touch you like that. His sigh was loud and dramatic. Fine, but I don't have a curfew. I'm 22, not a kid. Besides, Mom's working the night shift at the hospital, so I can stay out all night without her worrying. His mother. Good God, how would she react to a relationship between her son and me? She was fiercely protective of Austin, and not a single scenario in my head wouldn't paint me as a predator. Luckily, Austin kept talking, oblivious of my predicament. I turned right when it hit me. I probably shouldn't have taken him here, but on autopilot, I'd driven us to my friend's restaurant. You okay? Austin asked when I parked but didn't get out. I smiled at him. His eyes were so full of concern. I hadn't put my career on the line to suddenly have second thoughts. Yeah, let's go. When I opened the door for him, he rewarded me with a smile, then went up on his toes to kiss my chin. You're sweet. I took his hand. Or maybe I have an ulterior motive. Either way, I'm good. When he was like this, so easy and comfortable around me, any awkwardness I might have felt with the shift in our relationship dissipated. He tightened his hold on my hand, excited energy bouncing off him. This is the place where you bought us dinner last week, right? Yeah, my friend and his wife own the place. You want to introduce me to your friends on our first date? Is this a date? I teased him. I thought we were coming here to talk. And eat too, so it's definitely a date. We weren't welcomed by a host, but a waiter gestured at us to take a seat. They knew me here. You wouldn't want to be somewhere fancier for a first date? The place doesn't matter, really, as long as I'm with you, and it looks nice here. And that was the reason he was worthy of so much more. He didn't have a gullible bone in his body. His reactions, the things he said, and the way he looked at me were open and honest. A boy like him, so unspoiled and optimistic about life, deserved nothing but the best. Before I could tell him so, someone approached our table, which was a good thing, considering how fast we were moving. I glanced up, not surprised to find Rowan standing next to us with a wide grin. Mal, are you eating with us tonight instead of taking your dinner to go? Yeah, change of plans. I got to my feet and hugged him. We'd met at the gym almost 10 years ago, hitting it off immediately, and we'd been friends ever since. He was like a brother to me. There's someone I want you to meet. I gestured toward Austin, whose cheeks had turned a delicious pink. This is Austin. Austin, Rowan is one of my closest friends. Nice to meet you. Austin shook Rowan's hand. Dr. Greer brought me dinner from this place last week, and it was amazing. You have an excellent chef. That would be me. Rowan laughed as he took a bow. But behind his pleased expression, his curiosity lurked, and I didn't miss the way his eyebrows quirked when Austin called me Dr. Greer. I don't mean to intrude on your business meeting. I just had to say hello to this guy. Not a business meeting, Rowan, but a subtle way of asking. Guilty. He nodded at Austin. Well, I should go back to the kitchen and tell my wife she was right and I was wrong. Enjoy your meal. A waiter should be with you soon. We're a bit short-staffed. That's cool. We'll be sticking around a little while. Austin watched Rowan walk away. Your friend seems nice. He's a good guy. Loves his wife and kids to bits. He needs to hire another waiter, though. He shifted forward in his seat. Well, we have things to talk about until one gets here. I leaned forward as well, resting my arms on the table. Like what? Like the way you went silent in the car? What was that about? I drummed my fingers on the table. I was thinking about your mother and how she will react when she finds out about us. She's going to think I'm a predator. What are you talking about? My mom likes you. As your oncologist, it's a very different situation from knowing I'm taking her son to bed. I don't think she'll be upset. He chewed on his bottom lip. Maybe at first, but she'll come around. Do you want me to tell her? Before I could respond, a waiter showed up at our table. Good evening, Dr. Greer. How good to see you again. Ming, how's the family? We're doing good. Do you already have menus? It's fine. I know what I'd like to order. I ordered for both Austin and me. It was only after Ming left that I turned back to Austin. You like to take charge. It wasn't a question. Damn, I should have asked him what he wanted. Sorry, I'm used to ordering for my partners. I hope I didn't offend you because I can call him back. No, it's fine. It's nice not to worry about choosing. I let out a deep breath and took his hand in mine. You know what my biggest fear of being in a relationship with you is? At his eyes widening, I chuckled. What, you don't think I have fears? I'm a man of flesh and blood, Austin, not a robot. I know, but you're just always so confident. Well, that's one of my fears, that you see me that way, as Dr. Greer and not Malcolm. I don't want you to put me up on a pedestal because then, when I mess up, the disappointment will be worse. He turned his hand and laced his fingers through mine. I know I should say that I won't. Put you on a pedestal, I mean. But the truth is that I probably always will because of the relationship we had before this one. I can promise you, though, when I think about you, most times it's not in, oh God, he's my hero way. No? Then what do you think about me? He bit his bottom lip. Well, I think about how good it felt kissing you and being in your arms. Of what it would be like being naked with you, in bed, doing stuff. His eyes drifted down to the table. Do you think about me? All the time. I wonder if you're eating right, if you're exercising, taking your supplements, getting enough sleep. And I think about kissing you that night, and how you came apart so easily by just grinding up on me. He dropped my hand and covered his face. Oh my God, you know? Of course I know. That was embarrassing. It was hot I had that kind of effect on you. Come on, don't be embarrassed. He lowered his hands, but his cheeks were tomato red. Austin shuffled in his seat, his eyes skittering away from mine. I guess you know then that I'm not very experienced. It's just that with everything that was going on, I didn't feel the urge to have sex, and Bryce didn't want to touch me like that either, so Hey, it wasn't a criticism. It's not? Because I'm 22. Most people aren't virgins at that age anymore. I smiled at the way he whispered the V word as if it was a bad thing. But most people aren't you. And I like you the way you are just fine. So it doesn't bother you that you'll probably have to teach me what to do? Bother me? For the record, I don't really care how many partners someone I date has been with, because that's the past. That also goes for the lack of partners. I'll be happy to teach you all you need to know. Okay, as long as you don't mind. I think I'll be an eager student. I burst out in a booming laugh, startling the couple to our right. I was still chuckling when Ming returned with our food. I'm glad that's out of the way, I told him as we dug in. I want us to be able to talk about this. What makes you feel good and what doesn't. Don't be shy about talking to me about anything, Austin. Okay, I'll try. Dinner with him went well, and we chatted easily about music and movies and the center. When Austin talked about Mr. Evans, I took my time studying him. He was such a sweet and caring man. Boy. Should I mention I wanted to be his daddy? Or let it slide until we were more comfortable being together? It wasn't a hard or fast deal for me. I didn't need it, but I wanted it. And him. He didn't seem opposed to it, as he went along every time I took the reins out of his hand. Like getting his drink refilled, instructing him to eat his beans when he pushed them aside, and when it was time to order dessert and I asked him to decide, he left the decision up to me. He had no clue, but he was feeding the daddy in me. I hadn't been with a boy of my own for so long that just to hear him say the word would be an aphrodisiac. There's one thing we need to talk about, I said during dessert. I ignored the slice of red velvet cake on my plate and watched him take a bite from his chocolate truffle dessert and moan. Which is? I'd like to keep our relationship private for now. He swallowed and frowned at me. Private? Like not talk about you at all? Sure you can, but not to just anyone. Not to my patients, for instance, or the people at the clinic. He dropped his spoon, his face crestfallen. You don't want people to know about us? God, no, not that. It took everything out of me not to pluck him out of his chair and put him on my lap. It's more of keeping our relationship at Hope as professional as possible, even though you're no longer my patient. When word gets out about us, people will talk and scrutinize. It's important that I give them no room to question my judgment regarding my capacity as an oncologist. Plus, I'd rather enjoy as much time with you, getting to know more about you without other people's opinions clouding that. Do you understand? He nodded, a small smile on his lips. Okay. I'll restrain myself from kissing you in the hall. And it's perhaps a good idea to still call you Dr. Greer so I don't slip up. As if that was the reason he liked me calling him that. Sure. Are you ready to go? I have an early shift tomorrow. I should go home and get some rest. And so do you. Yes, Dad. He giggled. Should I tell him now? Ming appeared at our table. Excellent timing. I paid the check, then tried to catch a glimpse of Rowan and his wife, but they were busy, so I led Austin from the restaurant. A man coming in held the door open already and stepped aside when we came through. Greer? I froze. Clyde Hurst, another oncologist who worked at the clinic. He glanced from me to Austin, his eyes widening when he recognized the boy with me. Austin? My colleagues knew how closely I had worked with him, so I could have explained away us being together as just me looking out for him. But no explanation would be sufficient for my hand resting on Austin's hip. Night. I nodded toward the man. Enjoy your meal. Great food. But he would already know that since I'd introduced him and a lot of other doctors and nurses to the restaurant. Good night, Dr. Hurst, Austin said softly, but worry tinged his tone. I nudged him as I walked off, feeling the man's stare digging into my back. So much for keeping our relationship quiet for a while. We walked to my car in silence. Once inside, we sat there quietly, the implication of what had just happened washing over me. Shit, I muttered. I guess that cat's out of the bag. Oh God, that was stupid of me, Austin groaned. I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have said anything to him. I was just so shocked and... I turned to him and cupped his face, pulling him forward to meet me as I kissed him, stopping the words tumbling out of his mouth. The kiss was brief, sweet, with all lips and no tongue. I don't want to get you into trouble if he... Since that didn't work, I kissed him again, this time unfurling my tongue inside his mouth. His body stiffened and I drew back, but then he moaned and wrapped one hand at the back of my head and carted his fingers into my hair. His tongue was timid as it mimicked mine. Heat rose inside me, and I itched to explore, to run my hands beneath his shirt and feel the delicateness of his rib cage beneath his flesh. I dragged my mouth away from his tempting lips. Austin's breathing was loud and rapid, and it wasn't just his. "It's okay." I pressed my forehead to his. "It'll be fine." He blinked several times. "Are you sure? It would suck, but I'd rather walk away than for you to risk your job." I pulled back from him and tapped his nose. "And I would not risk losing you." 9. Austin. "Hey, honey, don't drink straight from the carton." I shot my mom a sheepish grin as she shuffled into the kitchen, barely lifting her feet from the floor. Her eyes were bloodshot and her shoulders drooped, but it was the stack of letters she dropped on the table that made me feel crappy. She worked so hard taking care of us, and what did I do? Go around kissing sexy doctors and having dinner with them. For the past week, Malcolm and I had been fooling around whenever we could. I didn't see him often because of his work schedule, and he was true to his word that whenever I came to the clinic, he kept his distance. We'd eaten at his friend's place twice more, though, and on each of those dates, I'd gotten to learn more about Malcolm the man. Even though I still called him Dr. Greer, whether or not we were alone, I thought of him as more than just my oncologist now. I teased him that I kept the name so I wouldn't blurt out his first name when we were at the clinic, but I liked it. He was my Dr. Greer, the man I'd fantasized about, doing all sorts of things to me while he was wearing his lab coat. Although in some of those fantasies, I was the one wearing the lab coat, and nothing else. "Austin, are you listening to me?" Not one word. Sorry, Mom. What did you say?" "That we'll probably have to let the cable go. No matter how much I work, all our money goes back into my loans." The stack of envelopes caught my attention again. They were never good news. We never won anything, nor did we have family who wrote to us. When Mom ran off with my father, her family had disowned her, and my father had been raised in the system. Instead of being there for her when my dad left us, her family had given her the "I told you so" treatment. We'd been on our own since I was 2. It'd been tough, but we'd been okay until I fell ill, and Mom was too proud to ask for help. If not for my health being at risk, she would never have accepted Mimi's offer to sponsor my cancer treatments. "Actually, I was thinking about getting a job," I said. She stared pointedly at me. "I don't know, Austin. You're still getting used to your body and its limitations." "It's time, Mom. I've been volunteering at the center, so I can do this." "You mostly talk to patients. That's hardly strenuous." "Then maybe I'll find something that's not. I'm not as weak as I used to be, and I can do things for a longer time without getting out of breath so fast." She sighed. "You really want to do this?" "Yes. I'd feel better if I was contributing to helping around the house. I'm the parent. I'm supposed to look after you. How about we look after each other?" She popped her elbows on the table. "We'll see. I'm about to go to bed. What are you doing today?" Relieved she was no longer resisting the idea of me working, I took out a glass from the cupboard and returned to the table. "I'm going to the clinic for an appointment with Dr. Jacobs." "What appointment?" Her voice trembled, barely above a whisper. "You saw Dr. Greer a few weeks ago for your regular checkup. Is something wrong?" Too late, I understood my mother's concern. "It's nothing, Mom. Just a regular checkup." She shook her head. "I don't believe you. We talked about this, Austin. You won't hide things about your condition from me just because you think it will spare me. I am your mother." Her voice broke on the last word. I put the glass down on the counter. Tears glimmered in her eyes, and her face had gone pale. With how exhausted she already looked, I couldn't lie to her and worry her. Malcolm would understand. "I swear, Mom, it's nothing. I've changed doctors is all. Dr. Jacobs wants to meet with me so she can get to know me. You know how important a doctor-patient relationship is for people like me. But I don't understand. What happened to Dr. Greer? Isn't he at the center anymore? He is. I swallowed, my heart pounding in my chest. It's just that there was really no easy way to break this to her. It's just what? She jumped to her feet, buoyed with an energy she hadn't displayed before. Do I need to call Dr. Greer and find out what's going on? No, please don't. I rushed to stand in front of her, my cheeks burning. Nothing's wrong. Dr. Greer still works at the center. It's just that the clinic has a policy about doctors and their patients having relationships, so he had to refer me to Dr. Jacobs. What does that have to? She gasped, her eyes going wide. You and Dr. Greer? Please don't be mad. You and Dr. Greer? She slapped her hand over her mouth. Oh my God, what did he do? How long has this been going on? Did he abuse you? Oh my God, my poor baby, what did this man do to you? She crushed me into her arms. Mom, please stop, I groaned. This is new, I swear on my life. Don't you dare! She released me, glaring at me. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make you understand that Dr. Greer and I started seeing each other recently. So that makes it right? He's your doctor. How can he take advantage of you this way? He's not taking advantage of me. I wanted this. I lowered my gaze to the floor. I wanted him. I still do. So much. And he feels the same way about me. I think we're good together. I make him relax and smile. And don't you remember what it was like when Dad kissed you? She scowled at me. Okay, perhaps not the best memory, but you understand, don't you? I really, really, really like him, and I need you to be okay with this. She shook her head and dropped back down in the chair. You don't know what you feel for the man. He should know better than to fill your head with this nonsense. You're not giving me enough credit here. This is my decision too, you know. I want to be with him. It's too soon after Bryce. You just got your heart broken. No, Bryce didn't break my heart because it never belonged to him. I was mad at him for the reason he stayed with me, but we were never right for each other. And Dr. Greer is, yes, he cares about me. Of course he does, he's your doctor. I let out a frustrated growl and fell to my knees at Mom's side. I took her hand into mine and held on to it, not letting her pull away. He's not my doctor anymore. He cares about me in other ways too. Have you slept with him? I closed my eyes. Oh, that kiss we'd shared outside the apartment last night when he dropped me off after we had dinner. The kiss was steamier than all the others before, and I'd been so eager for him, ready to invite him in. No, he's a good man. He wants us to get to know each other first. She scoffed. What more does he need to know about you? Doesn't he know everything already? Not all things. Please, Mom, will you be okay with this? He's a doctor. Shouldn't you be proud that I chose well? I'd rather have him as your doctor than as a boyfriend. He's a good doctor, but I don't know what kind of boyfriend he'll be to you. Then give him a chance and you'll see. She brushed a hand over my bald head. You aren't wearing your wig today? I need a break. I squeezed her hand. So will you? Give him a chance? Just be careful. She leaned forward and kissed my forehead. I swear I'll forever worry about you. Maybe this was exactly what I needed. If she saw how much control I had over my life and that I was able to do all the normal activities of being in a relationship and finding a job, then she wouldn't have to worry so much. Maybe she would be able to unpause her own life and find someone to spend the rest of her life with. Someone who wasn't me. After handing me her car keys and telling me to be safe, Mom went to bed. I kissed her cheek and headed out to the clinic, which was in a quiet neighborhood in the suburbs rather than the hustle and bustle of the city center. I parked and, bouncing with nervous excitement, entered the building. I came here so often they had a temporary access card set aside for me. I took it so I could check up on Mr. Evans. I wasn't supposed to have favorites, but we'd bonded as he told me about his family, his youth, the trouble he used to get into, and at times lament that no one came to visit him. It was sad that he was dying and alone, but the clinic was a great place with friendly people who were kind to everyone in their last days. When the time came that I had to give up my place on Earth and I couldn't stay at home, I'd want to die in a center like this, surrounded by love and care. A shiver ran down my spine, but I brushed the fear away. I was as alive as the next man. I had an equal opportunity to get hit by a bus and die from a recurrence. A peek into Mr. Evans's room showed he was asleep. I tiptoed in and placed a peppermint-flavored taffy on the bedside table, so he'd know that I'd been there. He liked them, so I always kept them at hand. I left his room and sat with another patient until it was time to see Dr. Jacobs. It was the only way to suppress the urge to run to Dr. Greer's office. This was his place of work, and I respected that. It was bad enough that one of his colleagues had seen us together. At 9:50 I stood, promised the elderly woman whose children lived too far away for daily visits I'd come back the next day, and went in search of Dr. Jacobs's office. 2 doctors rounded the corner and came straight for me. My heart leaped in my chest at the sight of Malcolm. He was deep in conversation with the other doctor. My legs went weak and my heart squeezed. Would he pretend that he didn't know me? We hadn't discussed whether being professional meant ignoring each other completely or acting with disinterest. "Austin." He stopped. "Dr. Jacobs is waiting for you. All the best with the transition." "Thank you, Dr. Greer." He winked at me, then continued on his way. "Wait a minute, isn't he your patient?" the other doctor asked him, but Malcolm's response was too low for me to hear. It didn't really matter. He hadn't walked past me without acknowledging me. I breezed into Dr. Jacobs's office with a big smile on my face. She returned the smile as she rose to her feet and extended a hand. "Austin, come on in. I'm Dr. Jacobs, but I guess you already knew." "Yes, I've seen you around." I shook her hand and took the seat she indicated. "How are you?" "Just great since seeing your smile. You have a very infectious presence. Anyone ever told you that you light up a room?" "Thank you." She was nice, which wasn't surprising. The doctors at the clinic were not only known for their knowledge and skills, but also for their bedside manners. They worked here because they cared about their patients. And of course Malcolm had picked her out to take over for him. "We have a lot to discuss today," she said. "But before we talk about you, let's talk about me, my expertise, and why I'm just as capable as Dr. Greer in taking good care of you. Sound good?" I nodded, clutching the edge of the chair as it finally hit me. For 4 years, Malcolm had been my doctor. He was my go-to person whenever I wasn't feeling well. He would no longer be the doctor I'd come to trust with my life. I would have to learn to trust someone else all over again. 10. Malcolm. "You need to go." I tapped my watch, then looked pointedly at Abe, who laid sprawled out on the Persian rug on the floor of my living room, drinking the same goddamn beer for half an hour. I'd been dropping hints for him to clear out, but either he was dimmer than usual or he was taunting me. And now I was desperate to see his backside on the other side of the door. "What?" Abe glanced up. "Why?" "I'm having company in 15 minutes, and I don't want you around." Abe hauled himself up to a sitting position. "Well, damn, that's rude. As your twin brother, I demand to meet this guy. It's been 3 weeks of you two dating, and you've kept him away." "My schedule is crazy, as you well know," I bit out, lying through my teeth. "The little time I get with him, I don't want to share with anyone else, least of all my brother. Go find your own boyfriend." Abe guffawed. "You want Jillian to kill me?" I shook my head. "Honestly, I never thought you'd end up marrying a woman. Before Jillian, you only dated guys." Abe shrugged. "What can I say? I fell as hard for her as you seem to have for this guy." I narrowed my eyes. "Seriously, Abe, you need to go. This is the first time Austin is coming over." "What? Then where do you guys fuck? Doesn't he still live with his mother? Even you have a bit more class than that." I smacked him at the back of his head. "Hey, watch your mouth." "Ouch." He rubbed the area and scowled at me. "Well, excuse me. Where do you make love to your young man? Does that sound politically correct enough for you? We don't. Don't what? We don't have sex, Abe. He gaped at me. Your dick still works? Jesus, Abe, I swear, that's why you haven't met him yet. You have no fucking filter, and Jillian is the same. What are you talking about? You love Jillian. I know, but truth's the truth. Neither of you know how to keep it appropriate. He gave a sigh. Blame a guy for being curious. You obviously like this guy a lot, and from what you say, he feels the same way about you despite the ugly mug. So why aren't you, expressing your feelings for each other sexually? Because he's not just a random guy I want to screw. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I want to build something with him. These feelings for him hit me hard, and we're still figuring out our relationship. I want us to have an emotional connection and not just something physical. Man, you're practically in love with the guy already, and don't bother to deny it. How much more emotional does it get than that? We haven't discussed our feelings in detail. Like I said, we're taking it slow. We have a peculiar relationship. Aren't you sure he feels the same way? Pretty sure he does, but it's complicated. I wanted to give him time to make sure that I'm what he really wants. That I'm not just a rebound from his breakup, or the hero doctor he feels beholden to. We'll have time enough for sex later. Like later tonight? Get out. Abe laughed, getting to his feet. All right, keep 'em all to yourself. What's he coming over for tonight again, if not for sex? He wanted to cook for me. So that's what we're calling it now. Abraham, don't fucking call me that. He gave a mock shudder. You know how much I hate it. Never mind, I'll let myself out. Thank you. But you'll have to make it up to us and bring him over soon. I'm not kidding, Mal, you've hidden him long enough. When he closed the door behind him, I sighed in relief. I couldn't possibly love Abe any more than I already did, but he was always the embarrassing brother whenever I brought dates over. When we were teens, he told my date what kind of porn I was into. The worst thing was that the poor guy had expected me to demonstrate for him, and I'd had no idea at the time what he wanted from me. Fucking Abe. I needed Austin to be sure about me before he met my loony brother. Finally, I had a weeknight off, and I hadn't been able to speak to Austin face-to-face since his first session with Mallory Jacobs. I'd been tempted to ask her how it went, but I'd stayed away. Austin was no longer my patient, and if I needed to know about his doctor's visits, I needed to ask him rather than his doctor. Mallory wouldn't have shared the information with me anyway, being it private and not any of my business. Last night, when we spoke briefly before I got home and went straight to bed, he'd suggested that he come over and cook for me. Like Abe, I figured cooking meant something else as well, but I would hold out expectations. It was still early days, and Austin was a virgin. Dr. Greer? I jerked to my feet at Austin's voice. He stood just inside the living room, 2 paper bags clutched to his chest. He wasn't wearing a wig today, but had a scarf tied fashionably atop his head. He looked beautiful, and about to drop the bags he had. You're here. I rushed over to relieve him of the bags. How did you get in? Your brother let me in, he said, his cheeks red. He's something. I groaned, leaning forward to kiss his cheek. Did he offend you? I'll kill him. He giggled and kissed me square on the lips. No, he just asked me something about if tonight was the night. What was that about? I was going to kill him. I've no idea. Okay, we should take these to the kitchen. Take off your sweater. He did, and I took it from him after putting down the groceries on the table. I peered inside the bags. They held more ingredients than I'd thought he would need for whatever meal he'd planned. You didn't tell me you were going to buy groceries. He laughed, emptying the bag. You need groceries to cook, you know. I'll reimburse you. Don't even mention it. He twirled and blew me a kiss. I can buy groceries for my man, can't I? Besides, you always insist on paying for our meals when we eat at your friend's restaurant. He turned his back to me as he opened the cupboards. I gaped at him. He just about killed me when he'd referred to me as his. My man. God damn it, my cock was already hard, and his ass looked so good in his skinny jeans. Why the fuck had I thought I could go so long without making love to him? His every movement was so sensual and drew me to him like a moth trapped by the brilliance of a flame. There was no escaping the pull. Damn. Hey, something wrong? I blinked at Austin, who was watching me with a skillet in his hand. Huh? You spaced out on me. To be honest, I was thinking about sex. His eyes widened and his breath whooshed out. Well, it's about time if you ask me. I was beginning to wonder if you were no longer attracted to me. What? He shrugged. Well, we've been together now for 3 weeks, getting to know each other. And we can't have sex while we're doing that? In fact, I hear it's a damn good way to get to know someone in other ways. I didn't want to pressure you, Austin. You're so young. And you're the only one making a big deal about it. He plunked the skillet onto the counter, closed the distance between us in 2 big strides, pushed his hands under my shirt and caressed my hard stomach. The muscles clenched under his touch. He moved his hands higher, biting his lip. I gasped when his fingers touched my nipples. I've wanted you inside me since the day you told Dr. Shepard about us. I groaned, making no effort to avoid his touch. In fact, I stepped a little closer, pushing my chest deeper into his hands. The way he rubbed my nipples between his thumb and forefinger felt so good, and when he tugged, I was lost. I wanted to make it special for you. I kissed his forehead. You deserve something special. I might be a virgin, but I'm not clueless, Dr. Greer. I know what I want, who I want, and that's you. Another groan burst out of me. If he kept up touching me like this, I was going to burst in other ways, too. Why do you still insist on calling me Dr. Greer when we're alone? I told you Malcolm is fine. He smirked. My sweet, precious Austin with the heart of gold smirked. Because you get a kick out of me calling you that. And I do too. It's forbidden, and we both know it. But we want it anyway. And if I take you upstairs now and make love to you, you'd make me so happy. I captured his lips with mine and kissed him briefly. No more. I couldn't take the torture any more from him. Soon, I promise, I said. There are things we still haven't discussed. Then you'll be mine in every way. What things? Like our status. He frowned. What do you mean? You already have access to my records. You know I'm negative for anything you might be worried about. But don't you want to know about me, too? He shrugged, blatant trust shining from his eyes. I don't think you do anything to jeopardize my health. I leaned in and kissed him hard. You're right, I won't. But for the record, I'm also negative. In fact, I haven't gotten laid in close to 18 months. Wow. Still, you have nothing on 22 years. I laughed. More than half of those you were still a kid. Maybe, but I'm not a kid anymore. I'm a big boy, and pretty sure I can take it. God, he was killing me. How was I expected to stay strong in the face of the temptation? What about your preference? Oh, I know this one. I'm a bottom. I struggled to keep a straight face at his look of determination. How do you know? I watched lots of porn over the past few weeks because I wanted to know stuff. Let's say I felt a kindred spirit to the boys who were on the receiving end, and I want to experience that. Plus, in most videos I watched, the smaller boys were bottoms. Porn's not real life, babe. His smile widened at the endearment. I'm a top, usually exclusively. Doesn't mean I've never bottomed before, but only on rare occasions. His mouth fell open. You'd bottom for me? Sure. If you wanted to experience it to be sure what you like, I'm all for allowing you free rein to explore. I've had years of sex before I found out what I liked. You'll probably fumble your way around for a bit until you have enough experience to make up your mind about stuff. He inhaled deeply. Okay, that sounds fair. He chewed on his bottom lip, a habit of his when he wanted to ask me something but wasn't sure how. I'd picked up on that in the past 3 weeks. Go ahead and ask me, I encouraged him. Remember we talked about this, open communication. Are we exclusive? His question made sense, but it didn't stop the mini panic that sprang up inside my gut at the idea of sharing him with anyone else. I'd shared partners before, engaged in swaps, but that had been when I was younger, when I'd only had fun in mind. Now I wanted a life partner, and I couldn't imagine sharing him with anyone. I assumed we are. Are we? Don't you want to be? And you can tell me the truth. I do, so much. Relief speared through me. Then I think we're on the same page. It's important, though, that if you ever feel differently, you'll let me know. No judgment, Austin. I want you to enjoy your youth. Come to me if you need something. He trailed his fingers down the center of his chest slowly. There is something I need, but somebody is withholding it from me. I caught his hand before he could find my cock, which was straining the front of my pants. How about tonight? We find a compromise. 11. Austin. A compromise? I frowned at Malcolm. What did he mean by a compromise? My cock was so hard it took a Herculean effort not to drop my pants and turn my back to him while bracing my arms on the island counter. I doubted his beautiful kitchen with the expensive-looking ceramic tiles and stainless steel appliances that still looked brand new was designed with that in mind. It means we arrive at an agreement that's satisfying for both of us, although we might not fully get what we had hoped for. I know what a compromise is, I scowled. I mean that, Oh. Malcolm swung me up in his arms and plopped me to sit on the island. Well, it seemed Malcolm and I were finally on the same page. This is going to be the best kind of compromise. Have you ever gotten a blowjob? I shook my head, blinking at him as he undid the button of my pants and unzipped me. This was what I wanted, but my heart was pounding inside my chest. This is okay? I nodded. What he was doing was more than okay. I sucked in a deep breath when he reached inside my briefs and exposed my arousal. Pre-cum beaded at the tip of my cock, which was swollen and flushed. Malcolm? He was just standing there staring at my cock. You're beautiful. Can I taste you? Yes. I stuffed one hand into my mouth and braced myself as he lowered his head and captured the tip of my cock in his mouth. Nothing could have prepared me for how soft and good his lips would be, how firm he made them as he sucked. My hips jerked forward on their own volition, then landed back on the counter. My chest rose and fell in my desperate attempt to drag air into my lungs. I didn't have the power to stop him. I didn't want to. This man had used those lips to whisper fiercely in my ears that I could make it when I was on the verge of giving up. Those lips had smiled at me in encouragement as the chemo left me sick, and I was unable to eat anything. And now he had these same lips wrapped around my cock, sucking me off like he'd done this to me before. I couldn't separate the doctor from the man before me. They were one and the same. It was useless to pretend that he was anything else but the complete package for me. My hero, my savior, my love, and now my lover. He released my cock, and finally I was able to breathe properly as he pressed kisses to my hip bone, while he stroked me from the tip to the root. I was always so self-conscious about how skinny I was. Before the cancer, I'd been a bit chubby in high school, but I'd lost all the weight during treatment. After the radiation had finished and I stopped being so sick, I'd gained a few pounds, but never as much as I should regarding my age and height. Did he find me unattractive and gross? I know I'm too skinny, I said. You're perfect the way you are. He grasped my balls and I moaned. His hand was so warm. My belly dipped and swayed at the contact. He caressed and squeezed gently like I was the most precious and expensive fine china. You're gorgeous, my little survivor. The words I wanted to utter that I wasn't gorgeous and that I'd only survived because he had refused to give up became a gurgled mess in my throat when he circled the plump glands of my cock with his tongue. His hand pumped the base while he took more and more of me deep into his mouth. "Oh, God!" I gasped, digging my fingers in his hair. I couldn't glance away from the side of his face pressed to my crotch, the bobbing of his head as he worked me like an instrument. Blinding lights shot before my eyes. I clamped them shut, stuffing my hand into my mouth to muffle my cries. Useless, completely useless to temper the fire burning in my belly. I let out a scream when I came, my hips surging forward to get the most out of my release. He stroked me, mouth open an inch away from my cock so I could explode into his mouth. It was hot as hell watching him swallow my cum. When the jet stream stopped, he softly licked my glands as if he knew how sensitive it was to touch. The tension in my body eased, and I slumped forward. Malcolm caught me in his arms, holding me to his chest and rubbing my back. I trembled against him, wrapped my arms around his neck, and drew from his strength. I've never experienced anything like that before, Malcolm. He kissed my temple. Does that mean I'm no longer Dr. Greer in private? I giggled and playfully hit his arm. Thinking of you as Dr. Greer going down on me was hot, though. I sobered up and pulled back from him so I could look at him. You don't seriously mind that I still call you that, do you? I can always use Malcolm if you really prefer that. He kissed the furrow between my brows. Let you in on a secret? Yes. I like you calling me Dr. Greer. But there's something else you might call me. So that might change. What do you mean? He didn't answer. Instead, he placed his hands on my waist. Let me help you down. He brought me down to his level and set about fixing my clothes while I stared at him like a lovesick puppy. When my pants were zipped and buttoned and my shirt straightened, he had me sit around the island, then grab 2 bottles of water from the cupboard. He handed me one, room temperature, of course. He constantly told me it was better than cold water, but sometimes I cheated and placed a bottle in the fridge to drink later. That was another thing I loved about him. He checked up on me a lot. Nothing had changed much from when he was my oncologist. Feeling better? He asked. Want me to cook for us? No, I feel amazing. I did. I felt so high I could cook enough food for him to last the coming week. Plus, I promised you I'd cook. But you never bargained for me making your knees weak. Are you bragging? I teased. I loved seeing him like this, at home and relaxed without the pressure of patients on his shoulders. For this moment, it was just us. Hey, it's been a while. I have to take the compliments when I get them. Tell me about your last relationship. He leaned against the counter and talked while I cooked for us. Every so often I looked at him, just to remind myself that Malcolm really was mine. I was right here in his kitchen, making food for him after he'd almost given me an aneurysm from that cocksucking. How had I even thought he wasn't into me physically? He'd blown that thought straight to hell. Dr. Greer didn't eat meat, only fish, and I had to consider that when I'd suggested cooking for him. Yesterday, I tried out a dish on my mom to perfect before I introduced it to him. I wanted everything to be perfect for him. He gave so much of himself to others. It didn't take too long to prepare, especially since I'd done what I could at home to lessen the time. He volunteered to set the table, but I wouldn't let him lift a finger. This was my treat. He stood aside, amused as he showed me what I needed, all the time acting as if his hand wasn't right on my ass. If you don't want me to break your best china, you may want to move your hand, I said as I set the table. It'd be worth it. He copped another feel, then removed his hand from my butt, kissing my neck before he stepped away. We used the formal dining room. He'd given me a quick tour of his gorgeous home while the food was cooking, and the second I saw the dining room, I'd decided that was where we would eat. The expensive bottle of wine I had gotten for my birthday was perfect to celebrate our first home-cooked dinner in his house. The look of admiration and pleasure in his eyes when he sat down to eat made me all warm and fuzzy inside. I felt good about doing this for him. He worked so damn hard. Sometimes all he had time for was to sleep, shower, and eat. I wanted to be the person to help him relax and enjoy life, to have a hot meal ready for him when he came home from work, to rub his shoulders and run him a bath when he had a hard day. I wanted to please him so much. Everything smells so good. He dug into the turmeric and smoked paprika marinated eggplant. He moaned around the forkful in his mouth.
Is this the way you normally eat at home?
I beamed a smile at him, dipping the sautéed spinach and the black bean in pecan butter sauce. Sometimes. I don't let my mother anywhere near the kitchen if I want a decent meal. She's quite helpless.
This is really good,
he said with a satisfied grunt. I can cook for you any time.
Oh no, the next time we do this, dinner's on me. I'll order in if I can't make anything this fancy.
It's a simple dish. Then I proceeded to tell him exactly what I did, stopping halfway when he looked at me with the most bewildered expression on his face.
Let's leave the cooking to you, why don't we?
I'll cook for you again next weekend.
Sounds good.
How did things go with Dr. Jacobs? I chewed carefully and swallowed. How much did I reveal to him?
The truth? Always the truth.
It felt kind of weird. I pushed the vegetables around on my plate. I've been used to you for years. At one point, I almost panicked that I'd lost you as a doctor. His fork clattered to his plate, and a stricken look crossed his face.
You'd rather me be your oncologist?
In a world where I could be your patient and your boyfriend, yeah. You'll always be number one to me. But I felt confident about Dr. Jacobs. I think over time I'll get used to her. It took me a while to get used to you, too, after my hematologist.
Are you sure?
Yes, I think everything will work out.
And you'll tell me if you don't feel comfortable with her, won't you? It doesn't have to be her, you know. She's pretty damn good, which is why I picked her. But the clinic has other oncologists who are just as qualified.
I want to work with her and give her a chance. But I promise I'll tell you if it's not working out for me.
Good.
He still seemed too worried, so I beamed a smile at him. Guess who got a job today? His eyebrows rose.
You did?
Yes, it's not glamorous or anything, but I'll be working as a store clerk at the mall. Nice place, and I get an employee discount on clothes. How cool is that? He smiled at me.
Is this something you want to do?
I shrugged. It's okay for now. I want to help my mom with the bills, you know?
Austin, you...
Nope, I'm not going to take your money. You're my boyfriend, and I'm old enough to look after myself. He frowned at me, the intensity surprising me. Was he that upset about me not taking his money?
Fine, I won't push. But whatever you need, don't forget to call me.
Well, right now I need dessert, which I forgot to bring, I said.
That's fine. There's an ice cream shop not far from here, about a 10-minute walk. Good time to get some exercise in.
I snorted at his disapproving frown. I'm trying.
Not hard enough. I'm going to have to get you in the mornings to run with me.
I blinked. You do that for me? I won't be able to match your pace.
Then I'll keep yours.
Okay, if I won't slow you down.
You won't. We'll be going as fast or as slow as you're comfortable with.
I sprang to my feet and reached for his first plate. I'll do it, Malcolm said. He gently pushed me back to sit.
You've already done enough, Austin. Thank you.
I was lost in Malcolm's kisses, the persistent sweep of his tongue, the sharp sting of his teeth biting into my lip before he let go. I was already hard for him again.
Do you know how hard it is to resist you when you look at me like that? He asked softly.
Like what? I croaked.
Like you'd give me anything if I asked.
That's because I would, I whispered. But he was already walking to the kitchen, carrying the dirty dishes and glasses. When he was done loading everything in the dishwasher, he bundled me back into my sweater. I reached for the scarf I'd discarded earlier, but he placed his hand on mine.
Leave it. You look beautiful, sweetheart.
I'd never been self-conscious about my appearance. I didn't mind being bald, although I'd panicked the first time I held a clump of hair in my hand. Of course, I wished I hadn't lost it all, but I'd gotten used to it.
Okay.
I let go of the scarf. He took me by the hand and steered me outside into the cool evening air. The moon shone brightly from a clear sky twinkling with stars. Hand in hand, we walked the short distance to the ice cream shop, which turned out to be a quaint structure with only half a dozen seating arrangements inside. The wide assortment of toppings had me salivating. I released his hand and pointed out what I wanted on mine. Hey, dinner was on me, so it's my treat, I told him. Nope, you spent enough on dinner and there's no arguing about it. Malcolm kissed my temple, and really, how could I argue with him after that? We got our cups, and after getting his plain chocolate ice cream without any toppings, so unadventurous, he stood aside and shook his head at me while I went wild, getting a little bit of everything. You sure that's wise? He asked. Oh, I'm sure it's not. But why not live vicariously through ice cream? He gave me a pointed look. It's not like we're doing anything tonight, right? Because I'd dump this in a heartbeat. Soon. With a sigh, I waved him aside. Then I'll go heavy on the nuts to make up for the ones I won't have in my mouth tonight. Malcolm made a choking sound. Jesus, Austin. I laughed and topped up my ice cream. We weighed them in and paid. Mine cost considerably more than his, but with the sprinkles, gummy worms, wafers, M&Ms, and lots more, it was understandable. Don't come crying to me if you have an upset stomach, he warned. I picked a long gummy worm for my ice cream as we walked out of the shop. You know you can't say no to me. I stuck one end of the sweet treat into my mouth and lifted my face to his. Eat me, Dr. Greer. I didn't think he would, but I'd clearly pegged him wrong. He swooped down and latched onto the other end of the worm, sucking it into his mouth until our lips touched. Then he bit off the other end, his smoldering gaze snagging mine. The way I want to eat you, Austin, can't be done in public. He caught my hand and tugged a little. Dry-mouthed and unable to respond, I followed him meekly, my mind completely ruined for the night. I really wanted him to gobble me up. 12. Malcolm. I'd just taken my seat in my car, resting my eyes a bit before driving off from work, when my phone vibrated. I plucked it out of the pocket of my laptop case and smiled at the message displayed on the screen. Austin, I miss you. I wish I didn't have to work so I could see more of you. Although I was tired after the long day I'd had at the center, reading Austin's text message cheered me up right away. He usually did, whether we were talking on the phone or in person. I'd seen less of him over the past week since he started working. The selfish part of me hated that he now had a job, which meant seeing less of him. Even though we couldn't talk all willy-nilly when we had been at the clinic together, I'd caught glimpses of him, heard his voice as he spoke to our patients and read to them. While waiting for the car to warm up, I fired back a message. Me. Miss you too. Just a glimpse of you at work usually brightens my day. My phone lit up in a few seconds. Austin's name flashed across the screen, and I swiped to accept the video call. His sweet face filled the screen from a worn couch where he sat with a throw up to his neck. Hey, baby, you look cozy. Hey, yourself. Are you finished at the center? Yeah, I'm about to leave. So you really missed me? Yes, hang on. I'm going to hook you up to the speaker so I can free up my hands to drive. I can call you back later. No, stay on the line. Talk to me, I'm tired. All right. I hooked up my phone to the Bluetooth and backed out of the parking lot. How was your day? Okay, tedious work, but my supervisor is friendly, so there's that. You're not wanting to go to bed, are you? Not yet. I don't get to see you often enough, so I want to talk to you a bit. I was just watching a movie. I hated how our schedules clashed, me working long hours and not having much time to do anything. We talked every day, but hadn't met up in person since he'd cooked for me over the weekend, and I did miss him something awful. My house would never feel the same again after he'd graced it with his presence, drenched the walls in his laughter, and lit up every room. That night, after we'd returned home from the ice cream shop, he had gotten a tummy ache just like I had predicted. I'd given him something for it, then held him in my arms on the couch while he dozed off.
and when it got too late, I brought him home to sleep in his own bed. "I'll let you get back to your movie in a minute," I said. "I just need to hear your voice." "Rough day?" "Kind of. We admitted a new patient. She's only 4. "Oh, no." "Yeah, but she's a fighter. I'm hopeful." "Good." "Malcolm?" My cock flexed at his unusual use of my given name. The way he purred it did all sorts of crazy things to me. I wanted to strip him bare, tie him to the post of my bed, and love on him until he was crying and begging me to make him come. "Babe," I said, barely getting the words out. "Pick me up." "What?" "I'll be ready. Pick me up and we can spend some time together tonight." "You have work tomorrow." So did I, but I wanted to so badly. "So? Plus, I'm too tired. I'm not sure I'll be able to bring you back home tonight." "Then let me stay." "Let him stay?" I groaned at the proposition. I was 99% certain if he stayed, nothing would happen between us. I wasn't joking about how beat I was, and I refused for our first time to be with me half-assing it. "You can sleep in the guest room." Yes, that was perfect. "I want to sleep in your bed." "It'll be too hard for me with you in my bed. Do you want me to pick you up or not?" "Okay, I'll grab an overnight bag, but we'll revisit the sleeping arrangements." "I'll be there in 10. I hung up, excitement dancing in my gut. When I parked at his apartment building, I was wide awake, my energy level boosted by the thought of him spending the night with me. I could have called to have him meet me at the car, but I was old-fashioned, and I took the elevator to his floor, and at his door rapped a couple of times. My palms were sweaty, and my heart beat steady but harder than it did before. I'd grown used to the sensation that happened whenever I was about to see him after we'd been apart for a day or two. He'd open the door, I'd get my first glimpse of him, and the urge to smother myself in him would overtake me. Wrong. Austin didn't open the door. His mother did. If she was surprised to see me, she didn't show it. Austin said she knew about us, but they hadn't really talked much about it since he told her. Her face was an impassive mask I couldn't read. "Dr. Greer," she said. "I'm guessing you're here to see Austin." "Yes, and please call me Malcolm." It would be less awkward. I didn't need the constant reminder I'd been her son's oncologist since he was 17. Not from her. Damn, if this is awkward for me, how is she able to handle seeing me? "And call me Eloise." She stepped aside and gestured for me to enter the apartment. "Austin got a little overexcited that you were coming. He's in his bedroom." I can wait outside if you prefer." "Don't be silly." We stood in the doorway without moving, an awkward pause making the situation even more awkward. "I'm sorry if this is uncomfortable for you." I took the bull by the horns. Not that she had horns. She always struck me as someone with a sweet disposition and a fierceness when it came to her son. She'd been tough through his treatments, crying in my office when we spoke quietly, but always keeping a smile for her son. "I'd be lying if I said it isn't. My son and you." She shook her head as if still trying to come to grips with the reality of it all. "He's quite taken with you." I feel the same about him. All the men I dated had been independently grown men, even if they were younger. They'd been on their own, so I wasn't used to having this kind of conversation with mothers who were concerned for their son's well-being. But I had the overwhelming urge to reassure her. "I promise you I care about your son." "How long has this been going on?" She looked confused. "All these years." "I'd never make sexual advances toward a child, Eloise. Never. Austin and I only happened after his breakup." She frowned at me. "Did you have anything to do with that? He never did want to get into why he broke off his relationship." "I assure you I had nothing to do with that." "But you know why?" I nodded. "Yes, but it's his story to tell." She sighed, her lips pinched.
I don't know what to think about this, but I know Austin and he's stubborn. If he has his mind and heart set on you, nothing I say will deter him.
I love him.
The words tumbled out of me, startling both of us. I hadn't thought about it too much, but they felt right.
I'll do right by him. I promise.
She let out a shuddering breath and nodded, the firm line of her lips softening. I figured as much. She crossed her arms. You never took me for the predator type, and you were always so good with him. It's just so new, and you have to understand my first instinct is to protect him. But he's grown, and he deserves his happiness the way he wants it. It's not right for me to interfere with that.
If only one could look at a predator and know instantly what kind of person he was. It wouldn't be to my advantage to bring this up, though, so I just nodded.
Mom, is that Dr. Greer?
Austin's voice rang out.
Yes, it is,
she called back, then returned her attention to me.
He still calls you Dr. Greer?
My face heated up, and I couldn't come up with an answer. I couldn't tell her the truth that Austin and I both got a kick out of him addressing me that way. The taboo nature of the doctor-patient relationship we had turned us both on. But that was just the icing of our feelings for each other. It wasn't the whole cake.
Hey!
Austin gave his mother a brief, tight hug, then let her go.
Mom, you already know Dr. Greer.
Sure do.
She patted his cheek. Be safe and call me if you need anything, like ask me to pick you up, regardless of what time of the night it is.
She gave me a pointed stare as though checking if I had the message loud and clear.
Good night.
Good night, Eloise. She had barely disappeared into the kitchen when Austin launched himself at me. I caught him and lifted him so his legs wrapped around my waist. He could be such a big baby at times. I adored it, and the way he felt free to express himself in an honest way. I needed to do the same to him, too.
I missed you so much.
For a little skinny guy, he sure could squeeze hard. Ditto. Are you ready to go? He nodded.
I've got a backpack. I'll leave your place straight for work tomorrow morning.
His eyes shone as he grinned at me.
And I get to sleep in your bed tonight.
I shook my head at his enthusiasm. How could I tell him no? All right, let's go. I took his bag, and with the other hand captured his hand in mine. I kissed his temple. Where did I get this renewed energy from? Inside the elevator, we turned to each other, and I kissed him. How stupid had I been to think he could spend the night without us having sex? I had him up against one wall of the elevator car when the doors opened.
Oh, my!
At the soft gasp, Austin and I came up for air. An elderly lady stood in the hallway, her mouth falling open wide. Cursing silently, I set Austin down on his feet. No way could I adjust the bulge in my pants without her seeing it. Apologies, ma'am. I grabbed Austin's bag, which had fallen to the ground. We didn't mean to slow down the elevator.
Sorry, Mrs. Abbott,
Austin said in a sheepish tone. She stepped out of the way for Austin and me to clear out of the elevator.
Good for you,
Mrs. Abbott said. Austin giggled.
I've always liked her. She would bring me soup and sit with me sometimes when I was sick, but Mom had to go to work.
Ah, I'm glad you had people to help. I know it was difficult for you.
Yeah, and you're right. I had so many people who cared.
I squeezed his hand as we walked out of the apartment building. Because you're an incredible young man.
13. Austin.
Lamb cake, sit with me while I eat.
I glanced up from the living room couch where I'd been watching an episode of The Bold Type. Malcolm looked more refreshed than he'd been when he picked me up. He'd been tired then, but the shower seemed to have revived him. He was more relaxed, dressed in a t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants. His broad feet bare. Had I always noticed feet before? Or was it just his that made me lick my lips? It was so intimate seeing another man's feet in the privacy of his home.
Austin, don't make a snack out of me, he said, his tone amused.
I want to take a bite out of you, but you won't let me. I pouted and turned off the television. Do you want me to stay your little virgin boy forever?
Patience, little lamb.
It was a weird nickname, but I could grow used to it. I'm trying, but it's hard to when your boyfriend's a gorgeous man you can't wait to see naked. Maybe if you're good, I'll tell you all about the plan I have for us. That definitely had my attention. Does it involve a word that starts with S and ends with X? And in case you can't figure it out, there's a vowel in the middle. Laughing, he took my hand and pulled me after him to the dining room. Maybe. I know you said you're not hungry, but at least have some of the apple crumble or something to drink. I accepted the drink, but nothing else. I was looking forward to tonight, and if there was a chance in hell I might end up lucky, I wouldn't ruin my shot by wolfing down his food tonight. He ate mostly in silence while I told him about my first week at the store and the interesting people I got to meet. He listened attentively, ate slowly, and a huge sense of home settled in my gut so thick I stopped talking. My love was completely his. I hadn't felt this strongly about Bryce, yet some of the things he'd done in our relationship had hurt so bad. It would be 10 times worse if Malcolm would do the same to me. For the first time since we got together, flutters of uncertainty fanned my stomach. Malcolm? At my use of his given name, he placed his fork on his plate and wiped his mouth with his napkin. Yes? If the cancer returns, Austin. Well, you always wanted me to prepare for the possibility, remember? I got up from my chair and walked over to him and sat in his lap. But that's not the question. Just, would you sleep with anyone else when I couldn't because I'm too sick? What kind of question is that? I wrapped my arms around his neck and played with the short hairs at his nape. It felt so good to be able to run my fingers through hair, even if it was his. I could enjoy this with him. I thought it made sense. I kissed his strong jaw. Bryce? I nodded. Yeah, I haven't thought about it in so long, but I remember crying the first time I found out. I did by accident, and he swore it wouldn't happen again. But then I thought long and hard about it. It was only fair to him, right? But was it fair to you? I couldn't answer. I never thought about it and how it had affected me. All I felt was relief that he wouldn't leave me if I gave him that one thing. I think he might have been trying to get me to let him go for years, and I didn't even realize. I buried my face into his neck and sniffled. I just didn't want to be alone. I was so scared. There are some things in life that are worse than being alone. I know that now. I sighed against him. I think I just ruined your dinner. I'm sorry. No, I'm done. I was getting a kick out of watching you. You do that a lot. Does it bother you? Bother me? I love it when all your attention is on me. I pulled back just enough to peer at his contemplative face. What's that all about? Something you're not telling me? He rested his hands on my hips, holding me firmly to him. What do you know about daddy kink? Daddy kink? I frowned at him. Yeah, you know, when one's partner calls you daddy, and you make that a part of your relationship. He wasn't kidding. He looked way too serious for that. Not much. I've heard some men do that when I watch porn. Yeah? How did you feel about it? I shrugged. I didn't think much about it. Why? I slapped my hand over my mouth. You're into that? Malcolm inhaled deeply, then let out the breath. Yes. And if it's not something you'd like, that's fine. The thing with kink is that it should benefit both parties for it to be rewarding. We don't even have to think about it. He started to get up with me in his arms, but I pressed against his shoulder, shoving him back gently in his chair. No way. You can't leave me hanging. I want to know more. What do you like about it? I enjoy the love and care in a daddy-boy relationship. His words started off quite neutral, but his tone changed to one of longing. Every time a boy calls me daddy, it's a constant reminder of my role in our relationship. The caregiver, the one who will look after you in every possible way. But you do take care of me already. Yes, but being your daddy gives me more reign over you. I'll be your sounding board, your decision maker, the one who takes care of your financial needs, so no brushing me aside when I want to help with the things you need. As my boy, you would allow me to spend on you, not just money, but my time, my emotions. And when I do, you'll be grateful and thank me as your daddy. I remained silent, digesting his words. They certainly held appeal. The most challenging part would be whether or not I could give over all that control to him. Like I said, it's not for every couple. So if it's not for us, that's fine. But it'll mean a lot to you. Yes. I pressed a hand to his chest, his heart beating hard under my touch. You've had this in all your relationships? I haven't had that many relationships, but 2 of the 3 were. Were you happy in the one that didn't have daddy kink? No, but not because of the kink. It was a toxic relationship that was all wrong from the beginning. Nothing like what we have. I chewed on my bottom lip. What if I'm not good at it? Honestly, I don't think it'll take much adjustment from the way we are right now. You're already such a good boy. But we all mess up from time to time. So if that happens, we'll learn from it and move on. I might want to try, but can I think about it? Sure, there's no rush. He cupped my chin and kissed me. I splayed my hands over his shoulders and leaned into the kiss. He had to be right that daddy or not, we would still be able to enjoy this. His tongue swirled into my mouth and I whimpered. Please. Please what? Make love to me? I opened my eyes and stared into his, so full of heat and love. I want to know what it's like with you inside me. Malcolm slammed his lips against mine again, and I floated, hanging on to him so I didn't get too swept away. Go on up to my bedroom. He bit my bottom lip. Take care of yourself, and I'll be there in 15. Let me clear the table. My heart skipped a beat, and sound waves almost deafened me. We're going to? Yes, sweet boy. I'm going to pleasure you. When he set me on my feet, my legs trembled. I didn't waste any time and dashed from the dining room, his laugh at my back. I'd wanted this for so long, and no way in hell was I going to pretend otherwise. I mounted the stairs at running speed, ignoring his chide for me to slow down and not to break my bones. My virginity was the only thing I planned to break tonight. When we arrived, he'd put my bag in his bedroom. I ruffled through the bag and found the items I needed and headed to the bathroom. I'd already prepped at home, hoping that this would happen. When I was finished, I returned to the bedroom, a towel wrapped around my body, and stopped dead in my tracks. Malcolm, completely naked, stood in the middle of the room. I let my eyes travel the length of his body, from the strong tower of his neck to his broad shoulders and bare chest. A tantalizing treasure trail led down his taut stomach to the patch of hair shrouding his dick. He wasn't fully hard, but there was a definite kick to the tilt of his cock. Beneath the towel, my own stirred. Lose the towel, little lamb. My hands trembled as I let the towel drop to the floor. Some people would have tried to make themselves appear smaller and thinner when they were naked, but not me. His eyes wandered over my frame, and I clutched my hands in front of me, lowering my gaze. I was still too thin at 110 pounds. It was still better than the 90 I had weighed before. Am I making you uncomfortable? Did he? I shook my head. I just don't know what you're thinking when you're looking at me is all. Why don't you look at me? You'll know. Cheeks burning, I raised my head, and our eyes clashed. I sucked in a deep breath at the rawness in them. Hunger, want. A shiver ran down my spine. He wanted me as much as I wanted him. Then why are you just standing there looking at me? He chuckled but walked over to me. When he stopped in front of me, he placed his hands on my sides and slowly ran them up and down my ribs. Were ribs meant to be erotic? I could gladly be an Olaf in summer at the way he touched me. One small puddle. I want you so much, I'm afraid if I touch you, it'll be all over way too soon. Then hurry. He swept me up in his arms, carried me over to the bed and laid me down, then covered my body with his. It was bliss. I'd never been naked with someone else before. The hair on his legs tickled my skin. We have all night. He kissed the side of my neck. With a moan, I rolled my head to give him better access. His 5 o'clock shadow pricked my skin, but instead of pulling away, I craved the touch. Malcolm. He lifted his head and grinned. I'm kind of disappointed. I was looking forward to you whispering Dr. Greer. I'll call you whatever you want as long as you don't stop. Your choice. Whatever feels good to you, baby. He captured one of my flat nipples between his lips and tugged. I reared up off the bed. My nipples tingled and grew tight beneath the flicking of his tongue. I cried out softly when he nipped the point with his teeth. I lay back on the bed, gasping for air when he kissed his way down my skinny stomach, placing soft kisses over my rib cage into my hip. I was already out of breath when he cupped my balls and kneaded them. Although he didn't touch my nipples anymore, they still tingled. It was as if everywhere he touched and kissed my body had gone tender. Remember what it felt like when I sucked you off before? I groaned. Did he expect me to forget that? Yes. I'm going to do it again. He rubbed the pad of his thumb over the slit in my cock. Maybe not for long. I don't think you'll last very long. I won't. People always made fun of sex being 3 minutes, but if I lasted that long, I would be satisfied. Everything inside me was already at the tipping point. Maybe I can coax 2 climaxes out of you tonight. I don't know. I didn't know much of anything, but I relied on his guidance. That's fine. I'll teach you, remember? Then teach me, please. Malcolm captured the head of my cock with his mouth. It was even better than before. I had expected it to feel the same, but whether it was the weight or our changed relationship, it was different. Would sex always feel so good between us? Oh, God, my thoughts scattered. His lips, they did crazy things to my insides. My legs trembled, my toes curled. I dug my hands into the mattress and fisted the sheets. Malcolm ran his hands up my body to my nipples and tweaked them between his thumbs and forefingers. I erupted. The world tilted. Nothing made sense in it, and yet everything did. This wonderful man was completely mine. 14. Malcolm. Austin coming for me sucking him off gave me immense pleasure. I'd intended for him to come when I was inside him, but this virgin boy of mine wasn't going to last if I didn't take the edge off his lust first. He was young, physically fine, and he'd never been fucked by anyone before. I didn't need him to be uptight when we got there. I swallowed his bittersweet spunk, softly ran my tongue around his glands, then released him. His hips depressed into the bed, and a moan left his lips. He looked sated, but I wasn't through with him yet. Crawling up his body, I nudged his legs apart and leaned forward to kiss his mouth until he opened his eyes. The corners of his lips tilted into a lazy grin. You like that, huh? I tickled his ribs and he laughed. No, don't. You're going to make me pee myself. I stopped teasing him. You want to use the bathroom? No, I want to do this. He pressed his hands into my chest and pushed me back onto the bed. Only because I let him. He settled himself between my thighs, his face flushed and his body pink from the roughness of my beard. I could have him look like this every single day I walked into the house after a long, grueling day. I've been thinking about this since you did it to me in the kitchen. My breath hitched when he circled my shaft with his small hand. It looked so delicate against my skin. I probably stink at this. He swallowed and bit his bottom lip.
He had no idea how provocative he looked, how his innocence made me want to ruin him. It had never mattered before how many men my boys had slept with before me, but my chest swelled when I looked at Austin. I would be the first and only one, if I could help it, to pleasure him. Just have fun, baby. I can do that, but please tell me if I suck. He grinned at me, then licked his way up my cock and sucked the plump head into his mouth. His eyes widened as if he discovered something foreign. His tongue ran down my shaft as he tried to take more of me into his mouth. Easy, baby. No need to take more than you can manage. He cupped my balls with one hand, and with the other held me by the shaft while he slowly opened his mouth and took as much of me as he could, then closed to let me slip out. I loved how he sucked me off while he stared into my eyes, as if watching for my approval. He didn't need to. He was perfect. Even when his teeth scraped my tender flesh and I hissed a warning. Even when he squeezed me too hard. Fucking perfect. Every single inch of him. Baby, come here, I rasped, my throat thick with emotions. I caught him under his arms and pulled him up my body. He lay on top of me, his hand resting at the back of my neck as our mouths collided. He slipped a leg between mine, and I rubbed my hand down his side around to his ass to cup his cheeks. He didn't stiffen, which was a good thing. If he was relaxed, this would go better for both of us, but especially for him. In no particular haste, I kissed him over and over. Our lips would part for us to gulp in air, then locked again. I couldn't get enough of his sweetness. I slipped a hand between his crack and trailed fingers down to his tiny hole. My heart pounded in my chest. So fucking small. I'd need to take care of him. I teased his hole with the pad of my finger, rubbing over his puckered hole until he bucked his hips, seeking more. Let me get the lube. Lie on your stomach. I planted another kiss on his lips, then rolled over to the night table. The brand new lube and condoms I'd bought for this night were in the same position I'd left them. Even though we talked about safe sex, I wanted to have them in case he changed his mind about us being exclusive and going bareback. He lay face down on the bed. I grabbed a pillow and made him rest his head on it. You always take such good care of me, he said with a smile. I kissed the middle of his spine. Always and forever. He shivered, and I continued trailing kisses down his spine. When I got to his small, round ass, I pried the cheeks apart and placed a kiss right over his hole. He jerked his head up with a surprised groan. I held him down and slid my tongue deeper into his tight heat. His legs shifted restlessly on the bed, and the sounds he made came out muffled by the pillow. That's a good boy. I kissed both his cheeks, then grabbed the lube. Fingers all slicked up, I rubbed over his hole and slowly fingered him. God, he was so fucking tight, but I refused to take him until he was ready. Take a deep breath and relax, baby. It'll take some time, but I swear it'll be worth it. I trust you. Those beautiful words hit deep, and my stomach tightened. How could I do anything but ensure he was well prepared, even if it meant getting blue balls? My unruly dick wouldn't calm down, wouldn't acknowledge that my 2 fingers spreading Austin open and stretching him wasn't for my pleasure but Austin's. I wanted inside him so badly, but I gritted my teeth and worked my patience to the edge, fucking my boy with my fingers, getting him used to the rhythm, to the intrusion of something slipping inside his ass. Soon his gasps of discomfort gave way to loud cries that filled the room. Just as with every other aspect of his life, he was completely open and honest about his feelings. He made no effort to temper what spilled from his mouth, whether it be moans or the pretty way he groaned fuck. He was ready as he would ever be. He was on his knees, clutching a fistful of sheets, his hips moving in tandem to my fingers. I removed my hands from his hole and cupped his balls. He was all hard again, bless his youth. Come here. I pulled him to me, and leaning back against the pillows,
set Austin on my thighs so he was straddling me. "You're going to be on top." "I am?" "Yes. That way you can control how much you can take at a time. You're in control." "What if I don't know what to do?" "Then I'll tell you. Lube my dick, then put me inside you." He grabbed the lube, squeezed some onto his hand, then glanced up at me. "Is this enough?" "A bit more. You're a virgin, babe. The more the better." "Got it." He looked so serious as he smoothed the gel down my cock. I tipped his chin. "Hey, just have fun." "Have fun. Got that too." I kissed him to get him out of his head, thrusting my tongue into his mouth. When he was distracted, I positioned my dick. "Now take me slowly." His cheeks were fiery red as he braced his hands on my chest and lowered his hips. The head of my dick caught his opening. He gasped, and I clenched my teeth. Tightness gripped my dick as he took me in inch by inch. "Oh my God!" He lifted off me and sank back down, fucking himself on just a few inches of my cock. I was dying. Lying back, I gripped the sheet and allowed him the freedom to set the pace, in complete control. "Baby," I groaned, placing my hands on his thighs, needing to touch him. His eyes were closed, his head thrown back as he rode me, urging me deeper inside his tightness. He leaned on his arms on the bed just behind him, back arched. With every movement, his dick flopped up and down, smacking his stomach. "Oh, fuck." I grasped his dick and stroked him. His moans deepened while his ass smacked against my thighs. When he slowed down, I pulled him down to my chest and kissed him. "Feels so good," he gasped. "More, please, Daddy." Something burst inside me at the word. I blinked at him. Did he? "Please, Daddy, fuck me." Oh God, what was he doing to me? "Baby." I wrapped an arm around his back, the other resting on his ass, gripping his flesh as I kissed him while I punched up inside him. "Such a good boy." "Yes." He clutched my shoulder, lips falling open. "Let Daddy take care of you, make you feel so good. Daddy will make you come, baby." "Yes, need you so much." He ran his hand down my chest, over my pecs, as I thrust up inside his channel over and over. His hot breath warmed my skin, his loud moans sending goosebumps all over me. Oh my God, when was the last time it had felt so good to be alive? I flipped us over, trapping him beneath me, then spread his legs and pushed deep in and out of him. "Rub your dick for me, baby." He grasped his cock and stroked. "Oh God, that feels good." His moans intensified, and his body tightened beneath me. A spray of cum shot onto his stomach. "Yes, baby, that's it. Daddy fucks you so good. Make his good boy come." "Ugh!" He placed a hand in the center of my chest. His hole tightened around my cock, and I rocked it in and out of him, clamping my eyes closed and gritting my teeth as I came inside him. I slowed down to a complete stop and shifted us so he lay cuddled up against my chest. His heart beat as fast as mine. I rubbed my hand down his back, over his ass, soothing him. "Hey." I kissed his closed eyelids. "You okay?" He peeked one eye open. "Yeah, I just have a question." "Yeah?" "Can we do that again tonight?" I crushed him to my chest rumbling with laughter. "Not for a few days. Your body needs time to adjust. You may feel a bit of discomfort for a couple of days." "Oh. But we can do other things." "Like?" I whispered in his ear, and his cheek turned red. "What do you say?" "I did like that very much." "Good." I kissed his nose. "You called me Daddy. I thought you wanted some time to think about it." He ran a hand through my hair and stretched, purring like a pleased kitten. "Well, you told me to call you whatever feels right. And the way you were so attentive and caring through everything, I thought it was fitting." Did you enjoy it? Yes. Maybe even more than I do calling you Dr. Greer. I gave a mock gasp. Dr. Greer feels very betrayed. No, he doesn't. He rolled fully on top of me and winced. Damn. Sore? Yes. I was hoping you were exaggerating. No, but let me run you a warm bath. Then you can take a few painkillers. Those will help. 15. Malcolm. Austin wasn't a morning person. He lifted the sheet from his head and, scowling, accepted the cup of coffee I offered him. Even when he was giving me the evil eye, he was still adorable. I struggled to keep my face straight at his not-so-sunny disposition. One crack of a smile and his mood might swing in the wrong direction. Careful, it's hot. I sat at the edge of the bed. How are you feeling this morning? He took several sips of his coffee before he answered. Not as good as you. No? Are you sore? He squirmed, pulling a face. I'll live. Plus, last night was incredible. He sighed. To think I'm no longer a virgin. Do you think people will be able to tell? Chuckling, I lifted his foot and massaged his sole. I don't think that's something you can tell by looking at someone. Looks are very deceiving, you know. My mom's going to know. She always knows these things. You don't want her to? We're both adults. Yes, we are. He beamed a smile at me. The coffee must be working. I did very adult things last night, and I can't wait to do more adult things with you. I rubbed between his big toe and the one right beside it. Actually, I have a very adult proposal for you. He wagged his eyebrows. Do tell. Nothing that dirty. Keep your mind out of the gutter. He groaned. Then it's boring adult things? Sort of. I released his foot. No, don't stop. That feels good. I smiled. He was already turning into such a spoiled boy, and I hadn't brought out the big guns yet. I took up his other foot, placed it in my lap, and pressed my thumbs into the soft spot just under his toes. He moaned, a look of pure satisfaction on his face, and I almost forgot what I wanted to say to him. I have a conference to attend in Philadelphia in 2 weeks. I'll be a part of a discussion panel, and I've been wondering if you would want to come with me. The cup of coffee hit the saucer as he lowered both to his lap. You're asking me to go to a professional event with you? Yes, but only if you want to. Of course I want to, but are you sure? I mean, we're supposed to be keeping this just between us for now, right? It's Philadelphia. Who's going to know that you were a patient of mine? I stroked his instep. All they'll see is that I am with a gorgeous young man who I can't keep my eyes off. He flushed, his gaze dropping to the bed. In that case, I'd love to come, if it's not going to interfere with work. It's on a Saturday, and we head back here Sunday. Can you get Saturday off? I'll ask. I don't think it should be a problem. Otherwise, I can always ask someone to change shifts. Good, because I really want you to be there with me. He placed the cup and saucer on the night table, then pulled his foot out of my hand, leaned forward, grabbed me by my shirt, and pulled me toward him. I went willingly, half reclining on him. Kiss me, Daddy. God, you're killing me. In a good way, though, right? Yeah, in the best possible way. I kissed him softly, shaping his lips with mine, savoring the taste of his mouth. He clutched at my shoulders and lay back, taking me along with him. I released his lips, kissed his closed eyelids, the sharpness of his nose, his forehead, his cheekbones. With a sigh, I rested my forehead on his. We need to get ready for work. I don't like to be late. He grumbled but scooted to the edge of the bed. I didn't give him the opportunity to say no. I swept him up in my arms and headed for the bathroom. Are you going to carry me into the building at work, too? Don't be a smarty pants. In the bathroom, we worked on our rhythm. It wasn't perfectly in sync, but I had faith that all just required practice. For now, I was content to bump into him. All the better to kiss him or cop a feel. We brushed our teeth and stepped into the shower. I watched him and the way he moved. His posture was a bit stiff, but it wasn't pronounced. and he should be able to work just fine. Last night I'd taken my time to make him comfortable, but I wasn't exactly small, and he was rather slender and had been a virgin to boot. "Will you let me wash you?" I asked him when the water was sluicing down. "Okay. I'm used to someone washing me anyway." When he'd been too sick to do it himself, he didn't need to add that for me to know what he meant. His mother and nurses had helped him to take care of his needs. I carefully washed his body, dipping into every crevice and corner, and when I was done with his front, I turned him around and passed the washcloth over the small of his back and between his ass cheeks. He didn't move, didn't seem to find it uncomfortable at all. He stood with his head bowed, letting the water run down his body, so at ease. I returned to my task, then stilled. Dots of pink stained the blue washcloth. Blood. My professional self warred with the other part of me that saw him as my lover. It wasn't uncommon for light spotting after anal sex, and it had been his first time. I'd watched him suffer through chemo and radiation. Alarm twisted in my gut. It wasn't rare after Hodgkin's disease for active cancer cells to develop in other parts of the body. My mind immediately brought me there, although I shouldn't jump to conclusions. But this boy was the love of my life, and I needed to be truthful to him. "Your hands are no longer moving," Austin said, his voice calm. Was I about to ruin his peace of mind for nothing? "Austin." I turned him around, and he swiped the water out of his eyes. "There are some specks of blood on the washcloth, baby." He stared at me as if he couldn't quite fathom what I was saying to him. "From where?" "Your butt." "Oh." His shoulders relaxed. "But that's from last night, right? I mean, it was my first time, so it could have been that, right?" He chewed on his bottom lip, his eyes digging into mine for answers. "Honestly, that's more than likely the reason. It's not uncommon. But I need to check you out to be certain. You know early detection for anything is key." He shook his head. "It's because of us having sex, I'm sure." "Austin, it doesn't hurt to be certain. It's the only way to find out for sure." "Fine, I'll see Dr. Jacobs." "I can examine you just as well." He patted my cheek. "Look how worked up you already are. You're no longer my doctor, Malcolm. You're my boyfriend. I think my doctor should handle this." Everything inside me balked at the idea of someone else examining him in a situation like this. He was my patient. I'd helped to keep him alive all these years, but from the stubborn set of his jaw, he'd made up his mind who he wanted to examine him. Fine. Let's finish showering. The rest of the shower felt awkward. I couldn't get the speckles of blood from my mind. Had I been too rough with him last night? Things had gotten a little intense at the end. Back in the bedroom, I watched him as he dressed. He was chatting about work unperturbed while I discreetly checked him for physical signs, but he seemed okay. His skin looked healthy, his eyes were clear, and he moved gingerly, but that was to be expected. "I'll call Dr. Jacobs and let her know you're coming," I said when he paused. "No, I'll do it when I'm at work." "You're going to work?" I stared at him, clenching my fist to stop me from taking him by the shoulders and shaking him. "Of course, I just started, so I don't want to take a day off yet. I'll ask her if she can see me during my lunch break." "I don't think you should be going to work, Austin." "Why not? You said it yourself that it's more than likely nothing. Or do you think it's more and you don't want to worry me so you won't tell me?" I took his shoulders. "Never that, I swear to you. I'd never keep anything about your health from you." He caught my tie in his hand and rubbed at the silky material. "Then there's nothing to worry about. I promise I will call her and see if she has availability. I'll speak to her and, please don't. I'm not a kid anymore. I'll handle it. You've got to trust me too, you know." I swallowed my retort and nodded. "Okay, I just care about you so damn much." "I know. I care about you too." Against all my wishes, I took him to work. When I parked outside the building, he leaned across the console to kiss me. But before he could go, I held him back. "You will call Dr. Jacobs, won't you?" "I will. And if you need me to speak with her to see you sooner, then—" "I don't want you to do that." He let out a sigh and reached for my hand. "I don't want you to be my doctor right now, Mal. Just be my boyfriend." "I am, baby. A concerned one. And I'll take care of it. Promise." He kissed my cheek and released my hand. "I'll see you later?" "Sure." I wanted to tell him to find me when he was at the clinic, but I didn't want to pressure him, so I let him go and watched him walk toward the mall. At the entrance, he stopped and waved, smiling at me. Only when he disappeared inside did I put the car into drive and head toward the clinic. My schedule was full as usual, but I tried not to let my worry for Austin affect the job I had to do. By 2 in the afternoon, I hadn't heard from Austin. I even stooped to asking Loretta if she'd seen him. She hadn't. I resisted calling Austin or Mallory. When I went into the break room for a cup of coffee, I ran into her by sheer coincidence. "Hey, Malcolm. What's up with you? You look tense." I couldn't tell from her expression if Austin had called her, and even if he had, she would be keeping it confidential. "Did Austin call you?" I blurted out, unable to keep my cool anymore. She cocked her head to one side and frowned at me. "You know I can't talk about a patient with you, Malcolm." "Come on, we talk about patients and treatment options all the time." "Yes, but in this case the patient is your boyfriend. No can do." She took her cup of coffee from the desk and walked out of the break room. "To be honest, I'm surprised you'd even ask me." Damn it, she was right. What the hell was I doing? Austin had specifically asked me not to interfere as I was his boyfriend and no longer his doctor. "Mallory, wait." She paused, her mouth a pinched line. "I don't appreciate being put in an awkward situation, Malcolm. When you recommended that I take over his care, I thought you did the right and responsible thing. I didn't expect that you would want me to give you unauthorized information on his health." My cheeks burned and I rubbed the back of my neck. "I know, and I'm sorry. I shouldn't have, and it won't happen again. I was just concerned about him." "Apology accepted. But if you're concerned, you should talk to him, not me." Left alone in the break room, I braced my arms on the counter and swore. This was tougher than I'd thought, but I couldn't play both roles of doctor and boyfriend in his life. What he wanted was my support, to know that I was there for him. I'd need to try harder at being just that. Now I understood what he'd meant when he'd said that it felt awkward starting over with Dr. Jacobs. It was equally unsettling to shift my perspective of Austin from patient to boyfriend after being his doctor for so long. Someone entered the break room, and I straightened up. Clyde Hurst strode straight for the coffee pot, a smirk on his lips. "Greer, you look stressed." "Not in the least." Good. "Heard you were chosen to be on the panel this year for our conference." "Yes, I am." "I can't wait to hear you speak." Was that sarcasm in his voice, or was he really excited about my presentation? Hurst must have been disappointed that he hadn't been invited to take part on the panel this year, but nothing showed on his face. When he returned the coffee pot to its spot, I took down my favorite mug and poured myself a cup as well. "It's quite the honor to have been selected." "You don't say. What about the other sessions? Will you be there too? I think they have some interesting discussions on the agenda. Too bad they aren't covering ethics this year, but then they might have figured we covered enough of that in our studies, right?" My back stiffened and I turned to challenge him, but he was already walking out of the break room. I'd expected such snide comments since Austin and I ran into him at the restaurant, but after days, then weeks passed without a word from him about it. I'd let my guard down, thought he had forgotten all about it, or he would realize he had more important things to do than coming after me for dating a former patient. 16. Austin. At 4:20, I rushed into the clinic. A wave of nostalgia washed through me as I waved at the security guard. I loved all the time I'd spent here, but I didn't get much time anymore with the job. The weekly pay wasn't bad, though, and I was happy I could help Mom pay some of the bills at the end of the month. Dr. Jacobs and I had an appointment at 4:15, so I was already late and didn't have the time to find Malcolm. I texted him earlier that my appointment had been rescheduled until after work. My supervisor had allowed me to work through my lunch hour, so I could leave an hour early to see the doctor. This worked out so much better for me, given I could visit with a few friendly faces, which I wouldn't have been able to do had I come in earlier. I ran straight to Dr. Jacobs' office and took a seat in the waiting room. Just as I sat, the door opened, and an elderly woman walked out. Dr. Jacobs beckoned me to enter. "Austin, come on in. I didn't expect to see you so soon again." "Hi, Dr. Jacobs." I closed the door behind me. "I didn't expect to be here so soon either, but things happen. Why don't you tell me what brought you here?" My cheeks flamed and I dropped my gaze to the floor. Maybe I should have asked Malcolm to sit in this with me so he could explain to his colleague why I was there. But it would only have been more embarrassing. There might have been, some spotting of blood this morning when I was taking a shower." "Tell me what happened. What kind of spotting?" I stuttered around what had happened last night and the effect this morning when I showered with Malcolm. By the time I finished, my face was so hot I could have fried pancakes on my cheeks. Malcolm thought I should get it checked out. I ended. "Good call." She nodded. "Like Dr. Greer said, it's more than likely nothing major. Just a minor irritation from having rough sex." "Oh, but it wasn't rough." Kill me now. "The thing is that I was well, I've never done it before, you know. Penetrative sex. He wasn't rough, but it got a little intense at the end." "Ah, I see." How did she manage to keep her expression neutral? Like she didn't know me or Malcolm. "That makes it even more likely for the spotting to have been caused by minor bruising your first time. That can happen if your partner is well endowed." I nodded. Oh yeah, he was that. "But I'll examine you to make sure that's exactly what it is. Go change into one of the gowns and we'll get started." I'd done so many examinations throughout my sickness, having my skin prodded and pricked, that I was able to detach myself while she examined me. She was gentle, speaking to me in a calm and soothing voice, always preparing me for what she was about to do. When she was done, she asked me to get dressed again. "It's nothing serious." She gave me a reassuring smile. "Just a result from the sex, which means no penetration for another week, to give yourself some time to recuperate. And may I suggest the use of toys in the bedroom after that period is up? It'll help you to better accept your partner's well-endowed penis." I let out a sigh of relief, closing my eyes briefly. Ever since Malcolm told me he'd found blood, I'd been scared, but had held on to the explanation that it had been caused by the sex. Thinking anything else had been way too scary. I'd been so worried it wasn't the sex, but something worse. The counseling I'd done here had sought to prepare me for a life recovering from Hodgkin's disease. And the one thing I tried not to think about was the possibility of recurrence and new cancer cells forming. "You're fine, Austin," Dr. Jacobs said. "Thank you. There should be no more spotting, but if it happens again, you'll come back to see me, okay?" "Okay. Thanks so much." "You're welcome. Bye, Dr. Jacobs." At the door, I reached for the knob. Was Malcolm busy? I needed to call him to find out where he was so I could break the news to him. He'd been so worried this morning. "Austin?" "Yes?" Had I left something? I pivoted to face Dr. Jacobs. She shook her head, but it seemed more of a mental thing than for my benefit. "I really shouldn't get involved, and this is the only time I will. But I understand the delicate situation you are in with your relationship. Dr. Greer's taken care of you all these years, and it's hard for him to let go of that. It may take him time not to see himself as your physician anymore, but in the meantime, you can help him by not shutting him out." I tightened my grip on the door handle. "Thanks for that. We're still trying to figure stuff out, but I was at a loss on how to handle this. I wanted him to be here with me for the examination, but I also didn't think he was ready to watch someone else do it. You're smart. I know you'll do what's best for you both." I left her office and called Malcolm, but it went straight to voicemail. I did the only thing I could think of and headed toward his office. "You just missed him," Loretta told me. "He's making his rounds." "Okay, may I borrow your pen and a piece of paper, please?" "Sure thing, honey." I scribbled a note for Malcolm that I'd seen Dr. Jacobs and would visit with Mr. Evans for a bit. I also asked him to call me when he was available. "I'll make sure he gets this as soon as he returns," Loretta said. "Thank you." Whether or not she knew about my relationship with Malcolm was moot, and I didn't even want to think about it. At the C4 wing, I knocked on the door of Mr. Evans's room. "Come in." The voice that called out was masculine, but stronger and more vibrant than Mr. Evans's. I hesitated for a couple of seconds, then pushed open the door. The old man lying in bed looked far paler than the last time I'd seen him. I glanced at the man at his bedside. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know someone else was here. I'll just go."
"No, Austin. Caleb was just leaving."
"Caleb?" I assessed the man again. Mr. Evans had talked about his son before, but the tall, imposing figure wasn't whom I had envisioned. This man was nothing like his father, and exuded little warmth. Perfect disposition, really, for someone who couldn't spare the time to look after his dying father. At least he was here now. Maybe he had changed, and Mr. Evans would get a happy ending after all.
"Who is this?"
Caleb asked his father.
"Austin volunteers in the clinic,"
Mr. Evans answered.
"He visits with me a lot, and always brings me peppermint candy."
Chuckling, I dug into my pants pocket, retrieved a small bag with the red and white balls and put it next to him on the bed, then held out a hand to his son. "Hi, nice to meet you, Caleb."
"Same."
He didn't shake my hand.
"I'm sorry I can't stay longer, but I must get going. I'll be back."
The man made no move to hug his father, just nodded at me and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. Charming, not. "Yay, you had a visitor." I forced the cheer in my voice. This had to be huge for Mr. Evans. He always complained about how little his son visited. Mr. Evans grunted.
"I could have done without it."
I fixed his sheet around his waist. "That can't be true. He says he'll be back." He snorted.
"Right, to check that I am really dead."
My mouth fell open. "Mr. Evans."
"It is the truth."
"I'm sure it isn't." Who could be so heartless to this sweet old man? He may be a little gruff around the edges, but he was thoughtful and kind. He always asked me how I was doing, about my life and my mother. A selfish man wouldn't care to know about my day. The man took my hand in his and squeezed it.
"You're so innocent. You see the good in everybody, but that's not true for many people."
He gave me a smile which crumbled, and tears filled his eyes, then spilled down his cheeks.
"Leave me alone,"
he ground out. "I can't. Are you hurting? Do you want me to get Dr. Greer?"
"No, don't call the doctor. I'm fine."
"Of course you're not fine." This tough man had never cried before, not even when he was feeling his lowest. He would rather cuss and gripe than shed a tear. I awkwardly placed a hand on his slender shoulder. "It's going to be okay."
"Another lie,"
he groaned.
"I'm dying, which doesn't scare me in the least. I've lived for 88 years, and that's good enough. But at the very least, I would have thought my kids would have treated me better after all I've done for them."
"Maybe Caleb will be back."
"He won't. He only showed up today so he could bring a lawyer and have me update my will."
Oh no. My heart ached for him. I'd had so much support from the people around me when I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's that I couldn't fathom what it was like to go through a sickness this horrifying without family. But he had me. For as much as I could, I would continue seeing him and cheering him up.
"Please go now,"
he sighed.
"I'm exhausted from the visits. I need to rest."
"Of course." I squeezed his shoulder. "You're not alone. It might not be the same thing, but you have me." As I left Mr. Evans's room, an immense wave of sadness washed over me. I needed Malcolm. I called his phone, and thank God he answered on the first ring.
Hey, Austin, did you leave the center?
No, I'm still here. I was with Mr. Evans. Can I come see you? I stopped by earlier, but you were making your rounds.
Sure, I can take a break. Meet me outside at my car.
Okay. I reached the car before Malcolm and leaned against the frame, staring down at my high tops. At footsteps approaching, I raised my head and watched him walk toward me, his face unreadable. Given he asked me to meet outside instead of inside the clinic, I figured he would want us to get into his car first before we talked. I was wrong.
Hey, you okay?
He stopped before me and pulled me into him. I wrapped my arms around his waist and pressed my head to his chest. His heart beat steady and reassuringly under my ear. Yeah, I'm okay.
Let's talk in the car.
He opened the door for me and I got inside. He took his place in the driver's seat and started the car to turn on the AC.
You look like you got bad news.
Not about me. I shifted so I faced him. I'm feeling a little sad for Mr. Evans is all. I wish he had better kids who would visit him and make him feel good, you know? He took my left hand.
You know I love my patients dearly. But tell me about you first. Did you see Dr. Jacobs?
Yes, and it's fine. I'm fine. He let out a sigh, closing his eyes.
Thank God. I tried not to worry, but I can't help it when it comes to you, Austin.
You're not mad I didn't want you with me at the checkup?
I'd have liked to be there, but it's your decision.
If something happens again, I don't mind having you there. But you have to be just my boyfriend and not my doctor.
Got it, and thank you.
No, thank you for caring so much. I reached a hand out and stroked his cheek. I'm in love with you, Malcolm. He hugged me tightly. I wheezed and laughed at the same time. You're crushing me.
Sorry. I love you too. So much.
He pulled back from me, a wide grin on his face.
Now you can properly meet my asshole twin and his wife. But be warned, they will pry and they have no filter.
I chuckled, moving in to kiss him lightly. I can't wait. Maybe we can invite my mom too?
Sure, that might put a leash on Abe and Jillian. 17. Malcolm. Something smells good in here. I made a beeline for Austin and the tarts he'd taken out of the oven. I placed a hand on his bottom and rubbed. While he distractedly pushed my hand away, I snatched one of the tarts from the tray but ended up juggling it in my hands. So damn hot.
Ha, that's what you get for stealing, he chided me.
I couldn't resist. You've been cooking up a storm all evening. I need a taste. I bit into the tart, and the goodness in the middle flooded my tongue. I moaned, and he grinned at me, forgetting he was supposed to be upset with me for pilfering the food he'd made for our guests.
Good? He asked.
Very. How are you this awesome?
He tilted his head, and I leaned forward. Our lips barely met when the doorbell rang. He pulled away, his eyes shining. That's probably Mom.
Or Abe and his sidekick. I'll go get it.
Okay, I'll finish up in here.
I pecked his cheek, shoved the last bite of the tart into my mouth, and headed for the door. Swallowing, I opened the door.
Surprise! We all bumped into each other in the driveway.
Abe grinned at me. Next to him stood Jillian, stunning as always in a moss-green jumpsuit that set off her ginger chin-length hair. To his right was Eloise, who seemed less tired than usual. The woman worked long, hard hours to take care of herself and her son. I could understand why Austin felt compelled to work and contribute to the daily expenses and alleviate her burden. I groaned, extending a hand to Eloise first. I hope you didn't have to suffer through my brother's presence for too long. She cracked a smile, which was a lot more than I'd hoped to get out of her this evening. I expected to be under scrutiny all night. I tried not to think too much about tonight since I proposed the idea to Austin, but it meant a lot that our two families were meeting at last. And it would be even better if everyone got along well together, since we were likely to be involved in each other's life for a long time.
I haven't seen the insufferable part yet, Eloise said, which earned her a full belly laugh from Jillian. Let's hope you don't find out how insufferable tonight.
Jillian winked at Eloise.
her smile warm and inviting. As far as sisters-in-law went, she was the best. I guess no introductions are necessary then? Nope, we took the liberty of introducing ourselves, Abe said. Footsteps approached us from behind. Dr. Greer, is it Mom? It's everybody. I stepped aside. His cheeks flushed pink as he sidled up to my side, one arm resting on my hip. Hey there, little guy. Abe came right up to Austin and gave him a bear hug, almost lifting him off his feet. We met, remember? That other night you were here. That's right, Abe. Nice to meet you again. And this is Jillian, I said. Jillian held both Austin's hands, smiling hard as she looked him up and down. You are just as Abe described, absolutely gorgeous. How did Mal land someone like you? Austin laughed. I think I'm the lucky one. Why don't you all come in? While Jillian and Abe entered, he hugged his mom. You look great, Austin said. Are you wearing lipstick and eyeshadow? His loud observation had his mother blushing. Stop questioning your mother, babe. The second the endearment dropped, I snapped my gaze to Eloise to see her reaction. She merely frowned at Austin. Right, I'm not on trial tonight. Sorry, I'm glad you were able to make it. Austin hooked his arm through his mother's and led her inside after Abe and Jillian. I closed the door and followed them. Something smells amazing, Jillian said as we entered the living room. Please tell me Mal didn't cook. That smells like Austin's pot roast, Eloise said. Austin brought her over to the love seat and sat beside her. It is. He's a great cook. Austin smiled at me. I have to get back into the kitchen just for some last-minute stuff, but dinner will be ready shortly. I'll help. No, really, I'm good. Austin disappeared into the kitchen, and I was left alone with our guests. I didn't know you have a twin, Eloise said. Yeah, our parents had 3 sons, but our brother Chris, the oldest, died when he was 20. Cancer. Is that why you chose oncology? Yes. Eloise turned to Abe. And you? What do you do? I'm a PE teacher and basketball coach, Abe replied. Mal got all the smarts in the family, and I got the beauty. Conversation flowed freely as Eloise asked about our lives. Some people might have considered her questions as intrusive, but I understood she only wanted the best for her son. I couldn't fault her for that. Still, it was a relief when Austin popped into the living room to let us know dinner was ready. Despite his protest, I helped him to carry all the dishes he'd prepared into the formal dining room. He'd worked so hard at making the perfect meal, even when I'd suggested that Rowan cater the food. He wanted to take care of it himself. You did a marvelous job, babe, I whispered in his ear when he sat down. Everything looks great. He tilted his head and I kissed him swiftly, then took my seat beside him. Eloise's face was red, but she wasn't glaring at me, so that was a win. She gradually relaxed, and soon she was laughing. It was hard not to when Abe kept up a steady stream of chatter, recounting funny things that happened to him at school between eating. This was truly great, Austin, Eloise said when we were lingering over the tarts he'd made for dessert. I miss coming home to the apartment smelling of your cooking. Austin spent so much time at my place and only went home to get more clothes that never made it back. I'm sorry I haven't been home much. Austin sounded torn. We've been, getting to know each other, and it's hard to do when Malcolm's job is so demanding, and with me working at the mall too, but I can be home more often. I bit my tongue not to protest aloud. I liked Austin being at my house. Waking up with him in the morning had brought a sense of rightness to my world. His face was the last I saw before I closed my eyes at night, and the first when I opened them again in the morning. No, honey, I didn't mean that you should be home more often, Eloise said. You know I'm always so busy with work, and I hate that you are at the apartment by yourself. As long as you're happy here and Dr. Greer treats you right, I support you. Austin gave me the most beautiful smile, then returned his gaze to his mother. He does, but if you need anything, you'll tell me? I can't fathom what I'll need, but if it makes you feel better, sure. So you were studying to be a practical nurse when Austin was first diagnosed? Jillian asked, diverting the conversation to another topic. Her voice was filled with awe. I'm amazed by you. Parenting is hard, which is part of the reason Abe and I decided we didn't want children. A child demands a lot of attention. They sure do, but I'd never give up the experience I had with Austin. It's quite a feeling to see him grow up to be a strong, confident, and independent adult. How about you, Austin? Abe asked. You want kids? I held my breath, waiting for Austin's response. Oh, it's way too soon to think seriously about that. But suppose I wouldn't mind a child or two. He quirked his eyebrows at me. You, Dr. Greer? Sounds good. The truth was that I'd never thought about kids. My life hadn't been mapped out for them, not with my busy work at the clinic. Children deserved more time than I had to give. Why do you still call Mal Dr. Greer? Jillian chuckled. It sounds odd, but cute. Is it like a pet name thing? I think they find it kinky, hon, Abe replied. It's no different than you calling me Master. Jillian snorted. Not likely to happen. From Eloise's knitted brow, she hadn't figured out what my brother and sister-in-law meant. I call him Malcolm sometimes, Austin said. But I don't know. I like how Dr. Greer sounds. Can we not talk about sex stuff at the table? I intervened for fear of where Abe would eventually take the conversation. Usually I wouldn't mind so much, except the mother of the young guy I was sleeping with was at the table. That's okay, I'm not in denial, Eloise said. I know what's going on between you two, and it's my son's body, so he can do whatever he wants with it. Austin beamed with pride at his mother, and I shot a look Abe's way, silently begging him to cool it with the intrusive remarks, even with Eloise stating she didn't mind. When dinner ended, Austin stacked all the plates, but I gave him a stern look. Sit, you did all the cooking. With my hands on his shoulders, I pressed him to sit back at the table. I'll handle it. Thanks for a wonderful dinner. You're welcome, Malcolm. He shot Abe a triumphant grin, almost as if to say, see, I know what his name is, and Abe laughed. You can take the bottle of wine to the living room and let me tidy up here. I'll help. Eloise got to her feet. I couldn't let you. You're a guest in our home. Her eyebrows rose at the way I said our, and heat rose in my cheeks. Good God, I felt like 16 again. I insist. We haven't had much time to talk. I nodded, figuring she wanted some time for us to talk one-on-one. Austin kissed his mother's cheek and walked to the living room with Abe and Jillian. Eloise and I worked quietly, clearing the table and bringing the used utensils to the kitchen. I waited for her to speak her mind, while hoping it wasn't to express disapproval. Maybe I should have helped Austin to prepare the meal, but he had refused my offer and told me to relax and put my feet up after the grueling day at work. This is a nice home you have, Dr. Greer, Eloise finally said. Please, Malcolm will do. I suppose I should use your given name now. It doesn't seem like this is a temporary situation after all. I paused, putting a dish into the dishwasher. That's what you thought? That this was a fad? She shrugged. I didn't know what to think. I hoped for the best, that you would be good to my Austin. But you're more than twice my son's age. I couldn't be sure of your intentions. And now? Thanks for inviting me to meet your family. She gave me a smile. All I ever wished for my son was a long, happy, and normal life. While we don't have any control over the first, I believe he's found the other two with you. So I'd be a hypocrite to be against your union. I just need you to promise that you won't hide anything from me. If something happens, I want to know. Her fear reminded me of exactly what I'd felt when Austin had been spotting. I promise I'll try my best to keep you in the loop. So long as you know that it's ultimately Austin's right what he shares with both of us. I'm no longer his doctor, and now I have to rely on him to tell me stuff he's no longer obligated to do. I frowned, turning away from her as I continued loading the dishwasher. And that bothers you? My first instinct was to deny it, to act as if I was fine with the transition in our relationship. But I couldn't lie to her. It's more difficult than I thought it would be. I guess this is where trust comes into play. He has to trust me enough to share all of him with me. And I have to trust him that he will. 18. Malcolm.
Hey, Doc. You come to check if I still have a heartbeat?
I smiled patiently at Mr. Evans's attempt at a joke. It was good to hear him back to his usual self after the scare we'd had with him today. He'd been in so much pain, and we'd done as much as we could to give him relief until we'd had no choice but to sedate him. I was checking on him one last time before I left for the day. I'd already worked long past my shift. How are you feeling now, Mr. Evans? I removed my stethoscope from around my neck and popped the earpieces in.
I'm feeling higher than the time I stole my father's bag of weed and smoked it all by myself. Does that answer your question?
I chuckled as I reclined his bed and pressed the chest piece to his chest to listen to his heart and lungs. He was ornery as hell, but Austin had a special relationship with the man, and that endeared him to me. I bet you never smoked weed again.
True, but because my old man tanned my hide, I could never look at the stuff again without remembering that day in old Bertha.
Bertha?
His leather belt.
Ah. He laughed, the sound feeble.
In all my years, I've never seen a man wield a belt as well as the old coot. He loved us, though, but in his own way.
His lungs still rattled, but not as badly as earlier today. He might make it through the night after all. As close as Austin was to the man, I couldn't bear the thought of relaying bad news to my boy about his friend.
Too bad my kids came out worse for wear.
He sighed.
I've had an abundance of time to think about where I went wrong, but I keep coming up blank. I gave them a stable home, love, and the push they needed to start their own independent lives. What more could I have done, Doctor?
Seems like you were a good family man. I removed the stethoscope from my ears and took his wrist to feel his pulse. The rest is on them.
Not even my grandkids come to see me, you know. If not for that boy Austin, all I'd see around me are the people who are paid to care.
He'd been crass and tough to handle, but I'd never witnessed the man as close to tears as he was now. His eyes shimmered with moisture. Did Austin even know the impact he had on the patients and the clinic? Of how much his presence meant to this man? We didn't give Austin enough credit for all he did. You're wrong, you know. I carefully returned his hand to the bed.
About what?
We get paid to look after you and to treat you. But we don't get paid to care. That part comes straight from our hearts, not from our training. He snorted.
You saying I haven't been a pain in the hiney since being here?
I chuckled, not making any effort to lie lest he called me out. That you have been, but you're also kind to the staff. Now rest up and save your strength. Austin should be here tomorrow to spend a little time with you. Before our trip to Philadelphia, our first trip together, even though it was mostly about business, we'd spend some time in the city before returning home Sunday evening.
That young man has the biggest heart.
He does.
You take good care of him, you hear me?
I stiffened, blinking at him. What in the world? How'd he found out? Excuse me?
You don't need to start pretending with me, Dr. Greer. We, the patients, have very little to do but gossip about the love lives of everyone who comes in and out of this clinic.
That didn't explain how the first person got wind of that information. The last thing I wanted was for the patients to talk about me dating Austin. Everyone knew he'd been my patient, and we'd done our due diligence to keep our romance from the clinic. When he was here, he avoided me. Apart from smiling and nodding whenever we ran into each other, we didn't communicate.
There's a little wager going on that you'll be hitched before the end of the year.
What? This was getting too ridiculous.
Let's just say the majority of us wish you well. You'll take care of him, and he deserves that. Such a lovely young man.
He turned his head, failing to stifle a yawn. It was my cue to go. Speechless, I walked out of his room and closed the door behind me. I had to check on 2 more inpatients, and several times I got distracted. Did they smile at me a little brighter, or was that my imagination? Were they also in on the bet? After finishing my patient checks, I walked in a daze back to my office, almost running into Dr. Shepard. Loretta had already left for the day.
Dr. Greer, just the person I was hoping to see.
I raised my eyebrows. Come on into my office. I was just about to leave.
Good timing, then. We need to talk about your trip to Philadelphia.
Oh? I pushed the door to my office open and let him in. I didn't bother to close it, but strode to my desk. Austin would be home already, and I was looking forward to having him sit on my lap and tell me all about his day. Yesterday, I'd fallen asleep on the couch while he talked to me, but when I woke up, he hadn't even been angry. He'd been curled up on my chest, sleeping, and I'd never felt such love for anybody as I did at that moment, staring at his face and the smile he wore even in sleep.
I got a call today from the administrators of the conference in Philadelphia. They wanted to confirm whether or not you're in a relationship with a patient.
I reared my head back. What? How could that information have reached them? He shrugged.
Beats me, but it has. And I couldn't lie to them, Greer.
I'm not seeing a patient of mine. Dr. Jacobs is his oncologist.
Which I did point out, but that doesn't change the fact that he was your patient at the beginning of your relationship.
But I did the right thing.
Not many people will care about that. You know that sleeping with your patient is a big no-no, Greer. You knew that, and you still took the risk.
I couldn't argue that. So what now?
They're allowing you to recuse yourself from the panel.
They can't expect me to do that. I earned my spot on that panel.
And all it took was one little deed to ruin that for you.
Heat surged in my gut. They can't just replace me. The conference is in 2 days.
Which I pointed out, but they'd rather have your spot empty.
I curled my hands into fists. This is bullshit. Shepard ran his fingers through his salt and pepper hair.
I can't say I blame them, Greer. Look, I know you did the right thing as soon as you realized what was happening between you and this kid. But to have you on that panel when people know you're in a relationship with him would make a joke out of the entire conference. Some people feel very strongly about the situation you are in. For the greater good of the conference, I hope you don't challenge this decision. Sit this one out. Tomorrow it'll be someone else with a lawsuit on their hands so big that the fraternity will forget about your error.
But I hadn't erred. I hadn't made a mistake when I decided to get involved with Austin. Next year, when the conference was held again, I would still be in the same position, dating a man who was not only years younger than me, but also an ex-patient of mine. What then?
Naturally, they can't stop you from being at the conference altogether, Shepard said. But if I were you, I'd let it slide for this year until the talk died down, then move on from there. Who knows? Maybe you'll be seeing someone else by then.
Shepard walked out without waiting for my response. If he had, I would have told him this wasn't a temporary fixation. I was in love with Austin Villiers, and I had no intention of letting the young man out of my life. Not now and not ever. If that meant I wasn't welcomed on a panel of my profession, even though I was more than qualified, then so be it. I'd made my bed, knowing exactly what I'd signed up for, and now I lay in it willingly. Austin was worth it. That evening, when I entered the house, my shoulders were way too tense for my talk with Shepard. I followed the sound of the television into the living room. I halted and stared at Austin, who was sleeping on the couch, a throw up to his chin.
He was way more than worth it. Concerned that something was wrong, I put down my laptop on the coffee table and walked over to him. Kneeling by the couch, I stroked his cheek gently. "Austin, baby?" His eyelashes fluttered open, then closed. He smiled, the sight of it melting my heart. "Malcolm, you're home." "Yeah, I just got in. Are you okay?" Out of habit, I circled his wrist and felt his pulse. Before I could get a read on him, Austin jerked his hand free. "Stop that, I'm fine. I just had a long day at work and wanted to take a nap so I wouldn't be so tired when you got home." "Oh." I got to my feet, propped him up, sat, and placed his head into my lap. He turned over so his face was pressed into my stomach. "Is it time yet for us to have sex again?" he asked. "Yeah, but I'm not in the mood right now." He peered up at me. "Why? What's wrong?" What wasn't? "We may not go to Philadelphia after all." "But why? We already got my suit for the dinner party." I brushed his thin eyebrow with my thumb. "It doesn't matter why. It would probably have bored you, by the way, so no great hardship at all." "Except I was looking forward to taking a trip with you and to being your arm candy." Despite the hollow in my chest, I smiled. "You can be my arm candy anytime. We can have a date here. I'll take you to a fancy restaurant so you can wear your suit for me. What do you say?" His brows furrowed and he frowned hard. "That sounds good, but I still want to know why we're no longer going to Philadelphia." Stubborn boy. He was never going to let it go. The organizers of the conference decided they didn't want me on their panel after all. "What?" Austin jumped out of my lap and sat on the couch beside me. "But why?" I tore my eyes away from him, unable to tell him the reason. He was smart enough to eventually figure it out. "It doesn't matter." "Stop saying that. Obviously it matters, or they wouldn't have felt the need to remove you from the panel. I just don't get why. Everyone knows you're a damn good... Oh my God, it's me. It's because of me, isn't it?" "No, it's not you and everything to do with them. They don't see that I did the right thing in not hiding our relationship, but referring you to another oncologist. What more do they want from me?" "To stop seeing me? Do you want to do that?" He raised his hand to touch me, but let it fall into his lap, his face going pale. "Everything will be back to normal." With a groan, I hauled him over my lap to straddle me. I framed his face with my hands. "Nothing can ever be the same again after you've been in my life. I won't trade you for respectability's sake." He placed a hand at the side of my neck. "Are you sure? It'd hurt, but I don't want to ruin your career." "You won't. This is just a little test that we knew was bound to happen anyway. It won't break us. Promise." "I'm so afraid of losing you." He rubbed his thumb over my Adam's apple when I swallowed. "You've taught me so much, brought me so much happiness. And I'm not done with calling you Daddy yet. I'm just getting the hang of it. There's so much more that you promised me. And I'll live up to every single promise, I swear." I pulled his head down to mine, and his mouth met mine greedily. I released his face to shift us so he was more comfortably straddling me. The heat that blazed between us, always raging with the slightest touch, wouldn't be extinguished. I groaned, a guttural sound that tore from my soul at the idea of letting him go. Never. Not my sweet, precious boy. 19. Austin. My heart squeezed painfully for Malcolm. I was enraged on his behalf that they wanted him to vacate his spot on the panel because of me. What was so wrong about our love? I might have been his patient, but we'd done the right thing. To have walked away from this would have been madness, but a part of me was filled with frustration. I let it all out the only way I knew. Malcolm's mouth was insistent on mine. The tension in his body came out a little rough as his lips ground into mine in a bruising kiss. Up until this moment, he'd always treated me like fine china. Seeing him this way, with all his passion unbridled, was way too much to bear. "I want you so bad.
I tore my lips away from his, grabbing fistfuls of his shirt and pulling it out of his pants. He kissed the side of my face, my cheek, and my neck. I closed my eyes, gasping as I unbuttoned his shirt with trembling hands. "You're so damn sweet, Austin. How can I ever let you go?" "You won't, Daddy." His breath hitched. "Promise me you will never let me go." "I swear it. I don't care what other people think, but I can't live without this. Without you." I finally slipped the last button from the hole and spread the flaps of his shirt to either side, then peppered kisses over his collarbone. I kissed across his chest and licked at his nipple. Before I could get latched on properly, Malcolm pulled my head back. "Upstairs, now." A shiver ran down my spine at his quiet order. I scrambled off his lap to obey him and ran ahead of him toward the stairs. "Be naked by the time I catch up with you." "Yes, Daddy." I stripped off my clothes on the way to the bedroom, leaving articles scattered on the floor, and dove onto the bed naked. I fluffed the pillows behind my head and sprawled onto my back with my feet planted firmly on the mattress and my legs apart. The door creaked as Malcolm entered. The week of no penetrative sex was up, and I needed him something fierce. Sure, we'd had sex in the past week, but with him sucking me off and me returning the favor. And as satisfying as that had been, now I needed him deep inside my ass. "Ah, little lamb, how beautiful you are, all eager for Daddy." "Yes." I licked my lips, watching him without shame as he stripped off his shirt. Unlike me leaving everything on the ground, he took the shirt over to the chair in the room and draped it over the back. His belt was next, followed by his pants. He must have taken off his shoes downstairs because he only had his socks on. A whimper escaped me when Malcolm removed his boxers, revealing his thick, erect cock. No wonder he'd left me bruised the first time we had sex. "See something you like, boy?" "Everything, Daddy." The words slipped off my tongue, no longer foreign but intimate and private, something for just us. He smiled as he approached the bed. "Come here and show Daddy how much you like to suck his cock." I got down on my hands and knees and crawled over to him, hiding my grin at the way his nostrils flared. Though not an expert in seduction, I knew enough. Malcolm wanted me, and the slightest reaction from me turned him on. Stopping at the edge of the bed where he stood, I buried my face in Malcolm's groin and inhaled deeply. "That's a good boy, aren't you?" I nodded. "Very good." "Then show me how good you are with that smart mouth of yours." Challenge accepted. I showed him, licking the side of his cock, then engulfing the soft head into my mouth. I moaned, the sound rumbling from my chest as I took him in deeper. I closed my eyes, reveling in the heavy weight of him resting against my tongue. "Open your eyes, baby. Look at me." Malcolm placed a hand at the back of my head, and I popped my eyes open, staring up at him. My cheeks heated at the intense look on his face as I sucked him off, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. My cock tightening at the way he hissed and groaned, I sought to get every pleasurable reaction possible out of him. "Sweet fuck, Austin." He gripped my jaw with his hand and applied the slightest pressure. I allowed him to slip from my mouth, instantly regretful. Sucking him off didn't just give him pleasure, but also turned me inside out to offer him that. "I've wanted a boy like you for so long. Now that you've got me, what are you going to do to me?" I asked him boldly. "I'm going to toy with your body and make you come." "I approve." Malcolm chuckled, leaning down to capture my lips into one of those sweet but spicy kisses of his. His tongue probed me slowly, lingering to rub along mine, and my skin broke out in goosebumps. "Remember you told me Dr. Jacob suggested using toys?" My heart skipped a beat. "Yes, I could have beat myself for not thinking of it before I claimed your ass as mine." I giggled as he moved toward his closet. "So territorial, Doc. I love it." "You make a man feel that way." He returned with a small drawstring bag in hand. "I bought these yesterday. but you were so tired after work that I didn't bother to tell you about them." He dipped into the bag and placed a string of multicolored, rigid-looking anal beads on the bed. It was followed by a blindfold and 3 dildos of varying sizes. "Are you going to blindfold me?" I blurted out. "Only if you want to." "Yes, I want." "We'll use the simple traffic light system. Remember what I told you? Red stop, yellow slow down, and green all is clear." "Good. And we only do as much as you want and no more." I nodded, eyeing his bounty. "Okay." He placed the blindfold over my eyes, fastening it at the back of my head. "I'm not going to fuck you with my cock tonight." "But it's been over a week." "And we need to work you up to taking my cock easier, boy. Don't you trust your daddy?" I relaxed my shoulders, easing the tension that had gathered in tight knots. "Yes, Daddy." "Good." He turned me around to lie on my stomach on the bed. "Spread your legs for me and come up on your knees a little lamb." I couldn't see a sliver of light, and the darkness heightened my other senses. When he ran a hand up the inside of my thighs, my skin prickled and tingled. A shiver ran down my spine and I clenched my ass. Perfect. Now let Daddy play with his boy and his toys. I braced myself, but instead of using one of the toys as I'd expected, he licked over my hole. Malcolm rested both hands on my ass cheeks and clenched, pulling them apart to give himself better access. When my limbs felt like jello, he probed inside me with his sticky, lubed-up finger. He made soothing sounds, kissing my ass cheeks every now and then while he fucked me with that one finger. Now we go bigger. The round tip of an object pushed against my entrance. It was well lubed up and slid inside me with Malcolm's hand at the base. He pulled out slowly, then shoved it back in over and over again, until I was a panting mess. "Please, Daddy, make me come and don't torture me like this." "And these will feel amazing when you're coming." He inserted a small bulb, then pushed another slightly bigger one inside me. Instead of pulling them out, Malcolm left them in with the other end hanging out and kissed along my taint all the way to my balls. "Daddy," I moaned, "feels so good." Each time I clenched my ass, the bead shifted, shooting sparks through my body. Malcolm didn't make things easier by nipping at my sack. He pulled my cock back and sucked the tip into his mouth. I gritted my teeth, trying to hold out. Gotta prolong it. A cry tore from my lips. My cock and balls tightened. Malcolm pulled on the string, the beads popping out, and seconds later I spurted. "Oh my God!" Waves after waves of pleasure crashed over me, drowning me. It was beautifully frightening. I collapsed onto the bed, no longer able to support myself on my hands and knees. Fuck. One of Malcolm's hands remained on my ass as I desperately sucked in air and tried to calm my pounding heart. Sparkles zapped through me, morphing into flutters. I'd never felt so alive. The squelch of the slip and slide of a hand was loud in the room. Malcolm was jacking off. "Ugh," he grunted. The head of his cock rested against my rim, just the tip pressing inside as he came. Malcolm's body came down hard on me, but briefly, as he rolled to the side, pulling me back against his chest to spoon me. He peeled off the blindfold and threw it onto the bed somewhere. Time passed between us in silence. Words would have been trivial since they would pale in comparison to what I just experienced with him. Malcolm feathered kisses over my shoulder until I sagged bonelessly against his body. I let out a sigh, reaching for his hand. I brought it up to my lips and kissed the back of it. These hands had cared for my weak, once dying body. They'd brought me to life in so many ways. "Comfy?" Malcolm asked. He chuckled. "Is that a yes?" "You know it is. I've never been this happy before, Malcolm." He nuzzled my neck. "Now you stop calling me Dr. Greer." I shifted onto my back, and he propped an elbow on the bed with his head in his hand and peered down at me. Without breaking our gaze, he wedged one of his legs between mine. Maybe not indefinitely, but you're definitely Malcolm more than Dr. Greer now.
Yeah? What has changed?
I brushed a lock of hair from his forehead. He needed a trim, but I loved it a little bit on the longer side. Dr. Greer was the fantasy that was way out of reach. I cupped his cheek. I've stopped believing and wanting the fantasy because I have something better. The real thing with you. He leaned forward and touched his lips to mine in a soft whisper of a kiss, then rubbed his nose against mine.
Let's go to Philadelphia.
I blinked at his sudden change in topics. But what about the panel?
They can recommend that I no longer present myself, but they can't remove me from the panel. I'm not going to let them think they've won, and that I'm ashamed of what we have together. Plus, we've already paid for the airplane tickets and the hotel.
That's what you want? He ran a hand down my hips and my thigh.
I want to be able to hold my head high while I am with my peers. I have nothing to be ashamed of with you.
I smiled up at him, stroking the line of his jaw. How about you go on your own? It'll be less intense that way. He frowned at me.
You don't want to come anymore?
Look, I know you want to show the world that we're together, and that's not going to change. But we can go together next year after we've become stale news.
But I wanted you to be a part of this.
And I don't want your moment to be eclipsed by talk about our relationship. I reached up to kiss his chin. I'll still be here when you come back, Mal. With a groan, he buried his head into the crook of my neck.
I hate this.
Me too. But on a side note, you'll owe me a trip.
20. Malcolm. I folded the newspaper, placed it on top of the island, and made my way upstairs, coffee cup in hand. I had to be at the airport in a couple of hours, and the whole situation left me feeling strange. I didn't want to go without Austin, but he'd made it clear that he didn't want me to miss out on the opportunity to network with other professionals in my field. The conference only happened once per year. If he was truly happy to see me go, though, why was he still in bed? Granted, we'd been up most of the night, and he wasn't a morning person, but unease dug in my gut. Austin? The bed was empty, the sheet rumpled with damp patches. It looked like he'd been sweating a lot. Austin? I called out more forcefully. My first thought was to barge into the bathroom and find out what was wrong, but I held back. You in there?
Yeah, give me a sec.
I put the cup of coffee on the night table, no longer interested in the drink, then paced in front of the connecting bathroom door. Finally, the lock turned and he appeared. He looked pale, and his eyes drooped, but he smiled at me.
Are you ready to go? I slept longer than I planned to.
I cupped his chin, frowning as I scanned his features. You're not feeling well.
It's just a tummy ache. I'll be fine.
Why didn't you call me?
There was no time before I threw up everything I ate last night.
A niggling memory poked around at the back of my mind. Did you get sick last night as well? I thought I felt you get up, but assumed you went to pee.
Yeah, but only once.
And now again. Was there any blood?
No, no blood.
With a groan, he walked up to me, and I wrapped my arms around him.
I think I just need to rest up a bit and I'll be fine. Sorry I'm ruining our goodbye. I had this idea where I'd drive you to the airport and make the biggest spectacle of myself by crying as I watch you go.
I would have liked that spectacle. I led him over to the chair in the corner. But I'm not going anywhere leaving you like this. I placed a hand on his forehead, which was a bit clammy but not hot.
I'll be fine, probably food poisoning.
I'm okay. We ate the same thing.
Your immune system is stronger, remember? I thought you were a doctor.
I kissed his forehead. I'm your daddy, smarty pants, and I don't like the way you look right now.
Ouch. You still love me anyway, right?
I let out a huff of breath. I'm serious here, Austin. He brushed aside my hand.
I'm allowed to get sick sometimes, you know. It's a part of life.
I know that too, but you're not allowed to be alone when you're sick. I'll stay and take care of you.
He shook his head and leveled clear eyes at me. Don't. You'll only make me feel guilty, especially when I wake up later and feel fine. You're overreacting. How am I overreacting? I marched to the bed and stripped off the soaked sheet. You're canceling your trip because I am feeling a little under the weather. Hardly overreacting because I want to take care of you. Malcolm. I straightened, the sheet balled up in my fist, and stared at him. I love that you want to take care of me, I do. It's sweet and it makes me feel loved. But right now you need to be at the airport. I'll go back to bed and sleep some more. If I'm not feeling better, I'll go to my mom's. She's off today, so I won't be alone. I'm supposed to be here with you. I'm a big boy. I know all the emergency numbers. Was I overreacting? For a hot minute, all I could see was Austin, weak and in pain, holding on to life for all he was worth. Tell me the truth, I said. Why don't you want me to take care of you? You always push me away when something is wrong with you. He lowered his eyes to the floor. Oh, I'd hit a nerve. He gripped the arms of the chair and propelled himself to his feet. He was still so thin, my precious darling boy. He stepped up to me and removed the sheet from my hand, dropped it to the bed, then took my hand in his. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to be frustrated. Will you tell me what's going on with you? I feel like you keep a part of yourself from me. He squeezed my hand, closed his eyes, and breathed out deeply. You know how you have a hard time separating the doctor from the man whenever I don't feel well? Yes. It's similar for me. I love when you take care of me, I do. But it's also scary to let you be in charge because I'm worried I'll feel weak and helpless like I did before when I was going through treatments. I had to rely on others to do everything for me, and I don't want to feel that way again. Understanding dawned on me. I pulled him down to sit on the bed beside me. Baby, me taking care of you has nothing to do with you not being able to do it yourself. It's completely different from when you were ill. This time you're freely giving me the chance to do for you what I know you can do yourself. It just brings me immense pleasure to take care of you. Do you understand? You didn't have to feel that you needed to hold back for fear of losing complete control. You determine how much you give, and it's your power to give all. I can't take what you don't give. His eyes widened, a look of wonder crossing his features. I've never thought of it like that before. Am I failing badly at being your boy? You're not failing. You are learning, just as I have to learn as well. I may have had partners in the past with whom I explored this kind of relationship, but not from the perspective of what we have. It's a learning curve for both of us, and we will both grow in this relationship. No mishap is a failure, only a realization of what we may have to work on. He groaned. And I obviously need to work on my communication with you. And trust. I trust you. You trusted me as a doctor with your health, but you don't trust me as a partner where your health is concerned. He placed a hand on my jaw. You too, you know. You need to trust when I say I am fine and there's nothing to worry about. I'll sleep it off. You go to your conference and bring me back something. I insist. This had to be the hardest thing I would ever do. Walking away from him when he wasn't at his best. But he was right. Trust in a relationship was a two-way street. I had to trust him that he would know what was best for him. You'll call me if things change and you feel worse. I've got your number on speed dial. Good. I rubbed my nose along his jaw, then kissed his chin. Are you up to walking me to the door? I'll drive to the airport and leave my car at the long-stay parking lot. That I can do. I didn't want to go to Philadelphia without him. Usually I looked forward to the conference to meet and talk with my colleagues. It was a great way to get up to date on new developments, and I loved the discussions about new treatments. But it wasn't only professional talk. We had fun, too. But how was I supposed to go this year when I was worried about Austin staying at home not feeling well? I promise to try and not get sick next time you have something important. I hugged him to me. Just take care of you until I can, okay? I will. But nobody takes better care of me than my daddy. His honest words went straight to my heart. I kissed him and patted him on the ass, then got into my car. In the rearview mirror, I watched him waving at me, his other arm wrapped around his middle. Fear knotted in my gut. He was being truthful to me about how he was feeling, wasn't he? Trust. The moment I entered the conference venue, I knew I'd made the biggest mistake going to Philadelphia without Austin. Many of my colleagues had brought their spouses, but it wasn't envy that gnawed at me, but concern. My mind constantly shifted to him. What was he doing? How was he feeling? With as much stealth as I could muster, I dug into my pants pocket and glanced at my phone. I had no missed calls or text messages. The last one Austin had sent was shortly after I arrived at the hotel. He'd assured me he hadn't felt any better, but no worse either. Worried that he wouldn't eat to keep his energy up, I had food delivered to the house, and he'd snapped a picture of him eating and stamped a big heart on it. Seeing the picture had eased my mind somewhat. But I'd still asked Abe to drop in on him for me. I couldn't help it. I hated not being around him when he was sick. "Malcolm, you've been awfully quiet." I slipped my phone back into my pocket and turned to Frank Fields Chesson, a longtime friend from way back in college. Living and working at opposite sides of the country, we didn't speak regularly, but whenever we met up, we always had a good time catching up and reminiscing. It was easy, as if we'd seen each other the day before. Long, hard hours at work, Frankfield. I took my drink from the bartender. As usual, coming in on Friday for the conference meant meeting up for drinks and talking until the wee hours of the night. Frankfield made no attempt to return to the table, instead signaling for the bartender to bring him a scotch and a martini. "Don't we all work those long hours?" He leaned on the bar and perused me. "It's something else. I haven't spoken to you in over 6 months, man. What's new with you?" I shrugged. Same job, some new patients, and I badly need a vacation. 2 weeks away somewhere sunny and sandy with my boys sounded just about right. "Still clinging to the bachelor life, I see?" "Well, you broke my heart when you married Tina." Frankfield laughed. "You didn't even come out as gay until we'd graduated." Figured I didn't want to make my college experience about my sexuality. I didn't want to be known as the gay doctor in training. "I hear you're creating miracles at the center." "I do what I can." I had the impression he wanted to ask me more, but the bartender brought his drinks and he nodded to me. "We should get back to our seats." I followed him to our designated table, where 2 women and a man were already seated. Not all the 8 tables were occupied. Some colleagues were standing at the bar talking animatedly. Others had chosen to leave the hotel to have dinner, but I'd ordered room service earlier, so I'd opted for drinks. The conversation swirled around me. Everyone was happy to see each other again, and I was swept away in a discussion about a new type of radiation therapy for thyroid cancer, until Frankfield elbowed me. "Your phone, man." My phone? It buzzed again. "Thanks." I slid my phone out and jumped to my feet when an unknown number flashed on the screen. "Sorry, I need to take this." I hurried to the door that led to a hallway, which was quieter. "Hello, this is Dr. Greer." "Thank God, Malcolm, it's Austin." My grip tightened on the phone as I recognized Austin's mother's voice full of worry. "Eloise, did he get worse?" "We're at the hospital, and he's about to have minor surgery too." "God damn it. I knew I shouldn't have come. I'll get on the next plane back home." "Actually, he doesn't want you to interrupt your plans. He's in good hands. It turns out he has appendicitis, and they're going to do an appendectomy." Not as bad as I'd feared, but still things could go wrong. I needed to be with my boy. "Can I talk to him?" "He's already in the OR." I closed my eyes tightly and rubbed my forehead. What to fucking do? I couldn't sit here and twiddle my thumbs. He needed me. "He was insistent that you be at the event," she said softly. "I don't know what happened, but it was important to him that you remain for that." I need to be there for him, I whispered. I get it. More than anyone else, I get that. Believe me. I am thrilled that my son has found someone who cares about him this much. But this time, I think you can handle your panel and then get home to him. The surgery is minor, and he'll be in the hospital for a day or two. There's very little you could do if you were here anyway. I hung my head and let out a deep breath. Please call me as soon as he's awake. I will, and I'll keep you up to date. Thanks, Eloise, for being there and taking care of him. She might be his mother, but this was my duty. I was supposed to be there to hold his hand when he woke up. This once, just this once, I would give in to him because of what we'd talked about before I left. But there was no way I was going to continue sitting on the sidelines when he was sick. I just couldn't do it. I ended my call with Eloise and returned to the table where everyone was still chatting. But the talking ceased when I approached. Sorry, but I need to go up to my room. I'm waiting on an important call, but I'll see you tomorrow. Although I wished I wasn't. After saying goodnight, I marched out, and I was just outside the restaurant when a hand tapped my shoulder. Everything okay, Malcolm? And don't give me that bullshit about long hours of work. Back ramrod straight, I turned to Frankfield. It's like I said, I have a call I'm expecting. He checked his watch. It's almost 11. What kind of call could you be expecting? My boyfriend's in the hospital. To be honest, I wish I was with him rather than here. But I'm respecting his wishes, and it's killing me. Damn. So it's true? You're dating a patient? I'd heard it through the grapevine, but I dismissed it. That's not like you, my friend. I had no defense, nor did I need one. I know it's not, but it happened and we're together. He's no longer my patient, though. He scoffed. Like that's going to make any difference how the fraternity perceives you? At this point, I don't really give a damn. I have more important things to worry about. Good night, Frankfield. I'll see you on the panel. That cursed panel where I didn't really want to be after all. But now I had to show up to make a point. I was not ashamed of my relationship with my former patient. 21. Austin. Where is he, Mom? My words came out in a whiny tone, but I didn't care. I was done pretending. I needed my Dr. Greer, Malcolm, Daddy. I wanted all three wrapped in one. And I'd been a fool letting him go to that conference when I wasn't feeling my best. He hadn't even wanted to go, but I'd begged him because I didn't want to be the needy boyfriend. Now here I was, minus my appendix, but with a heart full of regret. If only he had been here when I opened my eyes after the emergency surgery. He's on his way, dear. Mom kissed my forehead, and I appreciated it, but it was different from Malcolm's tender kisses. Can you call him again? I spoke to him when you were napping, Austin. His plane had just landed then, so he should be here any minute now. Any minute couldn't come fast enough. I suppressed the anxiety gnawing in my gut and smiled at Mom. Thanks for being here for me, Mom. I'll always be here, sweetie. I'm so glad you called. I promised Malcolm I would if I didn't feel any better. She shook her head. Honestly, I can't tell with you sometimes. You can be incredibly stubborn. I sighed, sagging back against the pillows. I'm trying not to be. I've got this great relationship with Mal, and I sometimes feel scared to let him know how much I need him. I don't want to be the weak, helpless one. Weak? She placed her hands on her hips and frowned at me. You dare to think of yourself as weak? You've been through so many chemotherapies, tests, and treatments. I thought I lost you a few times, Austin, but you always held on and you made it. I look at you and I see a strong man, a survivor. And in a relationship, if your partner allows you to be completely weak before them, you're that much stronger for it. Believe me. I smiled and let out a sigh. I love you, Mom. I love you too, Austin. I'm going to step out a bit for some fresh air. Here's your phone. She placed it right next to me on the bed. Call me if you need anything. Okay, Mom. When she left, I took up the TV remote and turned on the television. channel hopping to settle my mind. Everything had happened so fast last night. I'd gotten even sicker, and when Mom checked in on me, she had called an ambulance. As soon as I'd arrived at the hospital, the ER doctor had assessed me and told me I needed surgery to remove my appendix. Dr. Jacobs had been consulted about my medical history, and the procedure had gone without any issues. With at least 2 weeks of rest looming on the horizon before I could get back to my daily routine, I was as good as out of a job again. Not that the job had been anything special, but I'd felt proud being able to contribute to the bills. Nothing good was on the television, but I left it on a music channel. Paxton and Mimi had visited me earlier, leaving me flowers and get-well cards, and the room didn't look so bland anymore. Even with the pain medication, I hadn't slept well. I hadn't been in a hospital like this for the past 2 years, and being here made me uncomfortable. I wanted to go back to Malcolm's home, to sleep in his big soft bed with his arms around me and his chin on top of my head. And all it had taken was a burst appendix to accept that I craved the attention and care Malcolm wanted to give to me. Wasn't this what we talked about right before he left? That it was okay for me to let him take care of me because he wanted to? I picked up my phone and, unable to wait, sent him a text message. "Me, are you almost at the hospital?" I'd spoken to him last night after the surgery, but I'd been full of painkillers and hardly remembered the conversation. He'd also called before the panel discussion this morning, but I'd missed it, so I hadn't spoken to him at all today. My phone vibrated and I tapped the message open. "Malcolm, I'm here." I typed out where, but before I could hit send, someone tapped on the door, then opened it. I glanced up, my heart leaping into my throat. My eyes misted at the sight of him. Malcolm. He was finally here. Baby. I shifted, then gasped at the pain in my abdomen. Grimacing, I dropped back to the pillows. Completely forgot about that. "Does it hurt too bad?" He strode over to the bed and reached for my hand, checking my pulse. "Are they taking good care of you? I can have them give you more pain meds if it hurts too much. Let me see the stitching work." I giggled, a bubbly sound rolling out. Malcolm glared. Then his features relaxed and color filled his cheeks. "Shit, I'm doing it again, aren't I? Being your doctor instead of your boyfriend." I shook my head. "I was wrong to think you needed to be one. I'm fortunate to have a doctor for my boyfriend, and I shouldn't get upset that you want me to be well and happy." This time when he took my hand, he laced his fingers through mine instead of circling my wrist to check my pulse. "You mean you're not mad?" I tightened my fingers through his. "No, I'm not. I've been wrong about a lot of things. I do want you to take care of me, as my daddy. If you still want that too." "If I still want to?" He leaned forward and kissed me briefly. "Baby, that's what I've wanted to do since we got together. I don't want you to have to work. You do enough at the clinic keeping everybody happy, and I honestly think that's what you want to do. You can do that, Austin. I've got you. It's scary to think of completely depending on you. We're depending on each other. I need this too, you know, to look after my boy in all the ways he'll let me. Will you let me?" I nodded, smiling at him. Everything felt so right. I shouldn't have fought this for so long. "Now, if you don't mind, may I look you over?" "Okay, Dr. Greer. You may view my naked body for your pleasure. I'll be very satisfied to see that you're patched up just right. You don't trust other doctors? Where you're concerned, not enough. But you trust Dr. Jacobs with me? Because I know her work personally. We work side by side, and I know how meticulous she is. She came to see me, you know. Did you arrange that?" He glanced up at me. "I might have called her to update her on the situation, but to visit you was her decision. I would have done the same thing. They don't know your medical history, but we do." He lifted my hospital gown and checked out my scar. He seemed satisfied enough to gently place a kiss on my tummy away from the wound. "Excuse me, you're not supposed to be poking around that incision." Dr. Simmons entered the room, wearing a fierce scowl. My face heated, and I felt like I'd just been caught with my pants down in public. Unperturbed, Malcolm fixed my gown, then turned toward the doctor. Smiling, he held out his hand. "Forgive my impudence. Dr. Malcolm Greer. I've heard of you." The man shook Malcolm's hand, but he still didn't seem too happy. "What are you doing with my patient? You're not his oncologist. I saw her this morning." "I'm his partner." Dr. Simmons dropped Malcolm's hand. "Partner?" The poor man seemed genuinely confused. "As in Austin is my boyfriend." My heart melted at the way he owned me in front of the other doctor. "Can I have a word with you?" Malcolm asked the man. "Sure, no problem." Before, I might have been upset that they discussed my condition, but not anymore. Certain things I didn't understand, but Malcolm would. If he had questions to ease his mind, then he was at liberty to go right ahead and ask them. "All right, young man." Dr. Simmons came over to me. "Let's see how you are healing. How much pain are we in today?" Malcolm stayed by my side, holding my hand and not interfering with the doctor's assessment. I should have known better than to doubt he wouldn't be able to address all three parts of him: the doctor, the lover, and the daddy. "You're doing just fine," Dr. Simmons said when he checked me over. "But I'd like to keep you here until tomorrow." I groaned. Am I really going to have to spend another night here? "Yep. Just a precaution to see if you have any reaction over 48 hours. Then you're free to go." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Simmons." "You're welcome." When the doctor left my room, I returned my gaze to Malcolm, who was frowning. What did I do? "You made doctor a sexy word. Now you're calling other people doctor." I gave a bark of laughter and gasped. "Oh," I moaned. "Please don't make me laugh again." "Sure thing, baby. Only for you, I'll dial back my humor a bit." I clenched my teeth not to laugh again, but a giggle escaped. It was worth it. I already felt so much better with him being here. He held my hand and stared at me. I grew hot under that intense gaze. "What?" He used his foot to snag the chair, pulled it next to the bed, and sat. "I'm never leaving you like that again," he said softly. "Please don't ask it of me. I couldn't concentrate on that panel when all my thoughts were on you. I wanted to be with you, and I couldn't. I hated every moment of it. And from now on, unless I can't do anything about it, when you're sick, I'm by your side." I let my smile slip. "Can I be honest too?" "I always crave your honesty." I was scared. He groaned. "I'm sorry you had to go through the surgery alone." "My mom was here, but I realized every time I was sick over the past 5 years, you were always there. I don't want that to stop. I've been trying not to need you, but the truth is that I do. I need you to hold my hand when I get sick. I still need you to tell me everything is going to turn out okay when I'm afraid." "You've got yourself a deal, baby boy. There's nothing more I'd ever want than stand by your side." I closed my eyes and sighed. "I've nothing left to give, Mal. I've given you everything I have, both the good and the bad. You've given me more than anyone else in my entire life, and that's all that matters, my love. You're more than enough. Will you tell me about your conference? Did anyone ask you about sleeping with a patient?" "A couple. And I hope the next time I have an event like that, I get to bring you with me so they can see for themselves and understand how we feel about each other. But even if they never do, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters except us being together." He kissed the back of my hand and I smiled at him. The door opened and we both turned. Mom entered the room, a smile on her tired face. "Malcolm made it, Mom." "I see that, sweetheart." "You should go home and get some rest," I said. Malcolm released my hand and stood. "I agree. You've been here all night, haven't you?" "Yes, I had to see he was fine." He placed a hand on Mom's arm and squeezed. "He will be, and I'll stay with him. Go home and sleep. Even a supermom needs to keep her strength up. Tears gathered in my eyes, and I sighed. These two people loved me more than anyone else in the world, and my heart overflowed with joy, seeing them together. 22. Malcolm. Before Austin became a permanent fixture in it, my life revolved around my job. Relationships never lasted long, or they didn't even evolve into a second date. I'd mastered the art of one-night stands and repeated hookups. Over the past 2 weeks that Austin had been recuperating from his surgery at my home, driving into the garage had become my favorite part of my day. And the 2 weeks had brought us closer. No sex, but lots of cuddles and kisses. He didn't enjoy doing nothing, and although I couldn't keep him company during the days, we did activities when I got home. We had movie nights together and discovered our favorite position was Austin watching from the comfort of my lap. To cheer him up, I bought him checkers, then Monopoly. Now board games were scattered around the living room. I never played often, but maybe that was because I didn't play against someone like Austin. One who cheated but did it so innocently and was so adorable batting his eyelashes that I allowed him to get away with it. On my way home from work, I got us a new game called Dirty Minds. After the hectic day I'd had with Mr. Evans's condition worsening, I needed some time to relax with my boy. Keeping his promise, Austin had completely given over to let me be his daddy in every sense of the word. With the card game box under my arm, I let myself into the house and closed the door behind me. I inhaled deeply, my mouth watering at the delicious aroma that drifted into the hallway. "Austin, I'm in the kitchen." Groaning, I strode to the kitchen and stopped at the entrance. Austin smiled up at me from the stove, where he was stirring a pot with gusto. "Hey, Daddy, I hope you're hungry." Was that cake I smelled? What are you doing? Food containers and ingredients took up every piece of the island's surface. Flour dusted his nose and splatters stained his apron, which looked cute on him. "Don't worry, I know it's a mess now, but I'll clean it all up when I'm done." I'm not concerned about the mess, baby, but more of what you've been doing when you should be resting. I placed the box on the chair along with my computer bag and stepped up behind him. His clam chowder smelled scrumptious, but I was worried he was doing way too much too soon. "I've been barely doing anything in the past 2 weeks." He left the wooden spoon in the chowder, turning to grasp my shirt front and raised his head. I bowed mine and kissed him. "Your 2 weeks of rest may be up, but that doesn't mean you should be cooking up a storm." "With all due respect, Mal, you're not my doc. My doc told me I can go back to regular activity." I growled at him. "So convenient for you to choose when you want me to be your doctor and when you want me to be your daddy." He stared up at me with wide eyes. I wasn't fooled by them at all. "I don't know what you're talking about. You're always daddy to me." "What am I going to do with you?" "Hopefully you'll make love to me before the night is over." "You're not ready." He spun me around, placed his hands in the center of my back, and pushed me toward the door. "I've been ready since a week ago. Now go upstairs and take a shower to relax. I already set things out for you in the bathroom. I'll let you know when I'm ready for you." I allowed him to propel me forward. "Just what are you up to?" He sighed. "You've taken care of and entertained me for 2 entire weeks. Can't a boy do the same for his daddy to show his appreciation?" Well, when he put it like that, how could I refuse him? It seemed like he had gone through a lot of trouble for tonight. "All right, but promise me you won't overexert yourself. Cross my heart." When he didn't say the last part, I let out a deep breath. I mounted the stairs and left him to cook. In the bedroom, I ripped off my tie and undressed. I could use a shower to feel more like a man and not someone patients were looking to for miracles. Naked, I trudged to the bathroom, then stopped dead in my tracks. Austin had set candles around the bathtub, which was already filled, and the sweet fragrance of lavender danced in the room. Next to the tub on the floor was an ice bucket with a bottle of wine and a glass. I wanted to rush downstairs and tell Austin that all this wasn't necessary. He didn't need to go through all this trouble to thank me for something I took pleasure in doing. But he'd seemed so pleased at his efforts. What kind of daddy would I be to crush his spirits and complain about what he had so obviously been happy about doing for me? Ungrateful. I poured a glass of wine and settled into the tub. The temperature was just right. Now it made sense why he told me to call him when I was about to leave work. How long had he been planning this? Little by little, the tension eased from my shoulders. When was the last time I'd treated myself to such luxury? I leaned back against the rest and sipped from the glass. The only thing that would make this perfect for me was to have Austin in the water with me. Although his wound had healed sufficiently after 2 weeks, I didn't want the scar immersed in bath water for another week at least. He thought of me as being overly cautious, but he no longer got upset about it. I did what I had to for my peace of mind over his well-being. "How's your bath?" I jolted. I must have dozed off, and blinked my eyes open. Austin was on his knees next to the tub, collecting bubbles from the water, which had gone cold. The sweetest smile hovered on his lips. I think I enjoyed it more than I intended to. I caught his hand and brought it up to my lips. "Thank you. I didn't know how much I needed this." "Yes, you did. You work so hard to keep everyone well, but you don't do the same for yourself." "Lucky thing I have you, then." "Yes, we can worry about each other." His smile widened into a full-blown grin. "But I'm curious about something." "What?" I had a feeling I was going to regret asking. "Are you shriveled up everywhere?" "Minx, see for yourself." I stood, the water cascading off my body. I fisted my cock and stroked. The way he watched me with nostrils flaring sent blood rushing to my cock. "Nope, not shriveled up at all." He grabbed one of the big blue fluffy towels from the counter beneath the sink. "Wash off and let me dry you." He watched me the whole time I rinsed the suds off me. When I was done, he held the towel out, and I stepped into his embrace. His hands trembled as he rubbed the towel over my chest, under my arms, and over my back. The soft fabric passed over my butt and hips. At the juncture of my thighs, he paused. "Problem?" I asked him. "Yes, I don't want to dry you off here. I want to get you wet with my mouth." I sucked in a deep breath. 2 weeks of cuddling him and nothing else had culminated in a need so fierce my stomach clenched. "May I get you wet, Daddy?" "I'd give you anything you want." "You should be careful who you tell that to." He dropped the towel at my feet and knelt on it. "Wouldn't want them to take advantage." "Take all the advantages you want. Daddy doesn't mind when it comes to his boy." "You don't?" He grasped my balls and tugged on them gently. "No, I don't." "Good, because I want to take all the liberties." He swiped his tongue over the length of my cock, driving all thoughts from my mind. I love the way you feel on my tongue. To think that before you, I had no idea what a cock felt like in my mouth." "And now?" "I can't imagine my life without this, without you." His soft lips covered the head of my dick. Ever so slowly he sucked me into his mouth, his head bobbing. I hissed at the slip and slide of those firm lips, tightening around me while he pumped my balls with his hands. "Good God, baby. If you want me inside you, you need to let go. I'm so close." Reluctantly, he released me. I grasped the hem of his shirt, and as he raised his arms, tugged it over his head. It ended up in the hamper, as did his pants and underwear. When he was naked, I went down on my knees and kissed the last of his many battle scars. I trailed up his stomach until I was standing, then lifted him in my arms, planting my lips on his. "Slow and deep," I said as I carried him to my bedroom. "I don't care how you fuck me, just do it, Daddy."
So eager. Always. It's been way too long. I placed him on his back on the bed and grabbed the lube from the bedside table. On your side. As he curled up on his side, I got behind him in the spooning position. He tilted his head back to kiss me while I lubed my fingers and circled his rim. Slowly, I fucked him deep with 2 fingers, still so tiny. He wouldn't be for long, though, when my cock was inside him. There's only one thing I like better than your fingers. My tongue. Yeah, I spoke too soon. I mean 2 things. I chuckled and kissed his neck, nudging my cock against his hole. Open up for Daddy. You're so big. You know how to stroke a man's ego. I grunted as I slipped inside him and didn't stop until I was buried as far as the position allowed. Austin dropped his head back against my chest, pants escaping his lips. Why does it feel so good? I pulled out gently and pushed back in, my stomach fluttering at his cry. Because the man you love is buried deep inside you, and it doesn't get any closer than that physically. I closed my eyes and clenched my teeth. Even slowly rocking into him, I was barely holding on. It felt too good to be inside him. Think of something else, anything that will distract you from how amazing he feels. Useless. I couldn't think of anything else when I was inside him. I reached around, grasped his cock, and stroked him to the rhythm of my cock sliding in and out of him. His moans grew louder, and he pushed his hips back into my thrusts. His seed spilling over my hand broke the dam, and my orgasm barreled through me. Burying my face into his neck, I stopped holding back and let him have everything. I love when you do that. He let out a contented purr. Do what? Come inside me? Good to know. I'll do it more often. He giggled and pushed at my arm, which was around him. We need to get to dinner before all my plans are ruined. I lifted my arm for him to get out. Was this a part of your plan? Ooh, yeah. He walked bare-assed to the bathroom, and with a sigh, I followed him. After sex, I prefer to spend the rest of the night in bed with him, but he'd made dinner, and I was hungry. We washed off quickly in the shower, me fingering him to get most of the cum out. He enjoyed me doing that a little bit too much, but we eventually made it back to the bedroom. As he rifled through the drawers for something to wear, I pulled on my underwear. He might not take me seriously if we talked about this with my dick flopping between my legs. I'm going to need to get a few more things from the apartment. He took out a pair of jeans. How about we grab everything of yours and bring them here? I can't use everything all at once, silly, he said. I meant permanently, Austin. But that would mean... Austin spun around, his eyes wide. Are you asking me to move in with you? I could say it makes sense, since you spend most of your time here. But the truth is that I'd love for you to move in with me. I... He gave a little shake of his head and my heart sank. Had I read more into where we were in our relationship? It's okay, I get it. We're moving fast and... No, it's not that. He pressed a tiny fist against my chest. I want to so much, I promise. It's just... What about my mom? She'll be all alone. Ah, his mother. I let out a whoosh of air. But you've been spending so much time here anyway, and she works odd hours. You barely see each other as it is. I know, but she's done so much for me, you know? She's given up a lot, a chance at a normal life, and to move my stuff is so final. I understood what he meant, too well to continue pushing him. I'd seen how close they were, how his mother had stayed by his side while he went through chemotherapy, the way taking care of a sick child had drained her physically and emotionally. She'd cried on my shoulder because she had no one else, but then had smiled at her son through her tears. If he didn't want to leave her now, I could respect that. I could shove my feelings aside. I understand. It was just a suggestion,
I'll play it by ear for a bit before I break it to her. How about that?
I took his hand in mine. Whenever you feel it is the right time, I'll wait for you. Now you promised me dinner, so please deliver. Someone gave me an appetite. 23. Austin. Promise me you won't do too much today. Arms wrapped around Malcolm's neck loosely, I stared down at him. My heart especially full today. I'd been walking around with my head in the clouds since he'd asked me to move in with him last night. I'd barely been able to sleep. I'd wanted so badly to tell him yes, but guilt gnawed at me. How could I leave my mother alone? I was the only person she had. But still, I wanted to move in with Malcolm. Did that make me a horrible son? Ungrateful for everything Mom had done for me? I'll try not to. That's not the answer I want to hear. Okay, Daddy. I won't do much today. I'll visit with my mom a bit. She's off today, so I want to take her for lunch and maybe a bit of shopping. Sounds fun. He placed me back onto my feet but didn't release me. Like he didn't have to go to work and we weren't standing in the driveway in full view of anyone who walked by. I haven't been shopping in a while. More wigs? I already ordered a couple online. I frowned at him. You don't mind that I wear them sometimes, do you? Of course not. I love you wearing them, and I love you not wearing them. I don't think you need them, but this isn't about me. It's about what makes you feel comfortable and confident. Thank you. He kissed my right brow. Do you need money? I stiffened in his arms, heat rising in my cheeks. I wasn't exactly broke, but I had to watch how much I spent, especially now that I'd lost my job because of my surgery and the 2 weeks I'd needed to recuperate. I hadn't tried looking for another job since. Maybe that made me lazy or something, but Malcolm had said I didn't need to work if I didn't want to. Besides, he told me that me visiting patients might not get me paid, but it was invaluable, and I was looking forward to spending more time at the clinic. Did we need to discuss this? I croaked out. He smiled gently at me. I told you I was going to take care of you, didn't I? Yes, but this is money you worked hard for. Wouldn't you say you worked hard for some of it last night? He winked at me and I laughed, the awkwardness of the situation evaporating. He fished into his pocket for his wallet. I want to share every part of my life with you, and it's important to me that you don't feel less than me because I give you money. This is nothing compared to what you give me. Nothing. I didn't even look at the bills he handed me, but shoved them into the pocket of my shorts, a bit embarrassed, even though I knew his words were meant to put my mind at ease. I'm not sure if I'll ever be used to this. Sure you will. But if it makes you feel better, I can have a bank account set up especially for you. That way you can buy whatever you need without having to ask me. Okay. I took a deep breath, went up on my tiptoes and kissed his cheek. Thank you, Daddy. The smile he beamed at me left me feeling like I'd done something right. And I had. I'd pleased him. You're welcome, baby. He hugged me. Maybe ask me for things every now and then. I'd like that. To know you'll be comfortable enough to come to your daddy and ask him for what you need. I'll try. Good. And we need to talk about getting you a car so you can go places when I'm not around. But that's a discussion we'll have later. A car? You want to buy me a car? I'll see you later. Malcolm kissed me swiftly, then got into his car. I stood staring after the vehicle long after he was gone. How was this my life right now? I'd fallen in love with a doctor who felt the same way about me. After my first relationship had ended and my mother's rotten one with my dad, I was lucky to have found a man who was so kind and thoughtful. I headed for our apartment close to midday, the time she was usually up after working a night shift at the hospital, intent on taking her out for lunch. As I let myself in, nervous vibrations set off in my stomach. Should I tell her about Malcolm's offer? But if I did, she would help me to pack and move while suppressing the truth of how she felt about it. Mom, I called. Everything was way too quiet. Mom, are you here? I checked the kitchen and living room, then went to her bedroom and knocked softly in case she was still sleeping.
When I didn't get any response, I slowly turned the handle and poked my head in. But she wasn't there either. Her bed was made, which was unusual. She normally straightened it out only just before going to bed. Maybe she'd worked a double shift? I shook my head. That didn't make any sense either. She would have been home by now, even if she had worked overtime. Back in the kitchen, I put a Pop-Tart into the toaster. It just popped when my phone rang. Bert. I hadn't spoken to him in a while, only texted him a few times. Hey, Bert, what's up? Do you want to hang? I laughed. Is that how Mimi taught you how to make conversation? There you go, breaking my heart. Don't be silly, I'd love to hang out with you, but I'm at my mom's right now. I dropped in to take her out for lunch. Dropped in? Let me guess, you spend most of your time with your doctor lover? Yeah, he took care of me while I was recovering. How's that going, by the way? You didn't send me a picture of your new scar. Because that's gross. But I am fine now. Everybody can stop worrying. We're family. We're allowed to worry. Speaking of family, I removed the Pop-Tart from the toaster and returned to the table. My mom's not here. I was just about to call her to find out where she is. If she's not free for lunch like I'd thought, I can come over and keep you company. Cool, let me know. Will do. I hung up and dug into the sugary goodness while I called my mom. Huh. It rang out in the apartment. What was going on with her? She never went anywhere without her phone. Since she wasn't home, I might as well go to the clinic. In my bedroom, I grabbed some more clothes to take with me to Malcolm's. Bang! I jumped, my heart pounding in my chest. What the hell was that? It sounded like a door slamming into a wall. I tiptoed to the door of my bedroom, poked my head around, and almost dropped the clothes in my arms. Ken, our neighbor, and the man I thought suited her if she was ever interested in a relationship, had my mother pushed up against the wall with her legs wrapped around his waist. Her dress lay in a heap on the floor, and the straps of her bra were halfway down her arms. Ken's shirt was unbuttoned, and the ends of his belt dangled at his side. They were kissing each other so intensely they didn't even notice the front door was still wide open. Mom! Damn it, why did I say anything? I should have retreated to my bedroom, waited for them to go to Mom's bedroom, then snuck out. My mom squealed. Austin! Oh my God, Austin! I'm sorry. I spun around to give them privacy. I'm so sorry, I had no idea. No, it's not your fault. Clothes rustled and I hastened away. I'll be in my room. Pretend I wasn't here. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. I leaned against the door and rubbed a hand down my face. Oh, God. Why hadn't I called her to let her know I was coming? But then I wouldn't have found out about her relationship with Ken. Was it a relationship? My heart rate increased. If so, this changed everything. Knuckles tapped softly on the door, and I sprang away. Austin, may I come in? Yes, of course. Mom entered the bedroom, her face flushed. I'm sorry you had to see that. What? Why? I mean, I could have done without seeing certain parts, but it's your apartment and your love life. This isn't the way I wanted you to find out. I frowned, a pang of pain stabbing me now that she mentioned it. Why didn't you tell me about this, especially after I talked to you about Malcolm? She clasped her hands to her chest. I don't know. I guess I wasn't sure how you would react or how to navigate the relationship. I've always put you first, and it's always been just us. How do I now handle having a man in my life? Is it serious then? She nodded. Yes, it is. We've been closer since you've been seeing Dr. Greer and out of the house more. My stomach clenched, bile threatening to rise. I plopped down on my bed. I always knew I was interfering with your life, keeping you back from having a social life and being happy. But hearing you say that now just makes me feel awful. Oh, no, baby. She came up to me and took my face in her hands. I am a mother, and I will never not fight with you. I made the choice to focus my entire life on you, and work and getting you well. Was it hard? Yes. Were there days I would smile at you then cry when you were resting? Yes. Because I lived in constant fear while you were sick. You had only me. We had each other, and that was enough at the time. But we both have new opportunities now. You have a wonderful man who would do anything for you, and that's all a mother can want for her son. Someone who will love him and care for him when he grows into his own. Sure, it's taken you a bit longer than others because you never had a normal adolescent life, but it's happening. You and I know how fleeting life can be. We have to embrace the time we have. It just sucks you had to do so much for me. You could have been happier if I hadn't been sick. Hey, did you make yourself sick? No, but nothing. There's no time like the right time, and that's now. We're both going to be fine. I nodded, smiling at her. We are. Is he a good man? She chuckled. Yes, he is. Maybe we can do dinner sometime. You can bring Malcolm. Like a double date? With your mom? Is that weird? I think it will be cool. I swallowed, then blurted out, Malcolm asked me to move in with him. I suspect he would soon. You basically live there anyway. I told him I would think about it. She elbowed me gently. You did what? Was I wrong in the way you feel about him? Don't you want to move in with him? I do, but I didn't want to leave you all by yourself. Well, as you can see, I'm not all by myself. In fact... What? Ken and I have thought about it too. It would be easier on both of us to take care of the bills and so on. I frowned. I know that sounds practical, but is that reason enough to move in with him? The truth is that with him, I don't have to be supermom. Just a regular woman who enjoys spending time with the man she thinks she's in love with. I wish you'd told me sooner. Me too. She patted my knee. But at least we know where we stand now. I'll always love you. You'll always be my baby, and where we live won't change that. We won't be too far from each other. So you think I should move in with Malcolm? I think you should follow your heart, sweetheart. I'm about to follow mine. 24. Austin. After Mom and I had our little talk, I felt we were both in a better place because of it. My guilt that she had spent so many years taking care of me and putting her life on hold had lessened. I could move in with Malcolm now that she wasn't left alone, but had also found love. After the years of agony we'd both been through due to my illness, it seemed fate had finally decided to smile down at us both. We went for lunch as I'd planned. Then we hit the mall where I blew most of the money Malcolm had given me. And he'd given me a lot. Instead of being ashamed to spend it, I embraced his kindness. He loved taking care of me, and this was me giving him the chance to do so. After shopping, Mom drove me to Malcolm's house, where I shucked all the shopping bags in our bedroom. Then she gave me a lift to the clinic. I would visit with Mr. Evans and hopefully run into Malcolm. Then I could share the exciting news that I was moving in whenever he was ready. I didn't have much to move anyway, just my clothes and a few keepsakes I'd collected over the years. Go live your best life, honey. Mom gave me a hug. I hope he's everything you've ever wanted. He was. You too, Mom. I'll call you to arrange that dinner. I don't know Ken too well, so I'm hoping to get to know him. He'll like that. Bye, dear. I slipped out of the car and waved as she drove off. I skipped up the steps, smiling at how light and airy the world felt, greeted the security guard and retrieved my visitor's pass. Suppressing my desire to go straight to Malcolm's office and tell him the good news, I turned in the direction of the C4 wing instead. Hello, Dr. Jacobs. I smiled at the woman talking with another doctor I didn't know by name. Austin. The smile around her lips was strained, and she had dark shadows under her eyes. Where are you headed today? I'm going to check on Mr. Evans, I said, then nodded at the doctor beside her. Hello. Have you spoken to Dr. Greer in the last half an hour? She asked. I glanced from the unknown doctor to Dr. Jacobs. I haven't. Why, is something wrong? You should see him before you go to the C4 wing. Heat rose into my cheeks. She wasn't being too subtle about my connection with Malcolm. even though there was another doctor present. My stomach was tied in knots. I wasn't supposed to talk about our relationship. Were they revoking my privileges because we were dating? Why else would she urge me to speak with Malcolm before I could see one of the patients? I won't disturb Mr. Evans if he's sleeping, I told her. I just want to peek in on him. I haven't been able to see him because I've been recuperating, and he doesn't get many visitors. I left out the part where he told me I was more of a grandson to him than any of his biological ones, nor how bad I felt for not being able to visit him in the past 2 weeks I'd been cooped up indoors. I'd put some extra peppermint candy in my pockets for him, though. Those should make up for my absence. Dr. Cohen, if you could excuse me for a moment. She nodded at the doctor and gestured for me to move ahead of her. When we were out of earshot, she stopped walking. I was hoping Dr. Greer would break the news to you himself, because I know how close you were to Mr. Evans. Were? I sucked in a deep breath, my head light. Mr. Evans passed away an hour ago, Austin. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I blinked at the tears that rushed into my eyes. He can't be gone. I didn't get to say goodbye to him. Dr. Greer was with him to the end. No amount of blinking could keep the tears at bay. They streamed over my cheeks. I brought candy for him. I'm sure he would have appreciated them. He knew how much you cared for him. And in the end, he went peacefully. Sadness washed over me. It didn't matter how much I'd known it was inevitable. Nothing at all could have prepared me for this news. I wished I could have seen him just one last time, talked to him, held his hand and let him know that he wasn't alone. And he wouldn't be forgotten. I would miss him and all the stories he told me of his wild escapades in his youth. That man had endeared himself to me when he learned I was gay, and although he'd said he didn't understand it, he'd never once treated me badly, made fun of me or tried to shame me. It had never changed the way he'd regarded me. Like a grandson, he'd said. I felt only slightly better at the knowledge that Malcolm had been with him. Oh God, Malcolm. How was he taking Mr. Evans's death? Will you be okay? Dr. Jacobs asked. Yes. I sniffled and swiped at my eyes. I just need a moment to process. We all do. It's never easy to lose a patient, especially when they've been here for as long as Mr. Evans has been with us. He will be greatly missed. I nodded at her, and she gave me a smile of encouragement, then returned to her colleague. Drying my eyes with the back of my hands, I went in search of Malcolm. I didn't care we'd agreed on not seeing each other in the clinic to avoid the gossip mill. This was different. He'd lost a patient he had been treating for a long time. I couldn't fathom what he went through, but I wanted to be there for him. Austin. Loretta didn't greet me with her usual smile. How are you? I heard about your appendectomy. I'm all better now. How are you? I've had better days, she said, observing me keenly. You know? I nodded, my eyes filling up again. Yes, I just heard. I was going to visit him when Dr. Jacobs told me. I know he would have loved seeing you before he passed. I sighed, swallowing back the lump in my throat. Is Dr. Greer in his office? He's doing his rounds. She checked her watch. He should be back in a few. If he was almost finished, it meant he hadn't given himself time to process Mr. Evans's death. He'd gone right back to his other patients. Can I stay in his office until he gets back, please? Sure thing, honey. She nodded at the door. Go right ahead. I'll page him to let him know you are here. Thank you. You're welcome, sweetie. I'm so glad he now has you in his life. That man never stops working. So dedicated to caring for his patients, but he doesn't know when to take a break. I smiled weakly at her. I appreciate that. And I knew how dedicated Malcolm was. He'd been the same with me when I was under his care. He'd gone way above and beyond his call of duty. In Malcolm's office, I sat with my feet pulled up in the chair. Poor Mr. Evans. Had his son even visited him again before he passed? I doubted it. I wept softly into my hands. When the door opened, I raised my head. His eyes were weary, full of concern when he saw me. "Oh, baby, I'm sorry." I scrambled out of the chair and ran to him. He wrapped me in his arms, rubbing my back. "I'm sorry you had to find out from someone else. I didn't want to tell you over the phone. I was going to tell you as soon as I got home. I didn't get to say goodbye." He brought me over to his chair, sat, and pulled me onto his lap. I slung an arm around his neck and held him tightly to me. "He wanted me to thank you." Sniffling, I pulled back a little. "He did?" "Yes. He said he'd lived a full life, and you shouldn't be sad for him." "If only I'd been here earlier." He wiped my cheeks with his thumbs. "If I hadn't shopped for as long as I did, then I would have made it in time." "No, baby, don't do that to yourself, okay? No one knows when." We tried to give him as much time as possible, but it just ran out for him. Getting a hold of myself, I took a deep, shuddering breath and nodded. Cupping his cheeks, I rubbed the lines bracketing his lips. "What about you?" "What about me?" "You just lost a patient." He dropped his eyes. "I lose patients often, Austin." "But that doesn't mean it gets any easier, does it?" "No, it doesn't." His words came out hoarse. He closed his eyes tightly shut, but a tear snuck out nonetheless. "Sometimes I feel like I lose more than I save." "Oh, Malcolm." "And it doesn't get any easier," he whispered. "At least not for me. There's no way to keep the death away from the other patients, and you can't let them see how much it affects you. You have to go on inspiring people to fight, giving them hope while preparing to face the possible worst. Yet you do it every day. You are the bravest man I know. You could have chosen any other specialty, but you didn't. You were determined to give hope to people who are facing one of the most frightening diseases today. And for those with little hope, you make what time they have worth it. I'm so glad I still have you. I think you were meant to survive to bring me hope at times when I feel there's none or very little. Every day I wake up and I see your head next to mine. I'm reminded why I do this. And you don't ever have to pretend with me." I gently kissed his closed eyelids, salty with tears. "You will never have to. You may have to keep a cheerful face and spirit for your patients, but I'm no longer that. I'm your lover, your baby boy, the one you can come to when it all gets overwhelming. I may not understand what it's like to be in your shoes, but I understand enough to know that what you do daily inspires people. Many are alive today because of doctors like you, who invest so much of themselves into their patients. It can be so draining." He opened his eyes. "Then let me replenish you." Grief can be lonely when I lose a patient. It doesn't have to be. Let me share it with you. I'm going to move in with you, Malcolm. Your mom, she's okay with it." He sighed. "I love you." I pulled his head down on my shoulder. "I know. I love you too." 25. Malcolm. The memorial service for the late Mr. Evans was held at his home. Holding Austin's hand as we entered the house, I tried not to show my shock at how affluent the man had been. His home was a sprawling 2-story structure seated in the middle of a beautifully manicured lawn. The service was supposed to be a private affair with only family and close friends. Normally, I wouldn't be present for a former patient's funeral. To some, it might seem unprofessional. For family members, seeing me could serve as a reminder of the failure of my profession. If I attended the funeral service of every patient who died, I would never find the time to do much work. And since I couldn't attend them all, I refused to play favorites and go to some and not others. Just inside the house was a stand with a large book for guests to express their condolences to the family. I held Austin in front of me, one hand resting on his hip to steady him. Over the past 4 days, he'd come to accept that Mr. Evans was truly gone. but I expected him to get melancholy at the service. "Hey, how are you doing?" I whispered in his ear as he waited in line for the book to sign. He tilted his head to the side and smiled at me. "Surprisingly okay. Coming here was the right decision." He certainly seemed steadier than when we'd been getting dressed this morning. I'd had to help him with his tie because his hands had shaken so badly. When it was our turn, Austin scribbled his words of comfort to the family, as well as how much he would miss the deceased, while I wrote a more general condolence to the family. Then we walked into the large living room, where chairs had been set up to conduct the service. "It's Austin, right?" A man, a few years older than me, greeted us. He eyed Austin up and down, staring at the pink wig Austin had on. He'd worn it as a part of his memory of Mr. Evans, and the first time they'd met, Austin had been wearing the same wig, which had sparked a conversation between them. The man had told him how awful the wig looked. They'd been friends ever since. "Yes, that's right." Austin shook his hand. "I'm so sorry for your loss. He'll be missed." "We all have to go someday, I'm afraid," the man replied. "He lived longer than we expected. That's something to be grateful for." His words held no warmth, like he was speaking about a stranger and not someone he knew. "Even so, nothing can truly prepare us for losing someone." Austin slipped his right hand through mine. "Malcolm, this is Mr. Evans' son, Caleb. We ran into each other at the center." Ah, so this was the man who had visited his father only once to get his lawyer to update his will before he passed. He hadn't even shown up at the center to collect his father's belongings, nor the death certificate. His lawyer had been the one to communicate with the center on behalf of the family. "It's a pity we never had an opportunity to meet before this." I shook the man's hand firmly. I squelched the other words I wanted to say to him, but I didn't know their story enough to comment on the way he treated his father. Mr. Evans hadn't been the easiest person, but witnessing the kindness he had shown Austin, I couldn't believe the man hadn't treated his family the same. "Someone had to take care of the family business once Dad fell ill." He gave me a tight smile. "Have a seat. You're one of the last guests to arrive, so we'll begin shortly." We didn't know anyone else at the funeral, so I led Austin to the first two chairs I found next to each other. At the front was a small podium with a blown-up photograph of Mr. Evans when he was younger. He'd been a handsome man. Austin shifted beside me, and I reached for his hand and held it in mine. "You've got your speech?" I asked. He patted his breast pocket. "Got it right here." "Good." Austin had been surprised when the lawyer had contacted us and advised that Mr. Evans had left strict instructions about how he wished to be buried. He'd taken care of everything from the urn to hold his ashes to the people he wanted to attend. I figured I'd made the list because he considered us a package deal. His instructions included that he wanted Austin to share a tribute during the service. I told Austin he didn't have to if he didn't feel comfortable, but he wanted to fulfill his friend's wishes. All I could do was support him. The service commenced promptly and went by swiftly. Everything was well organized, and before we knew it, Austin was called to give his tribute to the late Grant Evans. "Want me to stand with you?" I asked him. "No, thank you. I can do this." "Yes, you can." He walked toward the podium with more confidence and strength than I'd seen often. Murmurs rose, and I caught snippets but enough to know what the guests were talking about. His hair being loud and disrespectful, and who he was. I had to restrain myself from glaring at those discussing him. It would be over soon. "Hi." Austin's voice came off shaky, and he cleared his throat. "Hello, my name is Austin Villiers, and you don't know me, but we have one thing in common. Our late friend, father, and grandfather, Mr. Evans." He took a deep breath. "I met Mr. Evans at the Hope Cancer Treatment Center, where he lived the last days of his life. You see, I was also once a patient at that center, and I wanted to give back, inspiring those fighters like one very special doctor inspired me." He smiled in my direction, and a few guests swiveled their heads around. I straightened my spine and stared ahead. I remember the very first day I met Mr. Evans. I was wearing the same wig I have on today, as my hair never grew back after my treatments, and I got into the feel of wearing them. He chuckled a little. Mr. Evans took one look at me and told me he didn't know whether to be sorry for me or the mop someone gave me to put on my head. That prompted laughter from the guests. And during the time I had the pleasure of knowing him, his personality never changed. He spoke his mind, but he was never intentionally cruel. He would often remind me he came from a different time. Then he'd wink and tell me tales of how much of a rascal he'd been before Ruthie snagged him. He talked with so much pride about his wife, and I know he missed her terribly. Now he'll be reunited with her, and I can almost hear him saying it's about damn time. Which reminds me, he could swear more than any other man I've known. That's true, someone murmured. Anyway, I'm just here to speak a few words of the brief time that we knew each other. It wasn't nearly long enough, but I learned a lot from him, including how to be brave and how to grab life by the horns and make the most of it. While we grieve, let's seek to remember the little lessons he taught us while he was still with us. Also, on behalf of my partner and one of his doctors, Malcolm Greer, I offer my condolences to the family and friends of Mr. Evans during this difficult time. He hadn't let me see his speech, and I was surprised he'd included me. A surge of pleasure filled me. This was the first time we presented ourselves as a unit to the public, and I liked it. He might have looked confident on the outside, but when he sat down beside me and I took his hand, it was trembling, and I wanted to kiss him so badly but didn't want to create any buzz at Mr. Evans's funeral, so I squeezed his hand for support. You did great. Thank you. After, Caleb read the eulogy, a short and simple recital of the man's life. When the ceremony ended, we were all set to leave like we'd discussed. However, a few family members insisted on thanking us for coming, and Austin especially for his heartfelt words that reminded them of the man they knew. He smiled politely and responded with kindness, but his face showed signs of tension in keeping a positive spin for these people he didn't know. People who now spoke of his friend with high praise, but never visited the man while he was sick. As soon as the conversation faltered, I placed an arm around him. How about we get out of here? Yes, please. I want to spend a quiet evening with you. I kissed his nose and led him from the living room. We'd barely made it to the hallway when Caleb intercepted us. You're leaving so soon? I'm sorry, but he's growing a bit tired, I said. He had surgery a couple of weeks ago. Yet you came. He raised his eyebrows. That's some tribute you gave for a man you barely knew. And showing up for the memorial service even though you aren't at your best. He was a friend, Austin said softly. A friend who died leaving millions. I stepped in front of Austin and glared at the man. Just what are you implying? I don't think I have to imply anything. You can figure it out. A young man hanging around a renowned rich doctor and a dying man with a fat bank balance. Austin's hand pressed to the small of my back, and that gesture reined in the words that almost spilled from me. Regardless of how I felt about the son, today wasn't about him, but about a man Austin had great respect for. I wouldn't ruin the day further for him. A good son wouldn't worry about a father giving away his inheritance, I merely said. You are that, aren't you? You should have nothing to worry about. I turned on my heel and bustled Austin out of the house. Let's go. I held in my anger until we got into my car. Who the fuck does he think he is, making insinuations about you like that? Thanks for not making a scene. He leaned over and kissed my cheek. Don't let him spoil the rest of our evening. We made it through the service. Despite that little display at the end, it was lovely. And I'm glad for the closure. You're right. Let's forget about that idiot. The important thing was that we came. You paid your respects and completed Mr. Evans's dying wish. 26. Austin. Why don't I take these down to the car for you? Unable to speak beyond the lump in my throat, I nodded. Malcolm lifted the 2 bags that contained all my belongings. He was so intuitive. I just needed a few minutes alone, and he'd picked up on that without me having to say anything. When he left and I was alone, I stared around my bedroom, cataloging every little feature: the stain in the middle of the carpet, the bed with nothing but a mattress on top, the empty bookshelves my mom had bought at a yard sale, the computer desk in the corner with the wobbly chair that never quite rolled right, and the closet with the door that couldn't close properly so always stood ajar. So many things had happened in this room. It was the place where I'd first discovered I was gay when I'd accidentally seen a naked guy on my computer screen. The way I'd stared at him had led me down an epic path to gay porn, and how into it I was. This was the bed where I'd first been kissed by Bryce, then gotten cold feet when he tried to undo my pants. This room had absorbed my anger and my tears, my hopes and my fears. Now I was supposed to leave it all and begin a new chapter of my life? I'd been so excited about the move, but now that it was happening, my stomach knotted with unease. There was no coming back to this. Even if things didn't work out with Malcolm and me, I would never come back to this place. Mom and Ken had already decided they would rent a small house together by the end of the month. "Did you manage to get everything?" Mom entered the room, took one look at my face, and held out her arms to me. I ran into her embrace. Her hugs were different from Malcolm's, but I still needed them. What if I was making the wrong decision, moving too fast? "What's wrong, honey?" "Nothing. Everything. But this is what you want, isn't it?" I sighed. "I do. It's just that this is it. I've lived here for so long, and even though I've been staying at Malcolm's more than here lately, I always knew that this bedroom was waiting for me. I could always come back to it. There's no coming back this time." "Oh, honey, I know it's scary, but big steps usually are. It's okay to be afraid, but don't let fear keep you from pursuing your dreams." "What if I can't make him happy?" "I don't think that's something you have to worry about at all. Just your presence makes that man light up." She smiled at me and stroked my cheek, tears in her eyes. "You're all grown up, son. And now I need you to live. Live in the moment and love like there's no tomorrow." I hope you also take that advice. I'm trying. We have a date on Friday, don't forget. I promise I won't. She kissed my cheek and left me alone. With a sigh, I sat on the bed. The nervous flutter was still there, but something else overshadowed it. Excitement. A knock sounded on the door, and Malcolm hovered just inside. "Can I come in?" Smiling at him, I patted the bed beside me. As soon as he sat, I scampered onto his lap. Malcolm laughed, resting his hands on my ass. "What's my boy up to now? Are you sad about leaving for good?" "Not sad. Anxious. Nostalgic about all the memories in this room." You'll always have those memories." He squeezed my butt. "Do you want to take the furniture? Because we totally can." "It wouldn't fit in your place." "Are you kidding me? We'd make it fit the way we do. In fact, I have enough guest bedrooms you can convert it into a replica of this one. Then, whenever you get overwhelmed with all the attention I give you, and you want to spend some time alone, it's all yours." "If it's not too much trouble?" "None whatsoever. I'll get a delivery truck sometime this week, and have them haul all this stuff to my place." "Thank you. You're the best daddy a boy could ever ask for." He completely was. So attentive, sweet, and gentle. Yet he knew when I needed a little bit more steam from him. "Let's say goodbye to your mom before I ravish you under her roof." I giggled. "But I want to be ravished." He boosted me out of his lap. "Then let's go home. First, tell your mom what you want. If she wants to sell, we'll buy it from her. She won't accept that offer. She didn't. Mom was only too pleased for me to take my bedroom furniture with me. She had been planning to sell them anyway, since her new house was already fully furnished. On the way home, we stopped to pick up lunch at a seafood restaurant, but then decided to eat inside. We didn't eat out regularly, and I was happy we now had the time. We didn't talk much, but it felt good being together. We should do this more often, Malcolm said as we walked back to his car. I don't take you out for dinner nearly enough. It's okay. I know you're a busy man. At the car, he hauled me up against him. I don't want to be too busy for you. I wrapped my arms around his neck as he lowered his head. He claimed my lips, and I sighed against him. Insistent, his tongue swept into my mouth, and I ran mine alongside his. When he settled me back on my feet, I swayed against him. You shouldn't kiss me like that in public, I said. Why not? Because you can't do anything about the situation I am now in. Then let's get home. I fiddled with the radio until I found a channel with pop songs. Malcolm groaned and complained about my horrible music choice, and I crooned what I knew of the lyrics and made up the rest all the way home. As soon as he parked in the garage, he switched off the engine and got out. That's enough. I think I promised you ravishment. He opened the car door for me, and I peered up at him wide-eyed. We're not going to get my stuff out of the car? They can last a few more minutes. A few minutes? I squawked. Maybe 20. He tugged me out of the car, shut the door, and all but dragged me inside. I giggled all the way up the stairs. Once inside the bedroom, he kissed me and tugged my shirt over my head. I want you on top, he murmured against my lips. I love the way you ride me. Feeling lazy today? I teased, unbuckling his belt. Very. At my advanced age, I need to rest more. I scoffed at him. No need to play the age card, I'll ride you. I'll ride you so damn good. After much kissing and frantic caressing, we landed on the bed with Malcolm on his back and me between his legs. I sucked him off, always so enthralled by the look on his face. His pants and grunts were all for me. To think I'd never done this before to this man, and now I knew all the pleasure points on his body that made him moan. Malcolm grasped my hips and brought me up to his shoulders to straddle him. With my legs spread on either side of his head, I writhed on his tongue, licking circles around my butthole, then pushing inside me. Daddy, oh fuck! My hips jerked at the tingles that peppered my skin and lit me on fire. He grasped the lube, slicked up his cock, and directed me to sit on him. Facing him, I reached behind me to grab his legs and slowly move up and down his length. Always so damn good the way he opened me up, filled me with his thickness. I bit my bottom lip and rode him harder, my ass slapping his pelvis over and over. Yes, yes, baby. Give Daddy all that sweet hole. He thrust up and I cried out. He didn't stop. Again and again he pistoned into me. Smack, smack. Our rhythm held steady and firm. A surge of heat flooded my gut and my cock tightened. I gasped, staring in fascinated delight at my cock shooting my load on Malcolm's chest without even touching myself. How was that possible? My eyes drifted closed while he continued pushing his way into my body. That's it. So close. Malcolm pulled me down onto his chest, hips lifting as he burrowed himself inside mine. Tucked into his chest, I whimpered, finding his nipple with my mouth and sucking hard. I bit down with just enough force. Fuck! Oh my God, fuck! He gripped my ass cheeks hard, squeezing them as he nutted deep inside me. My heartbeat thrummed against his in perfect synchrony, and I didn't know which was his and which mine. Lulled by his breathing and the thump-thump of his heart under my ear, I dozed off on his chest. When I woke up, I was sprawled on the bed alone. I raised my head, glancing around for Malcolm. Mal? No answer. I fought against the urge to roll right over and go back to sleep. How long had I been out anyway? I sat up in bed and stretched. My bags were neatly placed to the right, waiting for me to unpack. I grinned, giddy with happiness. I was in love. I was loved, and the future looked bright. I used the bathroom, then slipped on one of Malcolm's t-shirts with only my underwear beneath. He loved me wearing his clothes, so why not? I unpacked the first suitcase. When I had everything laid out on the bed, I paused. Did Malcolm want me to take separate drawers? Did it matter to him? Only one way to find out. I went in search of him, which didn't take long. I followed the voices coming from the living room. Malcolm? I hesitated in the doorway. He wasn't alone, but was talking to Mr. Francis, who had been Mr. Evans's lawyer. Both men glanced in my direction, and the lawyer's gaze skittered away, his cheeks turning pink. Sorry, I didn't know anyone was here. It's okay. Malcolm patted his lap. I didn't want to wake you, but I'm glad you're up. This actually concerns you. It does? I slowly walked over to Malcolm and sat on his lap. Mr. Francis, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. I trust you are well? Yes, I'm great. What's this about? I glanced from the lawyer to Malcolm. Maybe you should explain, Malcolm said to the other man. There's been some confusion in the handling of Mr. Evans's estate, Mr. Francis said. For one, Mr. Evans changed his will at the last minute and made me the executor rather than the lawyer his son insisted for him to use. He paused as if he expected me to understand from the meager explanation he'd given so far. You see, in the previous will, Mr. Evans's son inherits his entire estate, but this testament is more equitable for various family members he wanted to leave a piece of his legacy, and also his friends. The accusation of Mr. Evans's son popped into my mind. Surely Mr. Evans hadn't written me into his will. He left detailed instructions of how he wants his estate to be divided. He shuffled some papers on his lap. I'll divulge only the information as it pertains to you. He left a significant portion of his wealth to the Hope Cancer Treatment Center. Mr. Greer inherits a yacht with the instructions to take you on an adventure whenever he gets time away from work. And to you, Austin, who he states was like a grandson to him, he's left a third of what's left of his wealth. I gasped, shaking my head. He couldn't have. I assure you that he has. He waved the paper in his hand before me as if I could read anything with his blurry movement. But I'm not family. You're not? Because the way he spoke of you, he considered you the only genuine family member who cared about him. I don't know. It feels wrong to accept such a generous gift. Mr. Francis smiled at me. I believe that is exactly the reason he valued you enough to put you in his will. Can I donate it? It's yours to do with it as you wish. I leaned back into Malcolm's chest. But his kids won't contest it? They can try, but I doubt they will. For one, it would cost them way too much money for the legal fees. It's in their best interest to accept the generous amount they were willed and leave you alone. I was still too stunned to contribute much to the conversation. When he mentioned the amount I would receive, I was flummoxed. I'll be in touch with you. The lawyer rose to his feet. Let me walk you out. Thanks for coming, I managed to say. Malcolm settled me down on the couch and ushered the lawyer out. When Malcolm returned, I couldn't read his expression. Oh God, he wouldn't think like Caleb that I'd wormed my way into Mr. Evans's will, would he? I swear I had no idea about this. I know that, Austin. You do? You're not thinking that Caleb was right? He frowned. Are you kidding me? That man's an ass. There's not a devious bone in your body. How can you be so sure? Because I know you. He took the seat beside me and I shifted back into his lap. I just came downstairs to ask you if you minded me cramming my stuff into the same drawers as yours, or if I should use only the empty ones. I had no idea Mr. Francis was here. The center will only be too happy for the donation, Malcolm said. We've needed to upgrade the rooms on the C4 block for a while, but the board never approves our budget. Now I can start planning. I'll donate whatever I get to the clinic as well. Don't be too hasty. That kind of money can keep you satisfied and happy for a long time. I wrap my arms around his neck. I don't need the money. Just think about it some more before you decide. Regardless of what you choose, I'll always take care of you. All right, but I don't think I'll change my mind. I already have a daddy who takes very good care of me. He kissed me lazily, and I smiled against his lips. What? Nothing. Come on, tell me. I'm just thinking that I'm glad we didn't follow those silly rules about not falling for my doctor. He laughed, pulling me on top of him as he lay on his back on the sofa. For sure, it would have been a tragedy. This concludes To Not Fall for My Doc by Gianni Holmes, narrated by Iggy Toma. Copyright 2021 by Gianni Holmes. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Gianni Holmes and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Why don't I take these down to the car for you? Unable to speak beyond the lump in my throat, I nodded. Malcolm lifted the 2 bags that contained all my belongings. He was so intuitive. I just needed a few minutes alone, and he'd picked up on that without me having to say anything. When he left and I was alone, I stared around my bedroom, cataloging every little feature: the stain in the middle of the carpet, the bed with nothing but a mattress on top, the empty bookshelves my mom had bought at a yard sale, the computer desk in the corner with the wobbly chair that never quite rolled right, and the closet with the door that couldn't close properly, so always stood ajar. So many things had happened in this room. It was the place where I'd first discovered I was gay when I'd accidentally seen a naked guy on my computer screen. The way I'd stared at him had led me down an epic path to gay porn, and how into it I was. This was the bed where I'd first been kissed by Bryce, then gotten cold feet when he tried to undo my pants. This room had absorbed my anger and my tears, my hopes and my fears. Now I was supposed to leave it all and begin a new chapter of my life? I'd been so excited about the move, but now that it was happening, my stomach knotted with unease. There was no coming back to this. Even if things didn't work out with Malcolm and me, I would never come back to this place. Mom and Ken had already decided they would rent a small house together by the end of the month. "Did you manage to get everything?" Mom entered the room, took one look at my face, and held out her arms to me. I ran into her embrace. Her hugs were different from Malcolm's, but I still needed them. What if I was making the wrong decision, moving too fast? "What's wrong, honey?" "Nothing. Everything. But this is what you want, isn't it?" I sighed. "I do. It's just that this is it. I've lived here for so long, and even though I've been staying at Malcolm's more than here lately, I always knew that this bedroom was waiting for me. I could always come back to it. There's no coming back this time." "Oh, honey, I know it's scary, but big steps usually are. It's okay to be afraid, but don't let fear keep you from pursuing your dreams." "What if I can't make him happy?" "I don't think that's something you have to worry about at all. Just your presence makes that man light up." She smiled at me and stroked my cheek, tears in her eyes. "You're all grown up, son. And now I need you to live. Live in the moment and love like there's no tomorrow." I hope you also take that advice. I'm trying. We have a date on Friday, don't forget. I promise I won't. She kissed my cheek and left me alone. With a sigh, I sat on the bed. The nervous flutter was still there, but something else overshadowed it. Excitement. A knock sounded on the door, and Malcolm hovered just inside. "Can I come in?" Smiling at him, I patted the bed beside me. As soon as he sat, I scampered onto his lap. Malcolm laughed, resting his hands on my ass. "What's my boy up to now? Are you sad about leaving for good?" "Not sad. Anxious. Nostalgic about all the memories in this room." You'll always have those memories." He squeezed my butt. "Do you want to take the furniture? Because we totally can." "It wouldn't fit in your place." "Are you kidding me? We'd make it fit the way we do. In fact, I have enough guest bedrooms you can convert it into a replica of this one. Then, whenever you get overwhelmed with all the attention I give you, and you want to spend some time alone, it's all yours." "If it's not too much trouble?" "None whatsoever. I'll get a delivery truck sometime this week, and have them haul all this stuff to my place." "Thank you. You're the best daddy a boy could ever ask for." He completely was. So attentive, sweet, and gentle. Yet he knew when I needed a little bit more steam from him. "Let's say goodbye to your mom before I ravish you under her roof." I giggled. "But I want to be ravished." He boosted me out of his lap. "Then let's go home. First, tell your mom what you want. If she wants to sell, we'll buy it from her. She won't accept that offer. She didn't. Mom was only too pleased for me to take my bedroom furniture with me. She had been planning to sell them anyway, since her new house was already fully furnished. On the way home, we stopped to pick up lunch at a seafood restaurant, but then decided to eat inside. We didn't eat out regularly, and I was happy we now had the time. We didn't talk much, but it felt good being together. "We should do this more often," Malcolm said as we walked back to his car. "I don't take you out for dinner nearly enough." "It's okay. I know you're a busy man." At the car, he hauled me up against him. "I don't want to be too busy for you." I wrapped my arms around his neck as he lowered his head. He claimed my lips, and I sighed against him. Insistent, his tongue swept into my mouth, and I ran mine alongside his. When he settled me back on my feet, I swayed against him. "You shouldn't kiss me like that in public," I said. "Why not?" "Because you can't do anything about the situation I am now in." "Then let's get home." I fiddled with the radio until I found a channel with pop songs. Malcolm groaned and complained about my horrible music choice, and I crooned what I knew of the lyrics and made up the rest all the way home. As soon as he parked in the garage, he switched off the engine and got out. "That's enough. I think I promised you ravishment." He opened the car door for me, and I peered up at him wide-eyed. "We're not going to get my stuff out of the car?" "They can last a few more minutes." "A few minutes?" I squawked. "Maybe 20. He tugged me out of the car, shut the door, and all but dragged me inside. I giggled all the way up the stairs. Once inside the bedroom, he kissed me and tugged my shirt over my head. "I want you on top," he murmured against my lips. "I love the way you ride me." "Feeling lazy today?" I teased, unbuckling his belt. "Very. At my advanced age, I need to rest more." I scoffed at him. "No need to play the age card. I'll ride you. I'll ride you so damn good." After much kissing and frantic caressing, we landed on the bed with Malcolm on his back and me between his legs. I sucked him off, always so enthralled by the look on his face. His pants and grunts were all for me. To think I'd never done this before to this man, and now I knew all the pleasure points on his body that made him moan. Malcolm grasped my hips and brought me up to his shoulders to straddle him. With my legs spread on either side of his head, I writhed on his tongue, licking circles around my butthole, then pushing inside me. "Daddy, oh fuck!" My hips jerked at the tingles that peppered my skin and lit me on fire. He grasped the lube, slicked up his cock, and directed me to sit on him. Facing him, I reached behind me to grab his legs and slowly move up and down his length. Always so damn good the way he opened me up, filled me with his thickness. I bit my bottom lip and rode him harder, my ass slapping his pelvis over and over. "Yes, yes, baby. Give Daddy all that sweet hole." He thrust up and I cried out. He didn't stop. Again and again he pistoned into me. Smack, smack. Our rhythm held steady and firm. A surge of heat flooded my gut and my cock tightened. I gasped, staring in fascinated delight at my cock shooting my load on Malcolm's chest without even touching myself. How was that possible? My eyes drifted closed while he continued pushing his way into my body. "That's it. So close." Malcolm pulled me down onto his chest, hips lifting as he burrowed himself inside mine. Tucked into his chest, I whimpered, finding his nipple with my mouth and sucking hard. I bit down with just enough force. "Fuck! Oh my God, fuck!" He gripped my ass cheeks hard, squeezing them as he nutted deep inside me. My heartbeat thrummed against his in perfect synchrony, and I didn't know which was his and which mine. Lulled by his breathing and the thump-thump of his heart under my ear, I dozed off on his chest. When I woke up, I was sprawled on the bed alone. I raised my head, glancing around for Malcolm. "Mal?" No answer. I fought against the urge to roll right over and go back to sleep. How long had I been out anyway? I sat up in bed and stretched. My bags were neatly placed to the right, waiting for me to unpack. I grinned, giddy with happiness. I was in love. I was loved, and the future looked bright. I used the bathroom, then slipped on one of Malcolm's t-shirts with only my underwear beneath. He loved me wearing his clothes, so why not? I unpacked the first suitcase. When I had everything laid out on the bed, I paused. Did Malcolm want me to take separate drawers? Did it matter to him? Only one way to find out. I went in search of him, which didn't take long. I followed the voices coming from the living room. Malcolm? I hesitated in the doorway. He wasn't alone, but was talking to Mr. Francis, who had been Mr. Evans's lawyer. Both men glanced in my direction, and the lawyer's gaze skittered away, his cheeks turning pink. Sorry, I didn't know anyone was here. It's okay. Malcolm patted his lap. I didn't want to wake you, but I'm glad you're up. This actually concerns you. It does? I slowly walked over to Malcolm and sat on his lap. Mr. Francis, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. I trust you are well? Yes, I'm great. What's this about? I glanced from the lawyer to Malcolm. Maybe you should explain, Malcolm said to the other man. There's been some confusion in the handling of Mr. Evans's estate, Mr. Francis said. For one, Mr. Evans changed his will at the last minute and made me the executor rather than the lawyer his son insisted for him to use. He paused as if he expected me to understand from the meager explanation he'd given so far. You see, in the previous will, Mr. Evans's son inherits his entire estate. But this testament is more equitable for various family members he wanted to leave a piece of his legacy, and also his friends. The accusation of Mr. Evans's son popped into my mind. Surely Mr. Evans hadn't written me into his will. He left detailed instructions of how he wants his estate to be divided. He shuffled some papers on his lap. I'll divulge only the information as it pertains to you. He left a significant portion of his wealth to the Hope Cancer Treatment Center. Mr. Greer inherits a yacht with the instructions to take you on an adventure whenever he gets time away from work. And to you, Austin, who he states was like a grandson to him, he's left a third of what's left of his wealth. I gasped, shaking my head. He couldn't have. I assure you that he has. He waved the paper in his hand before me as if I could read anything with his blurry movement. But I'm not family. You're not? Because the way he spoke of you, he considered you the only genuine family member who cared about him. I don't know. It feels wrong to accept such a generous gift. Mr. Francis smiled at me. I believe that is exactly the reason he valued you enough to put you in his will. Can I donate it? It's yours to do with it as you wish. I leaned back into Malcolm's chest. But his kids won't contest it? They can try, but I doubt they will. For one, it would cost them way too much money for the legal fees. It's in their best interest to accept the generous amount they were willed and leave you alone. I was still too stunned to contribute much to the conversation. When he mentioned the amount I would receive, I was flummoxed. I'll be in touch with you. The lawyer rose to his feet. Let me walk you out. Thanks for coming, I managed to say. Malcolm settled me down on the couch and ushered the lawyer out. When Malcolm returned, I couldn't read his expression. Oh God, he wouldn't think like Caleb that I'd wormed my way into Mr. Evans's will, would he? I swear I had no idea about this. I know that, Austin. You do? You're not thinking that Caleb was right? He frowned. Are you kidding me? That man's an ass. There's not a devious bone in your body. How can you be so sure? Because I know you. He took the seat beside me and I shifted back into his lap. I just came downstairs to ask you if you minded me cramming my stuff into the same drawers as yours, or if I should use only the empty ones. I had no idea Mr. Francis was here. The center will only be too happy for the donation, Malcolm said. We've needed to upgrade the rooms on the C4 block for a while, but the board never approves our budget. Now I can start planning. I'll donate whatever I get to the clinic as well. Don't be too hasty. That kind of money can keep you satisfied and happy for a long time. I wrap my arms around his neck. I don't need the money. Just think about it some more before you decide. Regardless of what you choose, I'll always take care of you. All right, but I don't think I'll change my mind. I already have a daddy who takes very good care of me. He kissed me lazily, and I smiled against his lips. What? Nothing. Come on, tell me. I'm just thinking that I'm glad we didn't follow those silly rules about not falling for my doctor. He laughed, pulling me on top of him as he lay on his back on the sofa. For sure, it would have been a tragedy. This concludes To Not Fall for My Doc by Gianni Holmes, narrated by Iggy Toma. Copyright 2021 by Gianni Holmes. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Gianni Holmes and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.